The Way of Mastery, Introduction. You hold in your hands the treasured teachings of Jeshua ben Joseph, or Jesus, one of the greatest masters humankind has ever known. These teachings were given during the years 1994 to 1997. Please do not hurry as you read through each lesson. Rather, allow each sentence to be held within the heart, each idea to fill the mind and the body with its very real frequency or vibration. For each word, the structure of each sentence, the cadence and the humor is by design. These words are to be studied and savored over and over again until their meaning deepens and flowers into the grace of Christ living in you and as you, allowing the ray of that light to penetrate your mind, correcting every perception you have ever held about yourself or the world. You will then find your gifts being formulated in new ways. You will find that you have an unseen teacher revealing to you what you are ready to learn, and your life will begin to be guided by a voice, and it is not your own until the voice you have called your own is no longer heard. What has been called the ego will simply dissolve, and the mind will know perfect peace. Does this take time? You are as close as the choice to teach only love. The 35 lessons contained in this volume reveal the way taught to Jeshua himself, and now lovingly presented by him for you, so that the choice for love becomes your every thought, your every breath, your every action extended to a world as the awakened Christ. May you be transformed by the way of mastery in your unique process of remembering who you really are. I promise you this. If you become wholly committed to awakening from the dream you have dreamt since the stars first began to appear in the heavens, and if your one desire is to be only what God created, then lay at the altar of your heart with every breath everything you think you know, everything you think you need, and look lovingly upon every place that fear has made a home in your mind, and allow corrections to come. It will come. Regardless of how you experience it, it will come. And the day and the moment will arise, and all your pain, fear, and suffering will have vanished like the wind that pushes the foam of the wave away, revealing the clarity of the ocean beneath you. You will literally feel throughout your being that there never was a dream. Some memories might remain with you, and you will know that somewhere you must have dreamt a dream or had a thought of wondering what it would be like to be other than the way God created you. But it will be such a faint echo that it will leave no trace upon you. In your heart you will smile gently regardless of the circumstance in which you find yourself. There will be peace from the crown of the head to the tips of your toes, and that peace will walk before you wherever you go. It will enter a room before you enter it with your body, and those who are becoming sensitive will wonder who has come into the place. And some will even say, "Behold, I believe Christ has come for dinner." And you will be that one, for that is who you are, Christ eternal. Jeshua. Part 1. The Way of the Heart. Lesson 1. The Way that Calls You Home. Now we begin. Beloved friends, I come forth to abide with you where you believe yourself to be. I come not for myself, but for you. I come not to teach you, but to love you until you choose from the depth within your own being to set aside every illusion you have ever given credence to, and to remember the truth which alone is true. For indeed, in that hour, there is a transcendence of all that knows limitation. There is a transcendence of all that knows coming and going, birth and death. There is but the mind of Christ within each of us, a spark of divine light, as a sunbeam to the sun, rest eternally in perfect communion and communication always. The great secret is this is the state of your reality. In each and every moment you abide in perfect communion with the whole of creation, since all things are but temporary modifications of the one fundamental energy that I have chosen to call the Christ mind, the offspring of the Father. Beloved friends, I come to where you choose to be, and if you would choose to open that place within your heart and within the mind in which you can communicate with me directly, I will meet you there as well. What is important then, by way of beginning, is to consider this simple fact. Your experience is always the effect of where you choose to focus the attention of your consciousness, itself being unlimited forever, embracing all the many dimensions of creation. You abide in that which embraces all things in all ways and at all times. In truth, you do not know separation, birth or death, gain or loss. As you focus your attention on reading these words, recognize how you, as an infinite being, have deliberately chosen to participate in a form of experience. You will read words that carry certain meanings for each of you, and you each will color that meaning according to the perceptions that you have chosen to place value upon. Does this mean that some are ahead and some behind? It only seems that way. In reality, each of you is equal. Each of you chose from your infinite freedom to attract to yourself certain vibrational frequencies, certain forms or qualities of experience. That freedom is what you abide in always, from before the foundations of this world and long after this world ceases to be. In each and every moment, you cannot be a victim of what you see, and nothing is outside of you. What you experience, you have directly and deliberately called to yourself. If you hold the thought, I do not like what I have called to myself, that is perfectly fine, for you have called to yourself to experience of being in judgment of yourself. Merely look with the wonder of a child and see what it feels like and ask yourself, is this an energy I wish to continue in, or would I choose something else? For ultimately, when all possible choices within the dream of separation have been made, have been tasted, have been felt, and have been fully known, finally there emerges the still, quiet voice of spirit that speaks through the soul, whispering of the one truth, the one reality, the one love, the one peace, and the one bliss that is continual. Then the soul begins to turn from the things of this created world. It begins to withdraw its attention from its attachments to all the things it is called to itself. It begins to transcend its sense of identification with the vibrational frequencies it had only meant to play with, and then took seriously. It is seriousness within the mind that is the creation of ego. And it is great seriousness that holds the vibrations of what you no longer choose to experience within the field of your being, within the field of your soul. As you, as the soul, the individual divine spark, begin to choose to withdraw the attention and the value you have placed upon all things, as you learn to simplify the nature of your own consciousness, as you realize that you can surrender into something that seems beyond you, and that you can entertain the insane thought of trusting the invisible, you come more and more to be less and less. As you become less and less of what you thought you were, conversely, you become more and more of what your Father created you to be, the thought of perfect love and form, a channel, a simple vehicle through which the love of spirit can shine forth. Your only task becomes the cleaning of your windows, the polishing of your floors, and the weeding of your garden so that the light can pour forth unimpeded. No longer will you find the need to defend perceptions you had identified within error. You will indeed know when you have come to that state of awakening, for you will be able to look upon all created things that you have ever experienced, all reactions you have ever held within your mind, all perceptions, all judgments, all desires that you have ever held for anyone or anything. And as they arise in your mind, they will not disturb your peace. And you will smile. You will see that within your consciousness have arisen all saintliness and all devilishness. You have been both saint and sinner, and your happiness and your unhappiness have been merely an effect of where you choose to place your attention. Indeed, beloved friends, I come forth to meet you wherever you are, because I have chosen to use the infinite power of consciousness given me of the Father, as equally it is given unto you, to discover how deep delight can be when the mind is focused only on seen form and seen only the mind of Christ. I have therefore called to myself all multitude of experience, even when I walked upon your beloved earth as a man, to challenge myself, to test myself, to condition myself to rise above, to transcend all possible experience that could distract me from the remembrance of who I am. By the way, my crucifixion was simply the climax of my own direct choice to be challenged by the events of space and time, so that I could cultivate within myself the ability to see from, and to see only, the perfect purity of the mind of Christ. The point I am trying to make with you is that in each and every moment, what you are experiencing in the realm of your emotions and mind, and the effects, to the latter degree, within the body are there because you, from your infinite freedom, have simply selected that experience to focus your attention on, so that you can see what the effects are. The insanity does not come from having chosen to see something other than the mind of Christ. The insanity that you experience as your pain, your suffering, your seeking, and your dramas come only from your mistaken choice to become identified with what arises in the field of your awareness. You therefore lose the sight of innocence, for all events are perfectly neutral, and you are free to see them any way you want. When a child is born, and many of you who are mothers know this, you can experience a depth of joy that is unspeakable. Likewise, you can also experience fear and contraction at the thought of having to be responsible for a child. When a loved one dies and you experience grief and suffering, rest assured it is because you have chosen to contract your attention. Then all you can see is a loss of an animated body, and thereby convince yourself that if you become separated from the loved one. I speak from experience that separation is an illusion. When death occurs in your plane, in that very moment, you still have the power to choose to recognize that something has changed, and to shift your attention to a different faculty that the body could never possibly contain. One in which you perceive and hear and communicate with that spark of divine light, the soul, that seems to have given up the idea of trying to keep a physical form animated. This is imperative. In fact, it is the very first step of the way of the heart. The first step in awakening. The first step in awakening is to allow into the mind this axiom of truth. Nothing that you experience is caused by anything outside of you. You experience only the effects of your own choice. During the first part of this course, we will be building lesson by lesson on what I am choosing to call the way of the heart. It is the way unknown to the world. It is a way unknown to many that would call themselves spiritual leaders. For it is not a way of resting on or becoming dependent on magical means. It is rather the pathway which cultivates within you the decision to turn your attention upon your own mind, upon your own behavior, upon what is true and real for you moment to moment. To study it, to consider it, to feel it, to breathe the light of spirit through it, and to constantly retrain the mind so that it assumes complete responsibility in each moment. Why is this necessary? Because without it, there can be no peace. Without it, you cannot transcend the false identification that you have chosen. You need to come to a point where you say to yourself, I have done this to myself. I did it. I must correct it. No one is to blame. The world is innocent. In the lessons that follow, we will be communicating with you more and more deeply the finer points of the way of the heart, for it is that way that was taught to me. It is that way that brings about the reversal of every thought you have ever had about anyone or anything. It is that way alone which allows you to pass back through the eye of the needle and to come to rest in the perfect peace from which you have sprung forth. The way of the heart is not the way of the intellect, for indeed that aspect of the mind was never designed to be your master. It was designed to be your humble, and if you will pardon the expression, very stupid servant of the awakened heart. The heart is that which feels all things, embraces all things, trusts all things, and allows all things. The heart is that in which the soul rests eternally. The heart is that which is beyond space and time, and is that spark of light in the mind of God which is called Christ. Only in that will you find the peace that you seek. You will discover that the pathway of awakening is not a pathway of avoidance, but a pathway of truthfulness. It is not a pathway of accomplishment and pride, but a pathway of releasing from the consciousness every hope and every wish to be special, to see yourself as having made progress, so that you can pound a fist upon the chest, spread the tail feathers. It is a transcendence of the hope of somehow getting God's attention, so that he will look upon you and say, "Oh, you have been such a good person. Yes, we will allow you into the kingdom now." It is a way in which you will come to cultivate, regardless of your inner experience or degrees of awakening, the willingness and the art of returning to the simplicity of empty-headedness and not knowingness with each and every breath. It is a way of life in which all things and all events become an aspect of your meditation and your prayer until there is established once again within you the truth that is true always. Not my will, but thine be done. For of myself I do nothing, but the Father does all things through me. Imagine then a state of being in which you walk through this world seemingly appearing like everyone else, and yet you are spacious within. You are empty within. In truth, you desire nothing, though you allow desire to move through you. And you recognize it as the voice of the Father guiding you personally, your emotions and even the body to the places, events, people, and experience through which the tapestry of the atonement, the at one month, is being woven, through which all the children of God are being called home again. You trust the complete flow of that, whether you are asked to give a speech in front of 10,000 people, or you are asked to tell a friend the truth of your feeling, or whether or not you are asked to sweep the streets and live penniless. For in truth, that mind that trusts the source of its creation allows all things, trusts all things, embraces all things, and transcends all things. Rest assured, whenever you feel frustration and anxiety, it is because you have decided not to trust the truth. And the truth is simply this: only God's plan for salvation can work for you. Your way must always fail, for your way begins with the illusory and insane assumption that you are a separate being from the mind of God and must therefore direct your own course. For if you are sick and diseased and not at peace, why would you decide that you know how to create peace? It requires great humility to accept the first step of the path. I have done all this. I must undo it. But I have no idea how I did this. Therefore, I must surrender to something else. I give you this thought, and I would ask that you consider it well. What if the very life you are living, and each and every experience that is coming to you now since the moment you decided, I have got to awaken here, was being directly sent to you of your Father, because your Father knows what is necessary to unravel within your consciousness to allow you to awaken? What if the very things you are resisting are the very stepping stones to your homecoming? What if you achieved a maturity along this pathway in which you were finally willing to let things be just as they are? If it was necessary to sweep the streets, you simply took a deep breath and said, "Father, you know the way home," and began sweeping. And up into the mind comes the thought, "Oh my God, I won't be recognized. I won't stand out. People won't think I'm special if I'm just a street sweeper." Yet you recognize, aha, no wonder my Father wants me to do this. I've got to flush this up so I can look at it, disidentify from it, and learn to be the presence of love in the sweeping of the street. In truth, I tell you, the least among you, according to your perception, is already equal to the greatest, and there is none among you who is less than I am. The way of the heart begins by accepting the humility that you have created quite a mess within your consciousness. You have created a labyrinth and gotten lost within it, and you do not know the way back. It begins by accepting that of yourself you can do nothing. For all you have managed to achieve is the creation of a whole lot of insane dramas that are occurring nowhere except within the field of your mind. They are like chimeras, like dreams. In truth, there is no difference between a waking state, in which you would be the director of your life, and the dreams you have when your body sleeps at night. They are both the same. I wish to direct you to peace, even that peace which forever transcends the understanding and comprehension of the world. I desire, because my Father desires it through me, to bring you wholly to where I am, that you might discover there is someone that got there ahead of you. And when you look closely, you will say, "Ah, it is myself. I have always been there, but I forgot." In the end of all journeying, in the end of all purification, and indeed purification is still necessary, you will discover that to awaken means to have journeyed nowhere. It means to have arrived at a goal that was never changed. Awakening is only remembrance, but it is a remembrance not just of the intellect. It is not an idea as you would understand ideas. It is an idea that vibrates through the whole field of your beingness, so that even the cells of the body, while yet the body remains coalesced together in its present form, awaken and relax into the truth that is true always. If you were a gardener, would you not cultivate the art of weeding your garden? Would you not look to see that the soil has just the correct dampness? Would you not keep your eye on the clouds and the horizon in the heat of the day? Would you not cover the delicate plants that need protection while they grow strong? And if those that would come would not respect your garden, would you not ask them to leave, or build a temporary fence until the garden is strong enough, until it bursts forth with enough fruit so that you can give to even those who do not respect it? Be ye therefore a wise gardener. Cultivate a deep love and respect for yourself, for you are not here to fix the world. You are not here to fix your brother or sister. It is only love that heals, and until you have loved yourself wholly, by having purified the mind of every erroneous thought you have ever held, until you have loved yourself, you do not in truth love anyone or anything. Save in those brief moments when you let your guard down and the love of God shines forth through you so quickly you do not even know what happened. The wise gardener cultivates a state of consciousness in which the love of God is unimpeded. Beloved friends, those of you that have elected to answer a call to participate in this pathway with His family, if you would make your commitment to trusting your Creator for having set before you a pathway that can lead you home, you will indeed arrive at home. But commitment means that you do not get to leave the room when the shouting begins. The shouting we are speaking of is the shouting within your own mind, within your own body, within your own emotions. It means that you will stay with these things by being honest about them, and loving yourself for having the power to even create such insane perceptions of yourself and the world around you. The way of the heart is the final pathway that any soul can enter. There are many stages of awakening. There are many pathways that can be followed. But ultimately all roads lead to Rome, as they say. Eventually each soul must find its way into the way of the heart. Each soul must come back to the truth that it is time to take responsibility, to learn to cultivate the ability to look upon the deep and vicious blackness of what I have called ego, which is nothing more than the cesspool of denial. It is that which lacks light. Begin to bring light back to you by simply observing your own mind, your own behavior, and your own reactions with a sense of wonder, with a sense of innocence, and with a sense of childlikeness. For it is not written that you must again become like a little child to enter the kingdom. The little child simply marvels at all they see and says, "Well, how about that?" Can you imagine looking upon the deepest, darkest parts of your own shadow, your own denials, and be able to say, "Oh, how about that?" Remember that everything is neutral, and all that arises within your consciousness has no effect upon the truth of your reality. The way of the heart is a way of cultivating the decision to become identified with the light that can shine away all darkness, not by fighting with it, but by recognizing it, embracing it as your own creation and choosing again. The way of the heart is the way that I teach, and now we begin a focused, in-depth study together, that this way might become established within your holy mind. The way of the heart calls you home. Remember that the truth is true always. Is it not time, beloved friends, to truly step into ownership of your own reality? The way of the heart does not know the word avoidance. It does not know deception, manipulation, or control. It does not know blame, although it watches these things arise as echoes of old patterns now outgrown. It learns to see them, to recognize them, like you might recognize certain kinds of clouds that pass through the sky, and then learns to turn the attention of the mind that a new choice might be made. The way of the heart is the way that calls you home, and the call comes from the deep part of your soul that is still like unto the Spirit, which abides as Christ in the holy mind of God. Trust, then, that you are as a sunbeam to the sun. Trust not the perception you have cultivated in error. You are not alone on the way that you journey, and you journey not apart from your brothers and sisters. This family cannot know separation. For once the call to awaken through this lineage has been acknowledged, though some bodies may not communicate in space and time, rest assured, communication remains, and there is no way to avoid it. We begin now, the way of the heart. It is time to step into the willingness to don the mantle of one committed to healing every obstacle to the presence of love that may yet remain secretly hidden in the depth of that part of your mind that would struggle to be separate from God, and to remember that you are truly the light that can come to shine lovingly upon every aspect of darkness you have known. Along the pathway of this course, you are going to learn how to shake hands with the devil, and to do a little jig with him and recognize his face to be your own. When you can dance with the darkness that you have created, that darkness is transformed into an angel, and light abides with light. We will be giving you certain meditations and certain energetic practices to help cultivate within you a quality of feeling that will allow you to recognize energies that do not serve you. These will be given in a way that transcends what your mind may choose to think of them, so that you can learn more and lead with the body, to lead with your feeling nature, not your intellect. Your intellect does not know anything except the trivialities that you have shoved into it, like garbage into a garbage can. The intellect can never bring the healing of the heart that is the atonement. It can only be utilized to argue against the insane perception you are used to, so that you might come to see that perhaps there is a greater good in giving up your insistence on treating the intellect as your God. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, dance, rejoice, and play often. Let these lessons bring up within you everything unworthy of the mind of Christ, every thought of scarcity, every sense of unworthiness, and every fear. Let them come up, look at them, embrace them, and transmute them through your own love of self and through your honesty. Accept where you are and do not pretend to be otherwise, for the wisest are always the humblest. Be you therefore, beloved friends, at peace in all things, for we in what you would call a disembodied state who are electing to participate with those of you who are asking to be helped through this pathway, delight in joining with you. We delight in loving you. We delight in waiting on you to welcome yourself home. I would ask that you close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath into the body and let it go. As the breath leaves the body, hold the thought that there is nothing worth holding on to any longer that keeps your peace and happiness at arm's length. Become committed, fully committed, to the experience of happiness, even as you have been fully committed to unhappiness, limitation, and lack. Give your Creator full permission to sweep the basement clean. There really is not anything down there worth defending or protecting. It will come to pass that you will know the perfect peace of empty-headedness, not knowingness. You will know what it means to be relieved of time and to be comforted by what is eternal. Never once let yourself think that you are alone. It is nonsense for you to think that I am not with you. You have asked, I have responded. We are in communication. That is the way it is, and that is the way it will be until the end of all illusion. Peace be unto you always. Amen. Lesson 2. You create your experience. It is with great joy that I come forth to abide with you. It is a great truth that I come often unto many. But because of what you have learned in your world, you have often believed me to be a figment of your imagination. The voice that steals quietly through the space between your own thoughts, you think to be but an illusion. Yet I say I come often unto many. I come not alone to communicate with you. There is in truth a host of friends that come to create a vortex, a circumference of energy. We come, even as you read these words, into your space to set that tone. If you would well receive it, there are many friends unseen by physical eyes that have come forth to contribute and to support this communication. Why is that important? Always in each and every moment of your experience, you as a soul, as a divine spark of consciousness, are deliberately choosing to create forms of communication. What you perceive is communicated always. You do it with the raiment that you place upon your body. You do it with your gestures and the sound of your voice. You do it with the very culture and time frame in which you incarnate. You are constantly and only creating forms through which you communicate. Communication is the attempt to rest in communion with creation. What you are choosing to perceive, believe, and accept as true will be radiated through you, through your communication devices, which includes the body, that you might transfer your perceptions to another, that they might know who you are and which voice you are committed to. I have often said that the body is a teaching and learning device, and all forms of communications affect the process of teaching and learning. When you arise in the morning, the first thought that makes a home in your mind you will act on. You may stretch the body, you may smile, you may frown, you might be filled with peace, or you might feel the weight of the world. These things come not because you have perceived them outside, but because you have allowed them inside the depth of your consciousness that remains pure and undefiled and radiant beyond all boundaries forever. As that thought makes a home in your mind, you literally begin to transform the communication device called the body into that which carries, expresses, and reflects what has come to make a home within your mind. Remember, please, that the mind is not where the body is. It does not abide within the body, but the body does abide within the field of the mind. Communication is creation. These two are one and the same. Therefore, if you would create well, ask only, what am I committed to communicating? What will my creations express? What will my creations convey to others? For what I seek to convey reveals what I believe is the truth of myself to the world. Therefore, beloved friends, as we begin to focus on, to refine, to deepen, to mature in the way of the heart, it is wise to begin at the beginning. The beginning of this pathway is simply this. You are as God has created you to be. You are an infinite focus of consciousness. Your very sense of existence is nothing more than a feedback loop or feedback mechanism, so that you can witness the effects of the choices you are making in the very deep, deep depth of your mind that rests right alongside the mind of God. Therefore, in each moment of your existence, which includes this bodily incarnation, you are literally allowing, through deliberate choice, though perhaps unconscious, to bring forth a vibration of thought or a vibration of creation, and to communicate it to the world in an attempt to experience communion with all of life, with a friend, with a parent, with a child, with a beloved, with the clouds that pass through the sky, or with the earth itself. Each gesture, each thought, the way that the body breathes, all these things are going on constantly, and they are communicating or revealing the effect of what you have allowed to make a home in your mind. Understand well, the way of the heart requires that you allow yourself to rest in the simplicity of this truth. I am pure spirit, undefiled and unaffected by anything or anyone. I am given full power to choose and therefore to create my experience as I would have it to be. Not quite the I that is the egoic part of the mind, for that is just one of your creations that come along somewhere down the line. It is a very small part of the mind. We are speaking of the I of you, that is pure spirit that knows it exists, even though it does not know the time of its own creation. You are pure spirit. Therefore to know, I am only this, and in each moment regardless of what I believe I see, regardless of the feelings that arise within my awareness, I and I alone am wholly 100% responsible for them. No one has caused them. No great force in the universe has made this perception well up within my consciousness. I have selected it. Just as you would go to a grocery store and choose what you will have for dinner and then go home and experience your creation, so too do you choose each experience. When you choose a perception, you lodge it in your mind. Then it expresses itself through the body, through the environment that you create around yourself and through the friend you would call into your awareness. Every aspect of the life you live is a symbol of what you have chosen to experience, and therefore to convey throughout creation. The way of the heart begins with the acceptance of this simple truth. I am as God created me to be. Made in his image, I am a creator always. What then would you ask your creations to communicate? Why do you make the choices you are making? You all know perfectly well that sometimes you seem to be compelled, and the ego wants you to believe that you are compelled to certain actions, certain feelings, certain choices, certain perceptions, certain statements by something that surely exists outside yourself. This is never true. In no circumstance is there anything of creation that has the power to dictate to you the choice you will make. Peace flows from alignment with the mind of God. Therefore, the path of awakening, the way of the heart, must start with the decision to embrace the truth that is true always. I am a creator of all that I think and see and experience. I am free always. Nothing impinges upon me but the thoughts I have chosen to hold within. Nothing imprisons me but my own perception of imprisonment. Nothing limits me at any level or dimension of experience, save that which I have chosen. The way of the heart then embraces all things, trusts all things, and eventually transcends all things. Why? Because it begins by assuming complete and total responsibility for what is being channeled through it. You all serve as a channel from the moment you arise until the moment you arise. Even during your sleep, you are choosing that which flows through your consciousness. The goal that we seek is never changed. It is in truth a journey without distance. It is merely the return to where you are always, that you might begin anew to create deliberately, clearly, and with the perfect knowledge that if you are experiencing something, it is because you are the source of it and for no other reason. The way of the heart is not a way of gaining power. It is not a way in which you will finally be able to make the world be what you want it to be. Rather, it is the pathway in which you learn to transcend and to dissolve from your consciousness every perception, every thought, which is out of alignment with what is true. The thought of death is out of alignment. The thought of fear is out of alignment. The thought of guilt is out of alignment. The thought of eternal life is in alignment. The thought of perfect fearlessness is in alignment. The thought of peace is in alignment. The realization of innocence is in alignment. The thoughts of joy and of forgiveness are in alignment and reflect the truth that is true always. For although you are given complete free will to create as you choose, the soul begins to learn that what brings it the highest joy, the highest peace, and the highest bliss imaginable is that which flows from the mind of God through the mind of the channel, the soul, and expresses itself in the field of experience. It is for this reason that the Father's will is that you be happy, and your happiness is found in choosing to restore your perfect alignment with only the voice of God. The way of the heart is that pathway that begins with a commitment to healing and awakening and is founded on the premise, the axiom that we have given unto you. You are perfectly free at all times. Everything that is experienced has been by your choice, and at no time has there been any other cause. Seems simple, and yet what soul has not known resistance to this idea? If you bake a cake and it turns out well, you will say, I did that. But if you bake a cake and it turns out very bad, you think, it must have been the flour. It must have been the temperature of the oven. Surely there was something that caused this creation to not to be what I have truly desired. It takes great courage and great faith to look upon all your creation, your thoughts, your feelings, your manifestation with love, and with the innocence of a child. For example, to plant a garden and have all things wither and die, and yet to smile and say, I planted this garden. I and I alone have done this. Well, I will get a little hungry here, so I might as well go to the store. Why is this important? Because a long time ago the soul began to create the perception that it was something other than it was created to be. And the voice for ego emerged within the garden of consciousness. As that soul, that deepest aspect of the mind that you've all known, began to identify with a voice that was other than the voice for God. That voice was led you to believe that your creations determine your worthiness. Do you know that feeling? Therefore, if what you create is not up to snuff, it means that you, in the core of your beingness, are some kind of failure. But I say unto you, in reality, failure is not even remotely possible. Why? If you plant a garden and the seed does not turn into a beautiful flower, but withers and dies, that experience is a creation, and you have done it. And because all the events in space and time, everything you experience, are perfectly neutral, there is in reality never failure. The only failure seems to occur within your own consciousness when you believe that it is not acceptable to receive and own and embrace your creation with love and with innocence. Instead, you can choose to look upon it, to experience it, and to recognize your perfect safety in doing so. For it is from there that you can decide whether to continue in that form of creation or whether to think differently and to approach things differently. That is where the catch is. That part of the mind began to teach you a long, long time ago what to accept as acceptable creations and what to not accept, what to take responsibility for and what to deny responsibility for, and that conflict creates the illusion of separation. When taken to its extreme, one discovers your hospitals full of those in deep depression, paranoia, and the feeling within the being, within the human mind, of feeling alienated and alone. Helplessness, hopelessness, despair, anger, and hatred are all symbols of a fundamental delusion that has occurred within the depth of the mind. It has occurred because there has been a long history of having cultivated the skill of listening to the wrong voice. The wrong voice is the voice of the ego. It has taught you to judge, to pick, to select what you will be responsible for. The more you move into that consciousness, the harder it seems to ever hope for a chance of transcending the sense of separation, conflict, and lack of peace. For how many of you have not known the feeling of resting your head upon your pillow at night and not being able to sleep because it's just not going the way you expected? The reason you cannot sleep is because you are in judgment of your creation. But it is possible to cultivate just the opposite, in which you learn to look with perfect innocence upon all things that arise in the field of your experience. It is possible to look with innocence and wonder at every feeling from the place of curiosity, as you would look upon a cloud that passes through the sky. Look at it, marvel at it, its shape, its color, and embrace it, knowing that it does not affect the purity of the sky through which it temporarily floats. Each of your creations is exactly like this. It arises in the field of time and space. You experience it, and then it fades away. Every hurt that you have ever known is like a cloud that began to pass into the field of your awareness because you perceived things in a certain way. If that hurt is still lodged within you, it is because you latched onto it. You followed the voice of the ego, which caused you to believe that you are identified with that feeling, with that perception. And because you mistakenly thought that was you, you assumed that if you let go of it, you might disappear, you might die. The human mind is that field within creation, within consciousness, that has learned to become so identified with perceptions, experience, and feelings that are not necessarily comfortable, that it believes that if it lets go of them, it will die. From our perspective, as we look upon the energy fields of those you still identified within this dimension, it looks as though you are gripping, causing energy to condense. Your knuckles are white, trying to hold on to limitations and guilt, to unworthiness and doubt. You seek innocence and peace. You seek abundance, prosperity, and joy. But often when you touch these things, it frightens you. Why? Because the truth of the kingdom requires openness, trust, expansiveness, and spaciousness. It involves allowing, trusting, witnessing, and letting things come and go. It involves learning to cultivate a deep enjoyment of whatever arises, seeing that all things are just modifications of consciousness itself, and then letting them go when it is time to do so. Rest assured, there is no one, not a single soul, who has ever discovered something that was birthed in time that did not also end in time. How much of your suffering comes because you are clinging to a lifeless past and insisting that you carry it with you still? You are doing that because in the past you became identified with the clouds that were passing by and claimed that as your own identity. Therefore, if you release it, it will mean that you must change, you must go on. Creation itself that flows from the mind of God is ongoing forever. You will never cease to be. You will go on forever and ever and forever and forever and forever. You will go on forever exactly as you are now. Or you can allow the mind of God to flow through you, carrying you to an ever greater expansiveness and deepening your awareness of the infinite loveliness of the power of the mind of God. Mastery arises from innocence. In these lessons, we will create a system or a pathway upon which you can walk to deliberately cultivate the quality of awareness and consciousness necessary to stabilize that awareness, so that you can bring it to each and every moment of your experience. Imagine, then, being able to experience whatever arises without losing the sense of spaciousness, innocence, and the ease that you now experience in fleeting moments. For instance, know you the experience when things are going well, you are singing a happy tune, and life seems to be moving ahead? Imagine that same quality of trust, faith, and certainty of purpose, even when the billions are crumbling around you and the bank account has gone dry. Imagine being able to look at these events with the same sense of innocence and wonder with which you would look into the eyes of your beloved. For such a quality of awareness is perfect mastery. Within it are discovered perfect peace, perfect freedom, perfect joy, and uninterrupted communion with all of creation. And if you would well receive it, that quality of feeling intimately one with all other creation is what you have been seeking as a soul since first the identification with the creation called ego began. For that creation created conflict and separation. Everything you have ever attempted to do since has been an attempt to overcome separation and to gain back what you felt you had lost. It is just that the ways you have sought to do it do not work. The world of conflict, fear, guilt, and unworthiness, and the world of the kingdom lie side by side within your own mind. The eye of the needle that one must pass through is the recultivation of the innocence of a child. It is for this reason that I often taught, become again as a little child to enter the kingdom. The cultivation of the way of the heart is that pathway whereby you deliberately and consciously choose to become again as an innocent child, just as you were in the beginning before you were ever created, and then incarnated into this dimension of experience that seems to be so permeated by a sense of conflict and separation. What you decree is. I would ask you now to begin to put this into practice. So wherever you happen to be, stop for just a moment and truly become aware of where you are. Where are you? Are you not having the experience of seemingly being within a body? Do you not seem to be abiding in a room somewhere? Are you not within an environment in which there are certain weather patterns going on around you? Perhaps there are sounds coming into your ears. Can you truly be aware of where you are now? Can you feel the weight of the body as you stand upon your feet or sit within your chair? Do you notice the tension in your neck? Do you notice the racing of the mind, if that is what's going on? Can you begin to bring awareness to exactly what is, from a place of innocence and non-judgment? You have a saying in your world, it is what it is. That is the beginning of wisdom. You will discover that what is what you have chosen to make of it. Be therefore where you are now and deliberately decide to accept wholly that what you are experiencing in this very moment has no cause whatsoever except your choice to experience it. Rest assured, whatever the mind may try to say, if you do not wholly want to be right where you are, you would not be there. If you are in the body in a field of space and time, rest assured you desired it, you chose it, and it is here. Begin here. There is no need to judge it, no need to ask it to be different. Just truly be aware of what is. If you are feeling the body sitting in the chair, allow this thought to come into the mind. I have literally created this experience. Something within me is so grand, so powerful, so vast, so beyond anything that scientists have ever come up with, that I have literally crystallized into the field of experience an awareness of being a body in space and time. It has come forth from the field of my own consciousness, the gift to me of God, who asks only that I learn to create as God creates. I have said many times that the Father looks upon you and says, "This is my only creation, and it is very good." For the Father marvels of what you are, knowing perfectly well that what you are emerged from her holy mind. Likewise, look upon your creations and marvel. How is it that you could abide in this time frame on this planet? How could it be that you can place yourself behind the wheel of an automobile and actually get it from point A to B? That is a mystery and a marvel, and no one knows how it is done, yet it is done. The reason it is done is that all power has been given unto you, and what you decree is. A man or a woman shall decree a thing, and it shall be so. You have decreed this moment. Own it. For by owning it right now, you can begin to sense the incredible and awesome power that flows through you in each moment. It is the power to create. Begin by choosing now to cultivate the practice in this manner. Set the intention so that in each hour of your day, for 3 to 5 minutes, you practice bringing this quality of awareness to exactly whatever you are experiencing when the thought arises to do the practice. Where does that thought come from? Imagine you are going through the day and you have been hustling and bustling about. You have gone to your office or to your work. You have talked to friends. You have bought groceries. You have done all these things, and suddenly the thought appears. Oh, focus on being aware that I am literally the creator of what I experience. Do you think it just happened by accident? No. The thought is penetrating your consciousness awareness from the depth of your mind that rests right next to the mind of God. Therefore, the power to generate that very thought is the effect of God's will entering into your field of being, penetrating the veils of distraction and shining forth as the thought. That's right, 5 minutes every hour. Can you feel the awesomeness of that? For you are linked to the mind of God, and God knows how to bring you back to complete freedom, perfect peace, and mastery of this entire realm. Those who truly love God and would truly awaken will feel something compelling them to master this simple practice for 5 minutes each hour. They will learn to delight and look forward to it. Pretty soon these 5 minutes will stretch into 6, then 10, 15, and 50, until finally there is established in their awareness the unchanging realization that everything that arises, they have decreed it, and so it is so. 5 minutes every hour is not much to ask. For 5 minutes every hour, be as you are created to be, a creator, decreeing that which brings forth experience. Never again you allow yourself to say, well, I'm really here because I have to be. I'm really just doing this because it is what I have to do. Take the words ought, should, must, and have to, write them on a piece of paper, look at them, then light a match and light the corner of the paper, and let the paper burn and dissolve to dust. It is a symbol of allowing the energy you have given these words to become again as the dust or the ash of the ground. Clear from your consciousness all identification with such words, for all of them are denials of reality. Many times I have shared with you that you need do nothing. Listen to those words and take them into yourself as though they are your own voice, because they are. I need do nothing. You do not have to survive. Whoever told you that you had to? You do not have to make everybody happy. Whoever told you you had to? Whoever told you that you could make anyone happy? You do not have to abide as a body in space and time. Whoever told you that you had to? You do not have to pay your bills. Who told you that? You literally need do nothing. It is quite different than wanting or choosing to do something. You do not need to love your parents. You do not need to honor your father and mother. You do not need to worship me or love me. You do not need to love yourself. You literally need do nothing. For need is an expression of the perception that there is something you lack. Because you are one with God, there is never a moment when you lack anything at all. Can you allow the thought to emerge in the mind when you arise in the morning, I need do nothing? I don't have to get out of bed. I don't have to go to the office. I don't need to fulfill the orders. I don't need to say good morning to my maid. I literally need do nothing. For how can there be the power of freedom to choose and to create when you are being governed by the belief of the world that you must be a certain way? The belief that you need to be acceptable to others, that you need to conform and fit in, that you need to dress the way others dress, that you need to be committed to surviving an extra day upon this plane. There can be no freedom when there is need. Practicing the first 2 axioms. These are the first 2 axioms of the way of the heart to be built on, to be remembered, and to be cultivated daily. I am created as my Father created me to be. I am free, and nothing sources my experiences but me in each moment. Nothing has an effect upon me whatsoever, save that which I choose to allow to affect me. I need do nothing. In the beginning, we would suggest that you practice this second axiom in the morning and in the evening, as you are arising and as you are retiring. At least twice in each of your days, we ask you to cultivate for 5 minutes the repetition of this thought, so that you feel it in your bones, I need do nothing. It will come as quite a shock to your consciousness. The mind will say, but I have all these things I have to do. What about this and what about that? Oh my goodness, will the world stop spinning if I stop needing? This is up to the world, not up to you. The power of these first 2 axioms will be what everything that follows is built upon. Yet everything that follows is merely a way of watering those 2 axioms and making them the anchor of your awareness. For when the anchor is firmly in place, you will literally create whatever you so desire from perfect freedom and from perfect deliberateness. You will even transcend miracle-mindedness. For miracle-mindedness is still a stage of perception just short of mastery. Mastery comes when you know that you are literally and deliberately creating. There is nothing miraculous about it. You will decree a thing, and it shall be so. That is to create as God creates. For while He marvels at you, He knows perfectly well that your creation was not a miracle. It was very deliberate, born from the pure radiance of love. God does not sit on His throne and say, I wonder if I am worthy to create my children. I wonder if I am worthy to express myself through the divine spark of consciousness that they are. Never does it enter into the holy mind of God, I wonder if it is okay if I create a solar system. God receives a thought, or a thought emanates within His holy mind. He decrees it, and it is so. And He looks upon all things and says, it is very good. Exercise in conscious creation. The third and last exercise that we would give you in this lesson is this. Choose something that you do every day that you are convinced is so utterly ordinary that it certainly does not hold any power or any spiritual meaning whatsoever. It could be something as simple as having a glass of water, brushing your teeth, or yawning. Pick something that you know you do every day and decide to make that the focus of your worship, so that when you do it, you stop and say, "It is very good." Even if it is something as simple as raising your head from the pillow, become aware of it. Own it as self-created, and as you contemplate that action, say to yourself, "It is very good, I have done this, and it is good, I have created." Again, those that are truly committed will find that they begin to enjoy this process, and they begin to apply it more and more to other events in their lives. They begin to reawaken the childlike joy of building a castle in the sandbox, for in truth, that is all you are doing here. Consciousness is your sandbox, and you are creating castles. You have simply forgotten to enjoy them. When you want to be rid of them, you now lament. "Oh, but I give this up and change my mind and move on. What will happen to my creations? What will others think of me if I act like a child and just take my little plastic shovel, knock the castle down, and go in and have a sandwich for lunch? What will people think of me? Will I fit in? Will I be accepted? Will I be judged? Will I be persecuted? Who cares? For the opinions of others mean nothing unless, of course, you want them to mean something." Now we come to what concludes this lesson. What blocks you in your mind? For even as you are reading this, you may recognize the resistance. That resistance is the energy of fear. What will happen if I follow this path? That part of your mind called the ego will rise up to tell you that if you listen to the one that some have called the Savior of this world, it will take you to a path of destruction. That is because the voice of ego knows that it will be destroyed if this path is followed. You, the reality of who you are, cannot be destroyed. That resistance is fear, and fear is one of the energies out of alignment with the truth of the kingdom. Therefore fear not, but continue in faith. For I say unto you, what you will discover at the end of this pathway is perfect freedom, perfect power, perfect spaciousness, perfect joy, and the perfect peace of living literally in the kingdom of heaven. The choice is yours. For those of you that will feel this resistance come up so strongly, and for those of you that will yet call unto me in your dreams and your prayers, "Help me through this," I say unto you that you walk not alone. For I cannot be further from you than the width of a thought. And yes, you are the creator of that thought. I too embarked upon just such a path. Each axiom that I will share and refine, as well as many of the exercise in the way of mastery, are specifically exercises in truth that were given to me from the time I was initiated by certain esteemed teachers in the way of the heart. When my teacher said, "It is time for you to go spend 40 days and 40 nights in the desert," do you not believe that resistance came up within me too? I too had to notice that I was creating a thought of fear and separating myself from the great protection and love of God. I had to physically move the body into the wilderness to move through my own rings of fear to discover what was on the other side. The pathway that I have walked is the pathway that you are walking, and if our pathway is the same, then we walk together to God and away from illusion, pain, weakness, unworthiness, guilt, and death. So engage in your exercise with great zeal, with great joy, and above all, with great outrageous playfulness. Learn to look with innocence upon all that arises. Abide lovingly with your creation. If you put these little exercises to work, much indeed will arise. Practice then well, and practice with joy. Know that you are loved, loving, and lovable, and that in truth the only thing that is occurring is that an old dream is being released that a new dream might replace it. The dream of worthiness, peace, wakefulness, and union with all of creation. Again I say, I come not alone in this specific work, but I come with many who support your healing and your awakening. Therefore, indeed, be at peace this day, beloved friends. Abide lovingly with your creations. Amen. Lesson 3. The Power of Forgiveness. If I search the language of your world, I cannot find the words that can convey the love that I feel for you. I cannot find the words that can convey unto you the love that God has for all of us. I cannot find a concept, a word, an idea, a philosophy, or a dogma that can contain the mystery that is closer to you than your own breath and awaits your discovery. If I search throughout all of creation, if I search through the many mansions that exist within the domains of my Father's creation, and that creation is infinite, try as I might, I cannot discover anything that can truly describe you. I cannot find anything that is of greater value than you. In truth, I cannot discover anything that speaks more eloquently of the love of God is than your very existence. Therefore, in truth, I look upon you constantly and marvel at the radiance of my Father's love. It is through you that I come to discover all that God is. When I walked upon your earth as a man, I began to realize that the greatest gift that I could ever receive would only come to me as I chose to surrender every perception that I might conjure up about you, my brother or sister, that would veil the truth that is true about you always. When I was 9 years of age, I began to awaken to exactly what I am describing to you. As my father would take me to sit with the elders, and as he would read from the Torah to me, I began to be compelled by something within. Something began to speak to me, that underneath all the perceptions that I could create of another, there was something radiant and shimmering waiting to be discovered. I began to feel very different from my peers. I began to be preoccupied with inner things. When I listened to the elders speak, I would often feel as though I had drifted far away from where they were. Pictures would come to me, thoughts would come to me, and feelings would come to me that I did not understand, that I had not assimilated into my being. But something began to compel me. How might I discover how to see only that shimmering radiance? Would it be possible for me to see my brothers and sisters as my Father sees his children? I discovered that the way to see with the eyes of Christ begins with the acceptance that I, as a creator, created in the image of God, literally chose every experience and called it to me, that I created the veils through which I view creation. I began to shift my perspective slightly, and I began to be seen as someone who was rebelling against the teaching of my Essene elders, for I began to move away from striving for God, striving for perfection, and began to cultivate within myself the process of allowing. I discovered that if I looked upon my perceptions, my feelings, my behavior exactly as they were without overshadowing them with my own interpretation, if I could teach myself to embrace things with innocence, veils began to be dissolved from my mind. For when I was 9 years old, I had already learned to be fearful of thinking, speaking, or acting in a way that was not in conformity to the prevailing wisdom of that time, even within the Essene community, which had become rather rigidified. There was already much dogma, and dogma always leads to bickering. I began to discover that if I looked with innocence upon all things, a light began to shine through the things I was looking at. And as I rested more and more in this innocence, more and more the light would shine. As I grew in age, I discovered that the old teachers who spoke of the need to forgive 70 times 7 knew something quite profound that had even become lost within the Jewish and Essene tradition of my day. For to forgive means to choose to release another from the perception you have been projecting upon them. It is therefore an act of forgiving oneself of one's projections. As you begin to forgive, even 70 times 7 times, each time you forgive, you take yourself deeper into the purity of your own consciousness. You begin to see how profoundly you have been coloring and therefore affecting all of your relationship through the simple act of not being aware of the power of projection. Therefore I learned, and learned well, that forgiveness is an essential key to healing. The opposite of forgiveness is judgment, and judgment always creates separation and guilt. Judgment will evoke a sense of guilt in the one that has been judged unless they are perfectly awake. But more than this, each time that you judge anything or anyone, you have literally elicited guilt within yourself. Because there is a place within you, yet still, that knows the perfect purity of your brothers and sisters, and sees quite clearly that all things within the human realm are either the extension of love or a cry for help and healing. When you judge, you have moved out of alignment with what is true. You have decreed that the innocent are not innocent. And if you would judge another as being without innocence, you have already declared that this is true about you. Therefore, to practice forgiveness actually cultivates the quality of consciousness in which you finally come to forgive yourself. And it is indeed the forgiven who remember their God. We wish to share with you the power of forgiveness, how to cultivate it, how to refine it, how to understand the depth of it that can be revealed to you as you forgive 70 times 7 times, and how to bring up within you that which has not yet been forgiven, but perhaps forgotten. In this lesson we will speak of what perception is and what projection is. Beloved friends, these things are of critical importance, for anyone who enters into a so-called spiritual path must eventually face and deal with their deep need for forgiveness, which is an expression of the soul's deep desire to be forgiven. For there is no one who walks this earth who has not been touched by the poison of judgment. As we speak of these things, let not seriousness enter your mind, for in truth all we are really doing is describing what you need to do and can do to release the burden of illusion that seems to cause you to feel a heaviness upon your countenance and a sense of a lack of safety in your world. You could think of it as taking your rheostat and turning it up a bit by enlightening you, taking your burden of guilt and judgment from you. Therefore, in truth, understand well, forgiveness is essential. What has not been forgiven in others has not been forgiven in you, but not by a God who sits outside of you, for he never judges. What you have not forgiven in another or in the world is but a reflection of what you carry within as a burden that you cannot forgive of yourself. You have an interesting saying in your world. It takes one to know one. Do you think that you would even be able to judge another if there was not something within you being elicited that triggers within you the belief that you know exactly what the other one is up to? That is why you judge them. Sometimes you judge harshly because you fear that energy in yourself, or you remember how hurtful you have been when you have acted from that energy. But when you have forgiven yourself, rest assured, you will know what it means to walk in this world and yet not be of this world. You will be able to feel the energy or the activity that any other soul may freely choose. You will discern that energy. You will understand that energy, and you will see through it and still see the face of Christ before you. You will not react, which literally means to act again, as you did in the past. Instead, if you are being persecuted, or to speak from personal experience, to be nailed upon a cross, you will have cultivated the ability to love. And in all situations, no matter what another is doing, for your first response will be to enter into the quiet stillness within and merely ask the Holy Spirit, "What would you have me say? What is the most appropriate for this other soul in this moment?" For when forgiveness has purified the mind and the heart and emotional field of your own being, you will discover that you exist only to extend love. You are the Savior of the world. In each situation, your role is to ask the Holy Spirit how you can serve the atonement, the correction, the healing that yet needs to be acquired within another soul. So even if one hates you, you will not respond with defensiveness, but with curiosity, with innocent witnessing. Even if your hands have nails going through them, I tell you truthfully that it is possible to still enter the quiet sanctuary of your heart and to ask of the Holy Spirit, "What would you have me say or do that can serve the healing of my brother or sister's heart?" All that I will be sharing with you, not just in this lesson, but in this course, has as its final goal your complete Christed consciousness and the fulfillment of what your own soul desires, forgiveness. Forgiveness, the bridge to the soul of your brother and sister. There is nothing you can be aware of in the energy of another that you have not known in yourself. There is nothing another can say or do, or even imagine themselves capable of saying or doing that you do not also know. Again, it takes one to know one. When you perceive another acting out of hostility or fear, the only way you can recognize it is because you have been there. The very fact that in your world one can murder another's body, and you can react with knowledge that it is inappropriate behavior, is because as a soul you know the energies involved in the attempt to murder another. If you are honest with yourself, you can probably come up with at least 50 times in the last year that murderous thoughts have entered your mind. You may not act on them. You may not even dwell on them for more than a split second, but the energy has come into the field of your awareness, and you have known it and recognized it. Who then is less than you? Who then is worthy of your judgment? No one. Who then is equal to you? Everyone. And who then is worthy of your love? Everyone. Forgiveness is the bridge that links you to the soul, the essence of your brother or sister. Forgiveness is that bridge that, when cultivated, will allow you to see clearly. Not just the energies that another is expressing, but you will literally be able to see what events seem to cultivate that soul's belief that they must act in that way to survive, and what perceptions have led them to feel justified in their inappropriate behavior. You will see it as clearly as though someone has drawn a picture in front of you. Then you will see skillfully what to say and what to do gently help another correct their misperceptions of themselves and learn the path of self-forgiveness. And when that hour comes, rest assured, you will walk in this world, yet you will not be in it. You will be as I became. You will be the Savior of the world. The veil of projection. What is projection? Projection occurs when there has first been denial within yourself. Projection is an act in which you psychically try to throw out of your ownership everything that you have judged as being despicable or unworthy of you, something you do not want. So you will project it. You will throw it up and out and let it land on whomever happens to be nearby. Projection is the effect of the denial of the first axiom that I have given you. It is the denial of the truth that nothing you experience has been caused by anything outside of you. Projection is the attempt to insist that reality is other than the way God made it, that you are not powerful, that you are a victim of circumstance, that you are in a world that can actually do things to you and cause you to make decisions that you would not have made otherwise. That is always denial, and it is a lie. Again, projection is the denial of the first axiom of truth, and you have mastered it well. When you project onto another, you will then believe that your anger or your hatred is justified. In fact, the legal system means merely to take the act of projection and the need to judge and to make it okay socially, so that you need not be concerned with this other as your brother or as your sister who has been crying out for help. Rather, you become justified in punishment. Yet punishment is only the insane attempt to convince the punisher that the darkness, the evil, whatever you want to call it, is not in them, it is out there. Imagine, then, a society in which the prevalent legal view is simply that your brother or your sister is an aspect of yourself. And if you would help yourself, you must help them, meeting each cry for help and healing with forgiveness, love, and support. Can you imagine for a moment what it would be like to live in such a society? How it would be different than the world you see. If you would have these things be different, it must begin with you. For the way to heal the world is not by seeking to change what is on the outside, but by first changing what is on the inside. When that change has occurred, you'll become a conduit for an energy that knows how to use your gift and how to place you in just the right situation. And a great power will work effectively through you, the power alone that knows how to heal your world. There are many that would love to march for peace by angrily attacking those who make war, but if you would create peace in your world, you must be at peace within yourself. Projection is an act of trying to get rid of what you do not want to own within. It is the effect of the denial of truth. Projection colors your brother or sister with the very energies that you would judge within yourself. How can you begin to break the pattern of projection? How can you allow the bridge of forgiveness to be built? It is actually quite simple, but it will require your commitment. Awakening requires vigilance and discipline. I have said to you many times that the world you see is nothing more than the effect of the thoughts you have held within the mind. Therefore, awakening requires the act of vigilance and discipline. The discipline to cultivate a way of living in which you observe your own thoughts, in which you listen to the words that are coming out of your mouth, in which you observe the feelings that are evoked within your body, the reactivity that seems to own you, and to see these things as innocent and simply self-caused. When next something is reflected to you by the world that causes you to become angry or causes you to be in judgment, stop right where you are and look. Not with judgment or your judgment, but with innocence and honesty. Oh, I see that I am judging someone. That is an interesting cloud passing through the sky of my awareness. I wonder if I might be able to make another choice. Now the mind will tell you, but this person just broke into my house and stole my stereo. Of course I have a right to be in judgment. I have a right to feel angry. But I say unto you, anger is never justified. It does not mean you will not experience it, but stop fooling yourself into believing that there is some validity to it. When someone has just broken into your home and taken your stereo equipment or some other idol that you love, what if you understood that you had the power in that moment to remember that all events are neutral? They merely provide you with a chance to choose love. What if you literally chose the insane way according to the world, or looking upon that one who has just done that act as a brother or sister who is crying out for help and healing? What if you chose to look upon them as one who does not know how to live in this world without being of this world, who does not know the way to self-forgiveness, who does not know the truth of the light that lives within them, and who does not recognize their great power to create whatever they want in a way that is not hurtful to anyone? What if you chose to look upon them with compassion rather than reactivity? It begins in simple ways. To set the stage, I want you to remember that time has been given to you that you might use it constructively. That means that when you awaken in the morning, realize that you are in a school. You do not have to drive anywhere, you are already there. The universe is literally helping to assist you into having experiences that will bring things up for you so that you can choose to look at them differently. thereby discovering the great power within you, the freedom within you to choose what you want to perceive, and to elicit only what you want to feel, so that even if nails are being driven through the hands, you finally are liberated in the power to choose love, and therefore to overcome this world. Having said this, understand that each of your days is a blessing and a gift, if you use it from the full commitment to awakening. Your day is chock full of a million opportunities to discover a deeper truth. Therefore, never feel that the purpose of your life must be something other than what you are involved in. For remember what we spoke of earlier. You are literally creating everything you choose, and nothing is forced upon you. Now we are going to take that thought just a little deeper for a moment. It literally means that if you have decided you want to awaken, you have already called to yourself every experience that can truly best serve your awakening. The friends, family, and people you have relationship with are those who likewise can best gain from the experience elicited through relationship with you. It means that right here and right now you are already demonstrating the power that you are seeking, the power to truly choose to awaken, and to command the whole of creation to serve you in that awakening. Therefore, when you awaken in each of your morning, look around. Who is that person sleeping next to you? They are your perfect companion. They are a messenger of God. For just behind your experience, there is something deeper taking place. Because your mind is resting right next to the mind of God, when you first said as a soul, I want to awaken, I want to go home, the Father answered your prayer and began to send the thought through the Spirit and through your soul to your conscious mind. I know how to direct your home. Give up this career and start that one. Move from this location to that location. You begin to feel all manner of impulses. You begin to read different books. You begin to do different things. You met someone and fell in love, all by accident. Hardly. The very thought that you could claim as your own, from which you have created the world of your own personal experience, is also literally the result of your prayer to awaken. And the Father is creating, assisting you to create just those experiences as stepping stones that carry from where you are to where God is. The result is that your ordinary daily life is the most perfect ashram you could ever be within. It is the holy city to which it is wise to make pilgrimages every day, which means to bring awareness and commitment to exactly what you are experiencing, to be thankful for it, to bless it, to embrace it, to be vigilant and to be mindful. What is this moment teaching me? Having given that as a background and foundation, remember that you do not experience anything that is called an ordinary moment. In each and every moment, extraordinary things are occurring. Extraordinary things are occurring in which the whole of the universe is conspiring, which means to breathe together. The universe is conspiring with you to awaken you and to heal you. Trust it, love it. That these things are true, and I assure you that they are, means that your life, the very life you are living, is equal in power and majesty and effectiveness to any life that has ever been lived. It means that your very life is equal to the one that I lived, for it is bringing you home as my life was a pathway home to God. To build on what I shared earlier, the third axiom or principle should be encapsulated in this way. I do not live any ordinary moments. With each breath, my experiences are the stepping stones laid before me of God to guide me home. I will bring awareness to each moment and allow it to teach me how to forgive, how to embrace, how to love, and therefore how to live fully. In your ordinary moments, 1,000 times each day, you will be confronted by opportunities to be disturbed. And in that very moment, you are being given the blessing of the opportunity to choose peace, to remember to cultivate a perception of your brother or sister that is a perception birthed out of the Christ mind, not the egoic mind. Forgiveness, then, can be practiced diligently, and you will not need to go too far. You will not need to make a pilgrimage to some far city. You do not need to go sit in a cave in the mountains somewhere to discover the way to God. It is all around you, because you can only be where you have decreed to be. You have decreed to be there because you, as a soul, truly wanting nothing more than to awaken, your life, just as it is unfolding moment to moment, is meant for you. If this is true, and I assure you that it is, the way to God can only be found in your willingness to embrace and live fully the very life that is within you and that unfolds through you with each moment. To live without fear, to go forward, to indeed trust and embrace the very power and the majesty that is the seed, the soil and the ground from which your life's very experience is unfolding. It is precious, it is extraordinary, it is blessed, and it is given to you of God. Would you not embrace the blessing of your life and sanctify it and keep it holy and recognize that your life is worthy of your respect? It does not matter what anyone else thinks. It matters what you think. Beloved friends, your life is your way home. If you do not live it fully, how can you ever arrive home? Therefore, fear not your greatness. Fear not the power that comes from embracing your life and claiming its value. Live it full out with every bit of passion you can muster. Embrace every second of it. Every time you wash your dish and your cup after breakfast, look upon these things and say, "My God, this is my life. This is my pathway home, and I am going to live it." Precious friends, in this way you will come to forgive yourself of the judgments you have made. For who among you has not known the feeling of saying, "God, my life is not worth very much. I will never be like so-and-so down the street. I will never have enough money. Not enough people are going to know me. When will my work ever get out as big as that person's work?" And on and on. But I say unto you, every time you have judged yourself, you have weakened yourself. Every time you have judged yourself or another, you have slipped down the mountain another notch, when your desire is to be at that summit. How forgiveness heals. Understanding these things, let us look more closely at forgiveness. How does it work? What really occurs when you forgive? You are a conduit of energy. To the degree that the conduit is in perfect working order, the energy can flow so radiantly that the conduit actually becomes transparent. That is, it no longer blocks. There is no barrier or limit to the light. When you judge, it is as though you contracted and made the walls of the conduit smaller, just like building up rust in your pipes, and the flow becomes less and less. As you forgive judgments, it is as though the rust in the pipe is dissolving. It is as though the walls of the pipe that are carrying the liquid of God's love begin to expand and become thinner and more transparent. Judgment is contraction. Forgiveness is relaxation, peace, trust, and faith. Forgiveness allows a spaciousness within your conscience to grow. For when you look upon the thief that has broken into your home and say, "I forgive you," you are decreeing the opposite of what you have learned. You are decreeing that nothing can be taken from you of any value. You are decreeing that judgment is the opposite of what you want, and it will cause you to feel the opposite of how you want to feel. You are decreeing your power to perceive differently. You are, therefore, healing yourself. If you ever want to come home, you are going to have to become very, very divinely selfish. You are going to have to become so selfish that we will not tolerate judgment in yourself, of anyone or anything. Because you will begin to recognize that every such act catapults you to the other side of the universe from where you want to be. Judgment causes the very cellular structure to break down. If you could see this, you would never judge again. When you judge, even the cells of your body go crazy. They vibrate in a completely dissonant way. There is contraction. The fluids do not move through the cells. The nutrients do not become transported or delivered to the cells. The waste matter is not properly processed. Everything gets clogged up, and there is dis-ease. Therefore, beloved friends, understand well that judgment is not something you take lightly. Should you then judge yourself if you have noticed you have been in judgment? No, that is a judgment in itself. Only love can heal. Therefore, when you know you have judged, simply say, "Ah, yes, that is that energy. I recognize that cloud that has passed through the field of my awareness, but I can choose again." So how does this work? If in your ordinary daily life, that we know is not ordinary at all, you detect that you have been in judgment of someone or something, recognize that the judgment is still with you. It is a present thing, even though you may have enacted it 5 minutes ago or 55 years ago or 10 lifetimes ago. When you notice it, bring awareness to it. You have made it a very present thing. So it is right there in front of you to be undone, and that is what you need to focus on. I am going to choose again. You know the experience of looking back in your life and suddenly seeing a scene in which now you know you behaved selfishly from ego, and that you were manipulative or cunning or hurtful. Oh, you recognize, my God, I was really in judgment of that person. Oh, if only I could go back and undo it. You know that feeling. I say unto you, you can, because everything is present. There is no such thing as past and future. There is only now. So when you have that thought or that memory, it is coming to you for a very specific reason. As a soul, you are learning about forgiveness and how to undo the effects of your previous choices. And so it is being presented to you yet again that you may make a new choice. When that old memory comes, stay with it, look at it, recognize how judgment worked at that time, and then say to that person or to that event, "I judge you not. I extend forgiveness to myself for what I have created. I embrace you and I love you. I free you to be yourself. I bless you with the blessings of Christ. Then see that the image or that memory begin to gently dissolve into light until there is no trace of it left, and be done with it. Right away the mind says, but when I kicked that little boy in the shins when I was 4 years old just to watch him scream, he is not here, isn't he? The body is not here, but the body is not quite the soul. All minds are joined. It means that where you extend forgiveness within the consciousness, within your emotional field to another, whether they be physically present or not, you are extending to them exactly what you could extend to them if they were physically in front of you. Even if they were, they still have to receive it, do they not? They still have their choice to make, whether to accept your forgiveness or to remain in judgment of you. And that is their issue, not yours. Understand, then, that you are dealing with consciousness. You are not a physical being, you are spirit. And you are intimately linked with all minds in all times. Therefore, forgiveness of another can occur any time that you decide it can occur. Anyone you have ever believed has wronged you can be forgiven by you in this very moment. Any time you have judged another, and therefore been in judgment of yourself, you can undo that in the very present moment simply by making a different choice. Reactivity indicates the need for self-forgiveness. Rest assured, you will continue to project upon others what remains unhealed and unforgiven within yourself. Every time you react to another, you are being given a sign that there is some kind of energy that has been presented to your awareness that you have not forgiven within yourself. If someone is critical and you react every time they are critical, rest assured, you have not healed that part of your own being, that part of your own experience of being critical of others. Whether it is occurring now, or whether it seems to be a pattern that you have interrupted and no longer do, you have still not forgiven yourself for having identified with that energy. Use your ordinary experience in each day to observe what pushes your buttons. We will give you a very simple technique for doing so. If you will stay with it, it will reveal to you the energies that are in need of your forgiveness. The technique is quite simple. As you go through your day, observe what you feel as though you are in a contraction. Are your muscles of your body tight? Is the breath very shallow? Does your voice become faster or louder when you speak about some energy in someone else? That is a sign that you need to do healing within yourself. When you recognize that these kinds of signs are going on, in other words, life has presented you with an opportunity to be disturbed, that is a sign that there is something that requires healing. Therefore, count it as a blessing if you feel disturbed. Healing exercise. Turn your awareness from what you think is causing a disturbance and remember the first axiom. I am the source of my experience. I am feeling disturbed. What is it in me that needs to be healed? Begin to breathe deeply and rhythmically. Let the body soften and relax and ask, what is it within this person's energy that is really causing my reaction? You will see it right away. Oh, they are so critical. Criticism pushes my buttons. Then ask yourself, when have I done that to another? Where have I been critical of others? And it might hit you right away. Well, I'm being critical because they're critical. Our memories will come back, distasteful memories. If they are judging them, let them come back. Continue to breathe and relax. Look upon that energy of being critical. Honor it, love it, for it is a creation. It is your creations coming back to you that you might embrace them and transform them. Just stay with it. Look at it. Ah, being critical. Yes, I can sure be critical. I've been that way in the past. I know that energy very well. Look upon the scene in your memory in which you have been the one being critical. Look upon it with deep honesty and sincerity and say to yourself, I forgive me for being critical. I forgive my judgment of myself. I choose to teach only love. Watch that image dissolve and disappear from your mind. Bring your awareness back to the present moment and that person that just pushed your button. Again, you do not need to say anything to them at all, although you might. But within yourself, forgive them for allowing the energy of being critical to temporarily make a home in their mind. And merely ask the Holy Spirit to replace your perception with the truth. Ask to see the innocent light within them. As you cultivate this, you will become very, very good at it. You will be able to do it as fast as the time it takes to snap your finger. And once you begin to see the light in them, you can ask the Holy Spirit, what is this critical energy in them masking? What are they really crying out for? Then you will feel compassion, for it will reveal to you why they are hurting inside. And lo and behold, instead of being reactionary toward them, you just might be compassionate. Your choice of words and your own behavior might turn out to be different than could have been ever imagined, for through you will flow exactly what serves them. When I was being nailed to the cross, there was one who raised the mallet to strike the nail, and as he raised the mallet, his eyes met mine for just a moment. I did exactly what I have described to you. By this time I have mastered this, so it was done very quickly. I asked myself, how have I ever wanted to drive a nail through someone else? And I remembered my murderous thoughts. I forgave him and brought my attention back to that one and asked only to see the light in him. And I asked, what is it this action is mirroring in me? What is it masking within him? And I saw that one soul, and I loved that one soul, and I felt compassion for that one. In that moment, mark my words, in that moment of eye contact, that one got it. Because my energy was different, it created the space in what that soul could make a new choice. The soul saw suddenly the entirety of its experience, and realized that if it allowed the mallet to fall upon the nail, it would be a decision to choose to continue being nothing more than a doormat for other people's perceptions. And in that very instant, the soul decided to follow a path that would lead to sovereign mastery, and never again be a pawn of any government or any group or any faction or anyone. He dropped the mallet from his hand. This was a Roman soldier, stood up, walked away, and disappeared. That one has gone on to become a master that is known by literally thousands of beings. He is not in physical form. This one visits many, teaches many. This one indeed incarnated perfect mastery, and therefore transcended the world. And it all began as the result of my desire to teach only love. Now we have a very good friendship. So you see, you may not know how powerful your choice for healing is. You may not really see how deeply and profoundly it will affect you as you go on being a creator, and you go on forever. You could never possibly know what fruits will be born from that tree in the life of another. But because all minds are joined, when you choose healing through forgiveness, you literally create the space in which the other can also heal their life. Let no moment be wasted. See nothing as ordinary, and see not the perceptions taught to you of the world being justified within yourself, but be wholly committed to rooting up and out of your being anything that is unlike the love of Christ. Think not that I am the only one that can love this way. It is not true. You are here to love as I learned to love. Why? Because you are that love. Everything else is just a smokescreen. Forgiveness is necessary. Forgiveness is a skill and an art that will pay you dividend upon dividend upon dividend upon dividend. It will never cease in paying you. Each moment in which you choose forgiveness, you have literally saved yourself 1,000 years of suffering. I mean that about as literally as one can mean it. In short, every act of forgiveness is a miracle that shortens the need for experience in this dimension. When you find yourself in a situation that you believe is too big, rest assured it is because something big has finally come to the surface to be healed within you, so that more power can shine forth through you. Why? You have reached the place where you are ready for it. More of Christ can be lived. Ending your day. It is very, very important to let each day be sufficient unto itself. When you end your day, always truly end it. Do not take 4 hours of ritual. You can do it within one breath. As you take a deep breath, as you rest your head upon your pillow, look upon the whole day. Embrace it with your consciousness, and as you let your breath out, go out silently to yourself. I release and forgive this day. It has been perfect, and it is done. Let it go. Just let it go. Why? If you do not, you will just bring it with you. Know you that experience. And for 3 weeks you are lamenting, oh gosh, why did I make that decision 3 weeks ago? If I had only made a different decision, this would not have happened, and that would not have happened. Well, that is probably true, but the point is now 3 weeks later. You are still hitting yourself over the head by bringing the past with you, and you miss the glory of the present. You have all heard that 1,000 times because it is the truth. Consciousness is a very subtle and powerful thing. You cannot help but create. Remember, the goal of this pathway is to learn to deliberately create with perfect mastery. Therefore, look up the things of the day and say, it is very good, and it is finished. Each night, when you rest your head upon the pillow, and you know you are about to go off to sleep, be just like God in your biblical story of creation, in which it is written that on the 7th day God rested. God was finished in a sense within the story. Have that same quality at the end of each of your days. If you are carrying some kind of emotional reaction because of something someone said or did, or something you said or did, practice forgiveness before you sleep. If you do not, you will keep experiencing the conflicted energies during your stream states, and communication between you and the other one who has not yet been forgiven will keep going on until that forgiveness is complete within you. It is very important. Time should never be taken frivolously. Play with it. Yes, but play with it out of consciousness, out of clarity, out of recognizing that there is no such thing as an idle thought. Each thought creates a world of experience for you, and you are worthy of experiencing heaven. We will have much more to say about forgiveness as we begin to plumb the depth of what is discovered as you practice forgiveness 70 times 7 times. It takes you deeper and deeper into the very mechanics of consciousness itself, the very mechanics of creation. Put forgiveness at the top of your list until you know how perfectly forgiven you are. Be therefore vigilant against denying what is still in need of forgiveness within you. For what you deny, you will project, and each projection is a hurtful act to yourself. Of course, it is also hurtful to the other, but primarily to yourself. There is much that has been said in this lesson that needs to be read again and again, so that the mind begins to truly grasp how important and how powerful forgiveness is. You will reach a place where you absolutely delight in going through your day expressing forgiveness, like a wave emitting itself from the ocean of your consciousness. Even if nobody is doing anything, forgiveness itself becomes a delightful energy to live within. Beloved friends, forgive yourself well, and you have forgiven Christ. When Christ is forgiven, Christ will arise and make his home in your heart, your mind, and even in the cells of your body. You will know what it means to walk in his world, yet not be of the world. And when you look into the mirror, you will say, "Behold, the Savior appears." It will not be an egoic arrogance that says it, but the recognition of what is true always. I am my Father's child, and I am sent into this world to bring light into it. Be you therefore at peace. Practice forgiveness well until it becomes like taking a breath. You will discover power that you did not know could exist, and a freedom whose taste is sweet above honey. I forgive you, not because I have judged you, but because I know the blessing that forgiveness brings to me. Forgiveness is something I perfected as a man. Perfect it within yourself as well, and you will know the glory of Christ. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Amen. Lesson 4. Following the thread of desire. It is with great joy that I walk with you on the way that you have chosen. For in truth there is not a time I am not with you. There is not a place to which you can journey where you will not discover my presence. Only reality can be true, and reality is simple. There is but the simplicity of love. From that ocean there is birthed the multitude of forms, a multitude of worlds, a multitude of creations, of which you are one. Like waves arising from the sea, these creations remain linked eternally to their Creator. You are a wave arising from the infinite ocean of love that is the presence of God. I am a wave that has arisen from the ocean of my Father's holy mind, and though two waves seem to appear separated by what is called time, by even 2,000 of your years, when seen from a much broader perspective, those waves have arisen simultaneously from the ocean's surface. They arise for the very same purpose, to express the simplicity, the innocence, the beauty, the creativity, the truth, and the reality of the ocean itself. The waves delight in expressing what seems to be a unique individuality, yet they carry the common thread of being made of the same substance and are truly governed by the same law of creation. They know not the moment of their own arising, for only the depth of the ocean unseen can know the moment when it chooses to well up and to create the expression of the wave. The power that is not seen, but is hidden in the depth of the ocean, rises up and forms that wave, and sustains it through the duration of its expression. It is from the depth of that ocean that it is decided when the wave shall return to the sea. Does that mean it disappears? Only from one perspective, but in reality the very substance that was made manifest truly has not known birth and death, but only expression. What if you were to consider yourself as a wave arising from the holy mind of God, born of God's infinite desire to expand herself, to express the infinite nature of love and creativity? What if you began to realize that all you had called yourself is the effect of love, that you did not cause yourself to come into existence? And yet, as you have arisen from the ocean of love, is not the wave made of the same substance as the sea itself? Are you not given infinite and perfect freedom? For just as your Father perceives you, you are given the freedom to perceive yourself, and all of the other waves you might notice, even the ocean itself, in any way that you choose. The goal, then, of genuine spirituality is to realign the quality of your perception, to mirror, to resonate with, to be in perfect alignment with the perception of your Creator, to see with God's eyes. Beloved friends, in truth, you remain as you were created to be. This means that in each and every moment you are literally using the power found in the silent depth of the ocean of God's love that gave rise to your very creation and existence to perceive as you desire. Therefore, in this lesson, we will address the very nature of desire itself. We will address what it means, what it signifies, and how it creates effects. We will address the power of desire, the value of desire, the meaning and purpose of desire, and how to begin to bring that energy, which at times feels like a team of 1,000 wild horses, all wanting to go in their own directions, under your conscious and deliberate direction, so that you might create as your Father created you, with perfect, deliberate, and infinite love, with perfect, infinite, and deliberate joy, and with perfect freedom. Desire. When I walked upon your planet as a man, I confronted many different opinions about the nature of creation, the nature of humankind, and the nature of consciousness or self-identity. Just as you are now confronted with many schools of thought, so too was I. While that can seem to lead to great confusion, as though one must choose from the smorgasbord, it actually serves not unlike the sand inside the oyster from which the pearl will come. It causes you to grate inside. You must find your own way to your own truth, for before each and every one of you lies your pathway, a doorway, an eye of the needle through which only you can fit. Therefore, in some respects, you are seemingly alone. You must make the decision to desire, above all things, awakening into perfect remembrance of your union with God. Just as a wave might finally decide that it has been birthed not to be fearful of being a wave, but to truly claim its individuation, its uniqueness, and to live that fully. And in that fullness it decides to discover a way to be aware of its infinite union with the ocean itself. It decides to somehow break free of the myopic self-identification as one little piece of wave that arises in a place or field of time that lasts for about a second and then disappears. Just like the wave, you can decide to find a way to transcend limitation, to become re-identified with a consciousness, a living awareness that you are one with the depth of the sea. Decide that you can operate not from the superficial level of awareness that might be like the foam on the tip of the wave, which you call your conscious or egoic mind, but that you can become informed in all that you speak, in all that you do, in all that you create, and all that you perceive by that which rests in the very infinite depth of the ocean itself. Imagine, then, drawing upon a well within you that seems to have no bottom and sides, through which something is pouring forth from places unseen, in which your literal conscious attention or awareness seems to be colored with radiant light. A light that literally leaves you feeling that you are not the body-mind or the personal history with which you have identified before, and an awareness that these things are only temporary and very impersonal effects of a level of desire within your soul, which is one and the same thing as the love of God expressing itself, for no other reason than that love must be extended. Imagine transcending your fear of your own survival, because as you look upon your body-mind, you are no longer identified as that body-mind. It has become a tool to be utilized by the love that rests in the mind of God. You live, yet no longer you, but Christ dwells as you. This is a very real experience to be lived. It is not just a philosophy. It is not just a concept, and it can never be a dogma. There is a mystical translation that occurs in the depth of the soul, which is merely a shifting of where you perceive your sense and source of identity. What is the energy required to take you from myopic self-contraction, in which you have become identified with the little drops of foam out of the tip of the wave that are tossed to and fro by a power that seems to be outside of you, to a sense of identity with the silent depth of the ocean that is everywhere present and seems to know no beginning and no end? The very energy that will carry you from the tip of the wave to the depth of the ocean is the energy of desire. For I say unto you, if God had not desired to extend love, you would never have come into existence. Your very sense of awareness of self is the result or the effect of love. It is the very same love that has birthed the sun and the moon and all the stars in every dimension upon dimension of creation. That very love that desired to be extended is the very source from which you have been birthed. As you know yourself to be, you are the effect of God's desire to extend love. When next someone asks you, "Who are you?" please do not give them a name. Do not say, "Well, I was born in a certain town in a certain part of the planet." Do not tell them that you are a Democrat or a Republican or a communist or an atheist or a Catholic. Tell them the truth. Who am I? I am the extension of love and form. I have never been born, and I will never taste death. I am infinite and eternal. I shine forth as a sunbeam to the sun. I am the effect of God's love, and I stand before you to love you. Now that will raise some eyebrows. It will also transform your world, for it is time to stop seeking Christ outside and start choosing to take responsibility for being Christ incarnate. Desire is everything. Take a moment right now and let your body relax. Imagine that you can move back from being the actor in the play of your life to being the director and the producer. You are sitting in your studio and you are editing the story of your life. You are looking at all your little clips of film. Clips from the time you were birthed, the time you went to kindergarten, the time you first fell in love, the time you first decided to go to the movie, the time you went off to college, or the time you took a job, this job or that job, or the time you moved to another physical location. Look closely and see if it is not true that for every action you have ever done, for every decision you have ever made, after trying to analyze it all, is there not underneath it all the energy of desire? In truth, you do not lift the body from your couch to go to the refrigerator without the desire to eat. Something calls you into an expression of action. It is desire. No one enters into an intimate relationship without the energy desire. For what two have ever looked upon each other and said, "I don't feel any desire whatsoever, but let's get married, have children, and raise a family"? Desire is that energy which brings forth all waves of creation out of the depth of the ocean itself. And yet who among you has not felt conflicted about desire? Who among you has not been taught that desire is evil? Who among you has not been taught not to desire to be great? Who among you has not been taught that the desire for material comfort is some sort of a blot on a spiritual path? Look well within your soul and see that this is not true. Have you not feared at times the welling up of desire within you? For as I look upon your plane, there are many who have become paralyzed with fear just because they desire to have a bowl of ice cream. So afraid that if they give in to that desire, something in the ice cream will cause their body to bloat and their brain to cease functioning. For those of you in an intimate relationship, marriage, or commitment of some kind, how many of you have not carried the belief, taught to you by the world, that if you feel an energy of desire welling up within you, when you look upon someone who is not your partner, somehow you have sinned against God? How many of you do not know the experience of trying to rein in a 10,000 horses, so sure that if you gave into the feeling of desire that everything would run amok? And that your attempt to keep your life structured, rigid, and predictable would collapse, and all hell would break loose. Yet I say unto you, would you exist if God had feared the desire to create and extend love by forming you, at the same time giving you infinite freedom of choice? Without desire, look around. Not only would you see nothing, there would be nothing to do the seeing. Everything is the effect of desire. Come then to see that desire is not evil. It is not to be feared. It is to be mastered. Mastery is not control. For control, the need to control, is an effect of the energy of fear, not love. Mastery of desire comes when you recognize that you are safe to feel whatever wave of desire might come up through your consciousness, because you decide whether or not you will act on it, whether you will bring it into the field of manifestation. The power of choice is the one power that can never be taken from you. You already have perfect mastery over it, because nothing you ever experience comes to you without your decision to allow it into the field of manifestation. Desire is something that wells up from the depth beyond yourself that can be looked at with perfect innocence and with the wonder of a child. The very act of turning to allow and welcome desire is not something that will sidetrack you from the path of awakening, but will take you vertically into the heart of God. For if you are to ever create as God creates, you will need to heal your conflicted perception about desire. You will need to transcend that energy of fear. There are many who will call unto me and pray. This is not an hour in your time frame in which there are not many upon your plane, somewhere on your planet, who are praying to me and want their hearts to be filled with Christ. Yet at the very same time, they are scared to death of an energy that wants to move, because they have been taught to fear and to suppress desire. Desire is like the liquid of life that moves through the stem of the rose and allows the petals to radiate with glorious color. When you block the flow of desire, the petals cannot be nourished. Death begins to occur. Death of the heart, death of the soul, and lifelessness. If you were to walk down one of your city streets and to truly look into the eyes of everyone you see, would you not recognize that death seems to have already made a home in the minds of many that are living? Death of dreams, death of hopes, death of worthiness, death of playfulness, death of true power, and death of union with their source and creator has already taken place. Everyone who reads these words has had this experience of seeing this in others. Healing requires the willingness to feel desire, to see it as good and to see it as holy. Does that not mean that if you feel a desire, that it might not become twisted by the egoic pattern in your mind? Of course not. There is always the possibility that desire will be twisted to meet the needs of the egoic mind within you. But rest assured, if it does, who has done it? You. Always within you, you have known that desire is good, but you suppressed it. These times when desire comes forth and you let it become twisted into serving the goals of your ego, you always knew perfectly well what you were doing. You were the decision maker. You have learned, therefore, to fear desire because that fear is the effect of fearing yourself, and that is what cripples you. That is what cuts off the creative flow. That is what leads to everything your world knows as the multitude of psychological diseases, an unwillingness to trust oneself, an unwillingness to love oneself, and the belief that the desires that move up through your beingness are somehow evil and dark. You think that if you could only stamp them out of your being, you could remain in control and everyone would like you because you would conform to the smallness and the littleness that is worshipped in human consciousness. Understand well the next axiom we give to you. The only relationship that holds any value of all is a relationship with God, your creative source, the depth of the ocean. Right away the mind says, but what about my mate? What about my parents? What about my children? What about the President of the United States? What about the Postmaster? You will come up with a million examples of relationships that surely have great importance. The only one that holds value is your relationship with God. For when that is in alignment, all of your creations, your choices for relationships, and how you will be within them will flow effortlessly from that alignment. Therefore, seek first the kingdom, and all these things will be added unto you. Do not try to create a rose by starting with the petals, but nourish the roots, and the flower must blossom. If you are to be in right relationships with your Creator, it is absolutely necessary to correct your perception and relationship with the energy of desire. It begins by releasing your judgment of it in all of its forms. For again, you can only be in love or fear. You can only be in innocence or judgment. Love and innocence are the kingdom. Fear and judgment are an illusion. Releasing judgment of desire. Learn then, through simple practice, to interpret the patterns you have learned from this illusory world, so that you release judgment of the energy of desire. This will be different for each and every one, depending on where you began. Here is a very simple exercise. When you awaken in the morning and you have planted your feet firmly on the floor, take pause and ask yourself this question. What do I want right now? Right now, the mind will say, well, I'm too busy to know what I want. I have to go off to work. I have to serve everyone else. I'm here to satisfy the world. I have no time to ask myself what I want. Remember that what you decree is, and the thoughts you hold in mind will be reflected through the nature of your experience. So take pause and ask, what do I want? Then simply give yourself 1 minute to observe whatever comes up in your mind and even is felt in your body. Heaven forbid you might want to have sex. Oh, then you would know for sure that you are not a spiritual being. You might want to take a hot shower. You may want a glass of juice or water. You might want to sing. You may want to stretch or breathe. You might want to turn and look at your lover, your mate still sleeping in a bed. You may want to arise and sneak into your children's room and watch them sleep. You might want to sit down and read the morning paper. The point here is to notice that by asking the question, something will respond within you. And when that response comes, notice that there is a feeling associated with it, a quality that makes your cells sing a little bit. That is the energy, the elixir of life called desire. In this 1 minute, you need not rise to act, but to simply observe. Oh, what do I want? Take a hot shower. The feeling of the thought or the thought that emits the feeling in the body, I want to take a hot shower, is carried on the elixir of desire. Desire is coming from the depth of your being that again rests right next to the face of God. Might it not be the case that by following the desire that wells up through your heart, by feeling it, by embracing it, you might learn and discover what the ocean is wishing to express through the wave that you are? If you judge desire, might you not be shutting off the creative flow that the mind of God wishes to express? Of course, that is the problem. You have tied the hose in a knot throughout conflicted judgments. Here's a very common one in your world. Be honest with yourself. How many times have you felt the desire to be wealthy? It is not something you are supposed to sit around and talk about or make very public, especially if you are trying to be spiritual. You may have thought, I woke up this morning and I just imagined having so many gold coins that I could buy the entire planet. Then you remembered, oh, money is the root of all evil. I can't think like that. Well, I better get busy and get off to my office job that secretly inside I really resent because they don't pay me what my soul is worth. But I'll pretend like I'm quite fine. Oh, money? No. No, I'm quite fine. I really have enough. No, I'm really quite fine. Then as you drive home and a Mercedes pulls up alongside you, you cannot help but turn and say, God, I wish I could afford one of those. Then you think, oh God, I can't have that thought, so I'll just drive my old Volkswagen down the road, but I'm being a very good spiritual person. Be honest with yourself. How many times have you felt welling up within you the desire to be wealthy? What on earth has caused you to fear that desire? What has caused you to tie the hose in the knot, so that you try to block the desire from coming into manifestation? Perhaps when you were a child, you went to one of your cathedrals, and there was someone in a long robe standing up on a platform, and because everyone looked so beautiful, you thought surely that they must have been speaking with authority. Since this cathedral was filled with a whole lot of small little minds that were all living in their own level of fear, they said, "Money is the root of all evil." And you thought, "Oh well, that is the truth. Oh yes, that's the truth. Oh God, I had better fear money." I say unto you, you have one authority, and it is never held when in the office of any church, any organization, or any individual. Your authority is the voice of God that dwells within your heart and within your mind. God is not limited and does not require his children to be limited. But if you would receive all that God would give you, you must decide to rise up and be the grandest wave that you could possibly be, for only in so doing do you honor your Creator. You could say that God is like a wise gardener who is constantly trying to grow beautiful roses. She knows exactly how much moisture to put in the soil. She knows how much of these nutrients to rise from the soil through the roots, up through the heart of the stem of the flower to give forth radiant color, so that everyone that looks upon it is touched by the mystery of beauty. And God wonders, well, it is interesting. These roses that I have created seem to have a mind of their own. As the elixir I tried to give them rises through the stems, they tie themselves in little knots, and only a little bit of that elixir reaches out, so the petals never quite blossom fully. Have you ever had the feeling that you are putting more energy into staying constricted than you are into allowing expansion? Desire links you to the will of God. Desire is creation. Therefore, what you desire is of supreme importance. If you will take the little exercise that we have given you and begin to put it into practice upon awakening in the morning in a very simple and quiet way, you will begin to get back in touch with the innocence and beauty of the movement of desire. You can delight in it. When you have a sexual thought, a sexual desire, why not just be with it? Why not notice what it causes to happen in the body? How does your breath change? Does the heart beat faster? Be honest with yourself. Is it not putting a smile on your face? What if you decided to be honestly embrace that effect as being perfectly innocent and beautiful? How might your day change if you did not repress awareness of sexual desire? You will notice we are not saying you should walk down the street and grab everybody that walks by you. We are talking about allowing yourself the living embrace of exactly what energy is moving through your being. Why is this important? If you have decided that there are certain energies that are demonic, evil, or have the power to distract you from your union with God, you have already decided there is something beyond the reach of your power. And that is what disempowers you. You take an innocent energy and turn it into a monster that must be feared at all cost. Yet I say this unto you, the mystical transformation that carries you from feeling yourself to be a disempowered little drop of foam on the edge of the wave, to the sense of freedom and empowerment living that flows from the mind of God through you to express only beautiful creations filled with majesty, power, and miracles, is willingness. The willingness to turn to very energies that move through the mind and the body, and to not fear them, but instead to look upon them with innocence and wonder. This is the source of the myth that had been told in all cultures, the knight that slays the dragon, or kissing the wild beast on the cheek, and it becomes a loving companion. Your monsters are what you fear and repress because of the judgments you have learned in the world. And the world is only the denial of the kingdom. It is the exact opposite of truth. If you are sitting in one of your cathedrals and everyone is saying, sexuality is very bad, it will keep you from God, right away you should realize if everyone here fears sexuality, it must actually be divine. Allow yourself to think, perhaps I would do well to embrace it, love it, master it, and not fear it. Imagine someone says unto you, money is the root of all evil, and then puts out his hand and said, would you please make a donation to our organization? Is that not an expression of conflict? Yet such conflict permeates the religious and dogmas of our world, which say, don't desire money, don't desire wealth. By the way, to keep the ministry on this radio station, we really need you to send a donation. What are they trying to teach you? What are they in denial of? Sex and money, pretty basic things, aren't they? They represent energies that flow from the mind of God, which would express an unlimited joy and power and not be willing to settle for limitation of any kind. When the earth was birthed from God's holy mind and took on its own form and became an entity just like you, God did not say, well, this is a pretty beautiful planet, but I can only have a solar system just large enough for the earth. Rather, out of joy, God allowed there to come forth solar system upon solar system upon solar system. the birthing of 1,000 suns every moment, as a field in which this beautiful jewel of a planet could spin. That is true creation. What quality of solar system have you decided to allow, in which the planet of your own awareness can spin, live, and express? Desire is everything. The simple exercise we have given you will begin to free up the blocks within you, and you will rediscover the innocence of desire. Then you can begin to expand upon it, to take a few moments to learn to live deliberately, asking yourself, what do I truly want? Use your consciousness to relax into the innocence of the question. What do I truly want? What is it in my heart that keeps calling to me, keeps compelling me? Because your mind shines forth like a sunbeam to the sun from the mind of God, when you ask the question, pictures will begin to arise, feelings will begin to arise. And I say unto you, they are symbols and expressions of what God wants to bring forth through you. You may say, every time I look into my heart and every time I allow myself to feel it, what I really want is to put my arms around people. I want to let people know how much I love them. Why fear such a desire? Do you say, it is too overwhelming, I don't know how I will be accepted? Who cares how you will be accepted? What matters is how you accept yourself. What if by feeling that desire, new pictures begin to come to you? For example, suddenly you realize, what I want to do is join the Peace Corps. Perhaps the very decision would be like putting yourself in a solar system where you can spin as your own planet. What if going and being in the Peace Corps could be the very pathway through which you learn to receive the great gift of letting your love out to the world? But if you fear desire, how can you ever know these things? What comes up for you by asking that question? It might be, I want to have so much wealth, and I see the thought that says, oh no, wealth is bad. But if you allow yourself to continue to ask the question, a deeper answer will emerge, such as, what I want is to be able to go to all the hungry children on the planet and feed them. That's why I want to be wealthy. Could it not be that the desire to feed the world is God's desire to speak through you, to use you in a way that affects transformation upon the planet? Can you see that by blocking the feeling of desire, you might just be blocking yourself from hearing what you keep praying for over and over again? You pray, Father, reveal thy purpose to me. Then you feel the desire and say, oops, excuse me, Father, I have to get rid of this desire first. Desire in the heart is where you will discover the phone line that links you to the will of God that would be expressed through you. If you do not trust desire, you have literally saying that you have not decided to trust your Creator. That is a statement not just to be brushed aside. In healing the conflict around desire, now that you know what it truly is, learn to be patient with yourself. An exercise in trusting desire. We would suggest that you create a structure by which a second exercise can be practiced that fits into your life. Again, it need not take more than 5, 10, or 15 minutes initially, perhaps 3 or 4 times a week. Eventually, you will be doing this all the time because you will be creating deliberately. For just 10 or 15 minutes, set aside your world. Remember that you need do nothing so the world can wait. Relax the body and close the eyes. It can be of great benefit to let the breath become very deep and rhythmic. It relaxes the nervous system and seduces the controller within your mind, the critic that decides what thoughts are acceptable and which ones are not. By the way, the critic is never something you created. It is something you let live in your mind that was made up by a lot of other fearful minds called parents and teachers. As you relax the body and the mind, ask yourself, what do I truly want? Observe the images that come without judgment. Notice the feeling in the body and allow this to go on for just a minute or two. Then pause, open the eyes, write down all that you can remember. For example, I saw the image of having 47 sexual partners. I saw the image of having golden coins rain down upon me so that I had to have an umbrella over my head. I saw huge bowls of ice cream. I saw myself in a boat on the ocean. I noticed that my stomach got tight. Whatever it is, write it down. Then take a deep breath, relax again, and repeat the process. Place the hand so that it rests on your heart. Breathe into it a few times and then ask, what do I truly desire? Again, allow the process to be what it is. Do this over a period of 10 or 15 minutes so that you repeat the process at least 6 or 7 times, writing everything down. Then take a piece of paper or journal and put it aside until the next exercise period, and again repeat the process. When you have done this 7 times, so that you have 7 sheets of paper in which you have gone through this process, then and only then begin to look back through all these things that come up. Ask yourself, what seems to be repeating itself? You might notice that 3 times you wanted a huge bowl of ice cream, but then it seemed to fade away. Twice you had a desire for 47 lovers, but now you notice that you only really want 1. Whatever it might be, notice the pattern, the thread that seems to run through the most throughout the exercise period. Then imagine the thread to be the energetic link that is tied at one end to the piece of foam on the edge of the wave, and the other is anchored to the depth of the ocean. Then consider that perhaps, if you allowed yourself to move down that thread, to begin to put your energy on that, to begin to clear up the obstacles within your consciousness that blocks a desire from being consistently lived from, you would carry yourself from the drop of foam at the edge of the wave to the heart of God. And along the way, everything unlike love would come up for you to release it. During the process, you would go through a metamorphosis that would culminate in your being the living incarnation of the power of Christ. Your soul would realize a fulfillment that it has always sought. For you see, the reason you have cleverly decided to trick yourself into blocking the energy desire is that the soul knows that were it to follow such a thread through whole and total commitment, it will be embarking on the pathway set before you by God that knows how to take you home. If you arrive at home, it will mean that you will have had to give up being a seeker. You will have had to become one who is found. And you will have to rise above the crowd. You will have to give up all your identity with smallness. You will have to give up needing the approval of others. You will have left the nest of insanity. You will have arisen and taken up your rightful place at the right hand of God. Is not that the deepest fear you carry, to actually be the truth of who you are, Christ incarnate? Desire can be much fun. Ideally, once you have practiced this on your own, ask your mate or close friend if they would be willing to embark on this process with you, so that perhaps once a week you can sit down together and say, "What did you come up with this week?" It is called undressing in front of a friend. It is called becoming vulnerable with another. It is called finding another child to play with in the kingdom, so that you can go to the sandbox away from the adult world that says, "Desire is bad. You guys be careful." You begin to look at what is true and real from the place of innocence. You begin to create for yourself a support group, and that support group perhaps can grow to 3 or 4 friends or even 10 or 20, in which everyone is involved with getting in touch with what is really in there. By understanding the principle of desire is the thread that links your soul to the heart of God. And God wants only to extend through you that which expresses love in the world. It is called creation. Perhaps it is a worthwhile project, for when you do not turn to allow the embrace of the desire, there is only one alternative. It is to live in mere survival. When you choose the energy of mere survival, the world is your master, before which you will be made to bow again and again, again and again, again and again, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. You will be a slave to the insanity that seems to rule this world, and you will never know peace, you will never know joy, and you will never come home. Plain and simple. But you were not created to wither and die on the vine. You were made to bear forth much good fruit. Let the roots be watered by desiring, above all things, to become the fulfillment of what God had in mind when He breathed into you the breath of life. Let that breath be received in each moment. You will come to see that the only question you need to be preoccupied, which is this: how much of God am I willing to receive and allow to be expressed through me? It is called separating the wheat from the chaff. The chaff is the thinking of the world that would have you believe in smallness. This can only result in your perpetual suffering. The wheat is the food that gives life, because it is filled with the love of God. Fear not, then, desire, but desire to embrace desire. Touch it, feel it, know it, dance with it, sing with it, look at it innocently, feel it wholly, and then learn to discern, through the ways we have given you, what desire is truly, that thread that is shining forth through all of your days. Then decide to let the desire inform your choices, so that you create a life that serves the fulfillment of that thread of desire. I had to do the same, for I began to notice that there was a thread of desire in my heart to create some form of demonstration that would be so overwhelming that anyone who turned their attention to it could not help but be reminded that there is something far greater than life than living to survive and surviving just to live. Even when I was young, I began to get glimpses. At first they were fleeting. Something was compelling me, and as I learned to trust desire, the pictures became clear and clear. In those moments of revelations when I was still but a teenager, I saw myself standing on hilltops surrounded by multitudes, and I marveled at the words that came through my mouth. I saw glimpses and pictures of being loved by millions. I saw pictures and things that I could never even comprehend, because they were literally pictures of what I am doing now. And how could a teenager living in Judea 2,000 years ago have any way of comprehending the use of the technology of your modern world in which to communicate love? It made no sense to me, but still I decided to trust it. A part of that thread was the recognition that death is unreal. Therefore, I thought that I ought to be able to create a demonstration that would prove it. Now think about that for a moment. If that thought was born in you, and you tried to share it with the world, would you not be told you were crazy to dare to think a thought so out of line with everything the world believes? But because I followed the thread of desire, I began to realize that it kept speaking to me day after day, week after week. It wanted to grow. It wanted to be nurtured. Finally, I decided, I am going to allow that thread to be nurtured. I am going to discover where it takes me and what it is all about. Where it took me was into the mastery of life and death, mastery of healing, mastery of consciousness. It took me into mastery of myself. It brought me home to my own Christed beingness. Because I followed that thread, I can talk with you today. There are many of you that appreciate what I have done because you see me as a spokesperson for the truth. Is it not time that you followed your own thread and became likewise a spokesperson for reality? For just as you have been sent to me, there will be many sent to you as you step from being a seeker to a finder. For as you take up your rightful place, you become a vehicle through which the voice for God will creatively touch the lives of countless persons that you may never ever meet physically. You were birthed to be grand. You were birthed for greatness. You were birthed for shine forth such light into this world that the world remembers that light is true and darkness is an illusion. Be you therefore in which you are. You are the light of the world, and I will delight in journeying with you. I can join with anyone who chooses to step into their own Christness. The connecting thread is the thread of desire. Therefore, begin to turn toward the energy desire within yourself to separate the wheat from the chaff by first learning to feel it for just a moment without judging it, and then to deepen that process. You will reach the point where with every breath that you breathe, you are in touch with the energy of desire, and that is the only voice it will ever give authority to. You will not be able to keep up with the loving creation it wants to express through you. You will marvel at the friends that come into your life and how your external solar system in which your planet is spinning changes. You will marvel and wonder how it is all happening. You will finally discover that you are not the maker and doer of your life, that God wants to direct and make life through you. Then you will know the truth that sets you free. Of myself I do nothing, but my Father through me does all things, and it is very good. Be you therefore at peace, and desire well. For when you feel desire, you are watering your roots with the energy of life itself. Trust it, embrace it, and let the petals of the rose blossom within your holy being. We love you, and we are with you. If you could only see how much enlightened help there is surrounding you at any moment, you would never allow the fear of going astray with your desire to be victorious within your mind. You would step forth with boldness, and all things would be made new again. How much of God's love are you willing to receive? Amen. Lesson 5, The Keys of the Kingdom. Beloved friends, we come forth in this lesson to continue the pathway which builds the structure, the highway by which you may learn to follow, and therefore master the way of the heart. A way in life means to have chosen from all possibilities that one which will stand out as the way to which you are committed, the way to which you devote the whole of your attention by granting your willingness that the way be followed. Just as when you take a journey upon your earth, by making a commitment to take the journey, you avail yourself of experiences that could not come to you in any other way. When you go to a university to pursue a degree, although you begin with a certain idea of what the pathway may hold or bring you, is it not true that the relationship which come along the way, the knowledge that reveals itself to you, and even the end result of accomplishing the degree always seems to be different and much richer than you could have imagined when you began your journey? Therefore, understand well the way of the heart requires the willingness to commit. Commitment is nothing more than a deliberate decision that something will be so. Just as with all aspects of experience you've ever known, when all of your being is involved in the willingness to make a decision, there is literally nothing that can prevent you from the accomplishment of your goal. Rest assured, whenever you believe you have not succeeded or not completed some decision fueled by desire, it is because you are simply not wholly committed, or you decide to change your mind. And when you change your mind, you literally change what you experience in the world or the solar system in which you yourself spins. The way of the heart, then, does indeed require the decision of commitment. I say unto you that when you wholly commit to discovering the way of the heart, you will discover a way of being in the world that is not here. You will discover a way of walking through life in which you experience being uplifted by something that seems to be forever beyond you, yet is within you as the core and the essence of your very being. Your way will not be understandable by the world, Your way will not even be comprehensible within yourself. You will be living from mystery, moving from mystery to mystery to mystery, uplifted and carried by something that brings a satisfaction and a fulfillment to the depth of your soul, far beyond anything you can now imagine. Is it worth it to commit to the way of the heart? Yes. It culminates with the recognition that you do not live life at all, but rather that life is living you. One of the characteristics is the development of the witness, a quality of consciousness, a way of being, in which you seem to be witnessing everything that arises and flows through you and around you from a place of utter stillness. Stillness does not mean non-activity. It does mean non-attachment to activity, whether it be the arising and falling away of cancer in the body, the arising and falling away of a relationship, or the rising and falling away of a solar system. You will discover that there is a place within you that can look upon all things with perfect equanimity, perfect acceptance, and perfect love. For in the mastery of the way of the heart, you will discover that nothing is unacceptable to you. Only what is accepted can be transcended. You will discover a way of being in which nothing any longer compels you. Not even the desire to know God compels you any longer, for the need of it has been completed. Then there arises a way of being in the world that is indeed not here, for you will feel no restlessness, no need to direct your journey, no questions will arise. You will be at peace. In that peace the breath of God will move through you, and you will become as the wind, knowing not where you came from or where you are going, but you will abide in perfect trust and perfect rest. The world may not know you, but your Father will know you, and you will know your God. In the way of the heart, the most primary and fundamental perception that seems to fuel ordinary human consciousness has been fully transcended. The perception of a separate maker and doer has been dissolved, and once again you will understand the depth and the profundity of the simple terms of the sentence. Of myself I do nothing, but through me the Father does all things. To rest in such a perception means that you have come to realize that the self that you are is merely a conduit through which mystery lives itself, through which love pours forth. You will realize that there is nothing to be gained or lost in this world. You will know what it means to recognize that you literally have nowhere to go and nothing to achieve. You will become empty and spacious. And yet, paradoxically, while the body lasts, you will appear to be as everyone else. You will arise in the morning and brush your teeth. When the body is hungry, you will feed it. You will laugh with your friends. You will yawn when the body is a bit tired. Yet through it all, there will be a quality of awareness, called the witness, that is simply watching it all, waiting to be moved by the wind of spirit. Though others may not see it, virtually everything you utter will carry the sound of truth. You will not know how spirit will work through you, nor will you care. Because you see, when there is no maker or doer or director, it will not matter to you. That is what it means to live as the wind. For the wind does not concern itself with where it has been or where it is going. It is moved by some mysterious source that cannot be located at all. Yet it blows. As it blows, its effect is experienced. Imagine, then, a life in which all that you do is not for yourself. Imagine a life in which you do is not for anyone else. Imagine a way of life in which creativity flows forth from source so deep within you and around you that no language or dogma can contain it. A force and a source that knows how to express itself through you in such a way that it is constantly and only serving the atonement, the awakening of all of creation to the truth of God's presence. The way of the heart does indeed unfold along a certain pathway. In this lesson we will address the stage of that pathway in a general sense. Then we will speak of the most important characteristic to be cultivated along this path. The first key is desire. First, desire is everything. Without it, not a thing can arise. Therefore, what you desire is of utmost importance. Desire, then, perfect union with God. Desire, then, to be Christ incarnate. Desire, then, to be all that your Creator has created you to be, even if you have no idea what that might be. For when you hold desire within your beingness, and when you have mastered the energy desire, again, mastery does not mean control. By grounding it always in a desire to be as you created to be, then indeed all of your life and all your subsequent or subsidiary desires will come to serve that grand desire. When you come into that state of being, nothing shall be impossible to you. Why? Because you are not the one doing it. You are merely a piece of thread in a very cosmic tapestry, being woven by the Creator of all creation, who alone knows how to weave the tapestry of a new age, of a new paradigm, of a healing of this plane and of humanity. So the first stage is a stage of desire. Only by feeling desire and not suppressing it can you truly begin to move toward the stage of mastery in which the energy of desire always serves that higher will, which is the will of God for you. As we have said to you before, when your will is in alignment with the will of God, you will discover that God's will for you is that you be genuinely happy through and through, content, fulfilled, at peace, empowered, capable, and responsible. The second key is intention. Desire in time is cultivated through intention. For you have used time to teach yourself how to be distracted by all the thoughts and perceptions that make up this cosmic soup called your world. All of you have known the frustration of having desire, and then as soon as you walk out the door, a friend pulls up and says, "Let's go to the beach," and you never make it to class even though your desire is to get to the degree. You have cultivated the art of being seduced by distraction. Therefore, it is necessary to utilize time to cultivate intention. For without intention, desire cannot become the crystal clear focus, the laser-like focus that can cut through the dross of this world so that a new creation can flow forth through you. Intention is not the same as holding a strong egoic or willed commitment to making something happen, for the way of the heart recognizes that you have not known how to achieve the fulfillment you seek at the level of the soul, for the simple reason that if you did, you would have already accomplished it. Intention does not mean putting your nose to the grindstone and not taking no for an answer. Rather, it means that you cultivate within your thought process the art of remembering what you are truly here for. You are here to remember that you are the thought of love and form. You are here to remember that you are one with God. You are here to remember that what I have called Abba, though it goes by many names, is the source of your only reality. You are living in reality only to the degree that the One is living through you. Therefore, intention is the way of the heart means to utilize time each day to focus your attention on the desire to be Christ incarnate. Intention is that energy or that use of the mind that creates, through consistent practice, the channel through which desire begins to move down and re-educate the emotional body, and even the cellular structure of the physical body, and all of the lesser avenues of thinking that occur within the intellect. So everything involved in your being is integrated, working together and focused on the fulfillment of that one grand desire to accept your function in this world. Your function is healing your sense of separation from God. How do you apply intention? Each day, just as you've used time to teach yourself to be easily distracted, you need only ask yourself one question daily. What is it that I most desire? What am I doing on this planet? What am I committed to? The last two questions are just forms of the fundamental question. As you keep practicing, ask that question, the answer will come clear and clear. For it is the question that influences, stimulates, and gives birth to the answer. The universe is always answering your questions. And when you ask unclear questions, you get unclear answers. Therefore, become crystal clear with your intention and remind yourself of it daily. My intention is to use time constructively for the relearning of what it means to abide in the kingdom of heaven and to fulfill my function. My function is healing, and healing requires the presence of Christ, for only Christ can express the love that brings healing into being. Desire and intention are critical. These stages unfold in the field of time as one matures in the way of the heart. The third key is allowance. The third stage of the process whereby the mind is wholly corrected and one returns home is the stage of allowance. For the egoic world does not teach you to allow, it teaches you to strive. You must be the maker and the doer. You must find a way to manipulate or control your environment in order that it conforms itself to the image that you are holding in your mind. All of that is well and good, and there are many beings that learn such valuable lessons by following the path of certain teachers that will teach you that you can create whatever you want. That will seem like a big deal until you realize it is what you are doing all the time. You are always creating exactly what you desire. It is no big deal, and it is not a secret. But there will be those that will teach you. Well, just go into your mind, ask yourself what you want, and when you see the picture of the Mercedes, then you simply do all of these little magical tricks, and pretty soon you end up with a Mercedes. The problem with that, although it can be a useful stage, is that the intellect, the worldly part of your mind, can only desire what it has been programmed to desire. The worldly part of your mind says, well, I have to transport my body around in this plane. Automobiles do that. The world tells me that the Mercedes is the grand way of doing this, therefore I will create the desire of wanting a Mercedes. When you manifest the Mercedes, you fool yourself into thinking that you have made great progress, when in fact all you have done is done what you have always done. You have chosen what experience will be, and you have manifested it. There's nothing new about that, although by so doing you can begin to regain confidence in your ability to manifest. The way of the heart is something else. Allowance in this pathway means that you begin to view your life differently. It is not a struggle to get out of high school and create a career by which you can create golden coins, by which you can create the proper house and the proper environment, so that your ego feels successful and therefore being worth love. Be honest with yourself. Is not your world built on such premises as these? If only I can make a life look successful around me, then I will be accepted. Then I can love myself, at least a little. Maybe I can get other people to love me. That is not it at all. The way of the heart begins with a recognition that you are already loved by the only source that matters, that you have come for a much higher purpose that can be made manifest in the ways of the world, but is not of the world. Allowance is the cultivation of a way of looking at the events of your life, not as obstacles to getting what you want, but as stepping stones. Each one presents you with a blessing of a lesson required to heal the obstacle, not to success, but the presence of love as the source and ground of your being. In the stage of allowance, we begin to cultivate an acceptance of all things in our experience. We begin to see that because we have made a commitment to awakening and incarnating only Christ, the universe is already conspiring to bring the people and events into our lives, on a moment-to-moment basis, that the best provide us with exactly what we most need to learn or become aware of. And so messengers are sent. That messenger could come in the form of someone whom we fall in love with, and there is something there for you to learn. It could be that you have been blocking yourself from feeling love for other people, and now someone finally comes that blasts down that door, and you cannot help but feeling that feeling. The messenger could be someone who comes as a grain of sand within that oyster, that causes the friction within you, that nudges you from your sleep. And you realize that you have been operating out of some dysfunctional patterns, and that you have got to get a better grip upon the truth of who you are. It may be that you need to learn to express your feelings more. It may be that you need to accept your own creativity more. Through your messengers, that which causes you to finally be responsible and be honest about where you are will be brought up within you. For instance, if you think, well, I never get angry anymore. After all, I'm a very spiritual person. I've just got out of the seminary and I know it all now. So I'll just live in heavenly bliss. And events begin to happen. Perhaps as an example, a gay couple moves into your neighborhood and you discover that you have some very deeply seated perception that there is something wrong with that sexual orientation. They are messengers sent by the universe to push you to look more deeply. Allowance, then, is the cultivation of a quality of awareness in which you rest in recognition that your life is no longer your own to dictate and control, but that rather you have given it over to the source of your own beingness, to the depth of wisdom and the depth of the ocean that knows best how to bring about what is required to push up the dross from within your consciousness so that you can release it. Allowance cultivates trust. Allowance is the way in which intention and desire come to work ever more fully in the third dimension of your experience, the field of time. Allowance is a submission, but not a naive submission. Allowance changes your perception of what you see as the world around you. You begin to realize that you do not really live in the real world at all. You live in a field of vibration and energies that is operated by the law of attraction or resonance. And you begin to be willing to allow certain things to fall out of your life, even family and friends, trusting that because of your desire and intention, what passes out of your life must be okay. For it will be replaced by new vibrational patterns which come in the form of messengers, events, places, persons, and things that can carry you on the upward spiral of awakening. Allowance means the beginning stage in the cultivation of humility and the recognition that you must finally submit to something beyond the intellect and the control of the egoic part of the mind, because the maker and the doer that has been trying to do it all is finally recognized as being inadequate. The fourth key is surrender. As these three stages mature, you rest into the final stage of surrender, and surrender means that there is no longer any restlessness. Surrender means you know through every fiber of your being that there is no one here living a life. There is a life flowing through the body, mind, personality for as long as it lasts. Here is where the mystical transformation is culminated or completed. It is here that you understand the meaning of the teaching. I live, yet not I, but Christ dwelleth in me. Surrender is a stage in which perfect peace is the foundation, not for passivity or inactivity, but for even more activity. You find yourself, as long as you are in the world, being busier and busier and asked to do more and more. You become even more responsible. Eventually you come to see that because you are Christ, you are responsible for the whole of creation. You come to see that you cannot think a thought without disturbing the farthest of stars. It is that responsibility from which you have shrunk and tried to contain yourself as a teeny myopic piece of foam. all because you have feared being responsible for the whole. But the way of the heart corrects your perception so that you come to recognize that your greatest joy, your greatest fulfillment, is in wholly and deliberately accepting responsibility for the whole of creation. Why? Because you suddenly realize that you are not the maker and doer, that you can accept responsibility for anything and everything, because through you all power under heaven and earth is made to flow, to manifest the love of God. So in short, it is in God's hand, not yours. Not my will, but thine be done. Does that begin to make sense to you? Do you see how it changes how you have even been taught to interpret my teaching? Desire, intention, allowance, surrender. But it is a surrender into a way of being that the world can never know. It is a surrender into a way of being in which you may never receive an Oscar for your acting, but it is a way of being in which your consciousness becomes totally open to your union with all of creation. You will talk with a leaf as it falls from a tree. You will see the soul of a kitten that you pet. You will talk with angels and masters, and you will be involved in board meeting in the high cosmic conference rooms. You will know that the body-mind you once thought was yours is little more than a temporary teaching device, a tool to be picked up and utilized at God's direction, and put aside when its usefulness is done, so that even when it's time to go through the transition that you know is death, nothing will disturb your peace, as the body dies, which means simply that your attention begins to release itself from it, just like the hand of a carpenter is released from the handle of a hammer as it is laid down on the table on the way to dinner. You will be able to watch the process with total equanimity and joy. You will watch your spirit disengage from the body. You will watch it crumble into lifelessness so that all your attention becomes focused in a wholly new dimension. A dimension that is so vast that you will be able to look down upon the earth plane, not unlike the way you might choose to hold a pebble in the palm of your hand. And in one quick glance you will see everything about the pebble and nothing is hidden. I am one that has chosen to assume the responsibility for the pebble called earth and all life that dwells therein. You too will know that energy and reality of wrapping your fingers around the entirety of the solar system and becoming the God or the savior of that dimension. And it begins by choosing to take responsibility for your pebble, your domain, your solar system, your personal dimension. It begins by saying, I and I alone am the source of what I experience and perceive. I am not a victim of the world I see. Everything I experience I have called to myself, plain and simple. No excuses, no ifs, ands, and buts. That is the way it is. Gone will be your immaturity, your resistance to simply being responsible for your experience. The way of the heart, then, cultivates the maturity of desire, intention, allowance, and surrender. The importance of humility. No single characteristic is of greater importance than humility. Not the feigned humility that is taught in certain world religions, but a genuine humility. For humility does not mean that you stand in front of a group of people who give you a standing ovation and say, oh gosh, you didn't have to do that, it's not important, so that you can look like you are humble when inwardly you are thinking, oh God, that feels so good, clap a little louder, clap a little longer, but I won't tell you that. Do you know that kind of humility? Is it not the kind of humility you were taught in your schools? Genuine humility flows from the deep-seated recognition that you cannot save yourself, that you are created and not creator, and that you are effect and not cause, in an absolute sense, that something called life is not yours, that there is something beyond your capacity of containment and intellectual understanding. And if that something ever decided to give up loving you, you would cease to be. No matter how deep you go into the depth of God, and no matter how deep you achieve an awareness and consciousness of union with God, what God is remains forever and beyond your growing capacity to understand God. It is like an ocean of infinite depth. When you realize that, strive as you might, you will never wrap yourself, your little self, around that source. You will rest into humility, genuine humility. Why is this so important? Mark these words well. As you progress along the path of the way of heart, as you dissolve and loosen the shackles upon the mind, as the interior conflicts are healed and settled, as you begin to accept the abundance that the Father would bestow upon you in all levels of life and all levels of feeling and perception, as you begin to taste of the grandeur and the greatness that would flow through you, you will discover that the enemies become more subtle. At a very immature, basic, and naive level, every child views at some stage its parents as being its enemies, does it not? For example, the child says, "What do you mean I can't have the car tonight? What do you mean I must be home by 10 p.m.? And the parent becomes the enemy. As you move more and more into mastery, you will be sorely tempted to believe that you are done. You will be sorely tempted to believe, I can do this. The prayer I used to do when I began, the simple exercise of awareness I used when I started my path, I don't need them anymore. I have mastered that. Any time you hear a voice within yourself saying, I am done, you may rest assured you are not, and you stand in danger of losing what you have gained. Humility is the recognition that the more you move into mastery, the more there is to desire for discipline and vigilance. Discipline does not mean doing something hard that you do not like to do. Discipline is like the skill of an artist that cultivates and refines a skill simply out of the deep desire and delight to create more beautifully. An athlete disciplines a muscle so that the muscle works even more beautifully than it did the day before, out of the sheer delight to extend greater beauty into the world. While you remain in existence, the creations of consciousness that are unlike love have created a whole lot of vibratory patterns that would just love to pull you down. Therefore, the discipline of the mind that is required to recognize that, while the body lasts, there can be a delight in consciously repeating the decision to teach only love, selectively choosing only the vibrational patterns to be allowed into your consciousness that reflect the truth and beauty and the worthiness of who you truly are. Judgment cannot reflect such light. Anger and hatred cannot do it. Fear and paranoia, fear of rejection, fear of the opinions of others, and such vibrations can never reflect the regal grandeur of your being. Therefore understand well that humility is absolutely essential. Paradoxically, as greatness is expressed through you, the temptation still will be to allow egoic energies to make a home in your mind. The ego's voice will say, "Boy, you are really quite a master, you know. You really deserve all this adulation. Why don't you keep 10% of it for yourself?" A master accepts the love of the gratitude offered by those whom his or her teachings have touched, and gives it all to God, recognizing that of himself these things could not have been done. I learned, too, to be tempted. When these would come to me who were sick found healing in my presence, I was tempted to want to say, "Yes, look what I have done. I've really earned this. I spent 40 days and 40 nights in a desert. I have been to India and Tibet. I've been to England. I've studied with all the masters of Egypt. Yes, I really deserve to be seen as a healer and a teacher. But I learned through humility to remember the simplicity that of myself I can do nothing. I cultivated within myself the art of always being a student of love, and not the professor of love, who thinks he is done just because he has a lot of letters after his name. As you progress and as you allow more of the abundance of God's love to flow through you, you begin to stand up out of the crowd, and you begin to attract those that want the light. As that occurs, you must practice discipline and vigilance by remembering humility always, until you are remembering it with every breath. Why? If you are living in this world and feel that no one looks up to you, no one takes you as an authority, there is only one reason. You have resisted the truth of your being, and through denial have pushed God's light away out of your fear, your deep-seated fear, that you might appear to be different than everybody else. The world would teach you to be a doormat so that you fit in and do not ruffle anyone's feathers, but as you become empowered, one way you will know that it is occurring is that some people will not like you. You will push their buttons just by walking into the room, for darkness abhors light. It is that simple. Humility is absolutely essential. Through the doorway of humility, the light of power can be turned on through you in ever greater voltage. If that voltage does not seem to be flowing through your mind, look well to see if you are remembering humility and giving yourself to it. For the light of God can only shine through you to the degree that you are willing to take responsibility for it, which involves giving the fruits of it back to its source and not claiming it as your own. When you claim nothing for yourself, all things can flow through you. The Holy Spirit can gather millions of beings to come to you in many places, because it knows you will not distort the love of God by usurping God's position and putting yourself upon the throne. Humility is a chief characteristic to cultivate. Therefore, when you pray, indeed ask for greatness. Let the Father know that you are ready for the fullness of Christ to be incarnate, and simply hold the promise within you that you will always remember that you are not the doer and the maker. You are merely the one who has come to recognize that only the love of God can fulfill you as a soul. Only the fulfillment of your purpose to be a channel for love can bring you the success that you truly seek. When you are fully committed to that, rather than being committed to wandering about other people's opinions, then the power can begin to move through you. When you are willing to let go of the world, heaven will come to replace it. When you are willing to let go of your need for egoic grandness, true grandeur will begin to pour forth through you. There is a paradox within spirit. Learn to discern it. Become a master of it, and never neglect the need for discipline based on the foundation of humility. You see, this is what has caused you to fear the energy desire. because in the past, and that can go back a long way, you have decided to find out what it would be like to let all that power be claimed as your own, to be used to serve the voice of ego. That is what you are afraid of. But if you cultivate these stages and ground them in humility, you will never need to fear the misuse of desire. Therefore, in your prayers, as often as you can remember to do so, remember that what you decree is. So speak clearly within yourself. Source, Creator, God, Goddess, all that is, Abba. I am ready to be what you created me to be. I choose to remember that I am effect and not cause. Thy will be done, knowing that your will is my full happiness. Reveal, then, that path through which that happiness can be known, for my way has never worked, but your way always does. Then in each day remember the energy of appreciation. It is well and good to appreciate one another, but in the privacy of your own meditation and prayer, appreciate how the power of that source of love I have called God is living, moving, and breathing to bring the people, the books, the teachers, and the experience that are gently unraveling the cocoon of ego around you, and awakening you to the truth, beauty, majesty, grandeur, and greatness that life itself is. Life wants to breathe through you as magically and powerfully as it breathes through a thunderstorm, or the leaf of a tree, or the radiance in the newborn baby's eyes. That life is what you are. That life is the presence of God's love, the depth of the ocean welling up into the waves of creation. Let therefore that life alone be your guide in all things, and rest in appreciation before the infinite mystery that life is, and say yes to it. Say yes to life, that you are willing to let the fullness of it wash through you and carry you into an ever-deepening understanding and comprehension of all that God is. If you would well receive it, resting in the awareness of divine humility is the sweetest experience that you can ever know. Many of you look upon me and say, "Oh, would I ever love to be where Jeshua is?" Think a thought and you are with someone. Think a thought and you are in that universe. I tell you this, where I abide is in a vibrational frequency with many, many other beings whose consciousness never wavers for an instant from the deep appreciation and humility before the mystery of all that God is. We abide in the great delight of knowing that we live, yet not us, but our Creator lives as us. The only difference between being a master and being a student is that the master has mastered the art of always being a student. Think about that one. Desire, intention, allowance, surrender. What do you truly want? Are you willing to feel it and let that thread of desire carry you home? Can you remember to use time constructively by focusing your attention, by reminding yourself of what you truly here for? You are not here to survive. You are here to live as the truth of who you are. Allowance is not a passive acceptance of things as they are, but a recognition that there is something quite beautiful at work. There is an intelligence, a love that knows you better than you know yourself, and is presenting you, moment to moment, with jewels and gems, blessings and lessons, that something is weaving the tapestry of your life, and nothing is happening by accident. Surrender is the cultivation of the recognition that your happiness can be found only in the submission of your will to the will of God. For your will has been in conflict and struggle and limitation. God's will is that you live without conflict, in peace, joy, fulfillment, and happiness. It is called bliss. If ever you wonder how to anchor your awareness and humility, stop what you are doing and ask yourself this question. Did I create myself? You know well what the answer is. No, I don't even know when I was created. Something birthed me. What is it? That will bring you to humility rather quickly. Do you know how to give birth to a star? No. Do you know how to give birth to a leaf on a tree? No. Do you even know how to lift your hand from your lap? No. What then do you know? Nothing. Allow yourself to understand that you do not know anything. In that state of divine ignorance, you will rest in the humility that finally allows your Creator to move through you and reveal to you all things. Beloved friends, the way of the heart is that way which corrects perception and brings right-mindedness, so that you're no longer the maker and the doer and the director. Your opinions will come to mean nothing to you whatsoever. Out of a grand emptiness you will discover a perfect peace. Life will bear you on its wings. Through you, life will express an ever greater dimensionality, the exquisite and infinite love and power and creativity that is God, until you swear that God is all there is, and there will be no place to find a trace of you. For if enlightenment is the ending of separation, how can there be a maker and a doer? Can the wave direct itself? The ego is the attempt to do so, and it always fails. Peace, then, be with you always. Let peace pervade your being at all times. Know that you are safe in the love of God that arises from that great source of mystery, and would move through you with every breath you breathe and every word you speak, until you hear only that impetus of guidance that wells up from the depth of your being as a gentle voice that you trust completely, and you will know the freedom that you seek. You already abide where you are. Trust this, know this, rely on this. Explore the way of the heart, and you will come to know the truth of love. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Amen. Lesson 6. Love heals all things. Indeed, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. Indeed, greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. If you understand the meaning of this greeting, if you comprehend the depth of each term used, already you know all there is to know, and you are well prepared to extend the love of God forever. Indeed means simply that there are no other options. Greetings unto you means salutations to the one created of the Father before all things, for I bow down before your radiance. Beloved and holy child of God, indeed beloved of God, indeed beloved of every molecule in your physical universe, indeed loved of your holy mother, this precious earth, indeed loved by anything you can imagine that has ever existed or ever could exist that has extended itself from the heart and mind of God. You are the beloved, pure and simple, and again there are no options. Holy because you are whole, not because you have earned that holiness, but because it is that which is the truth from which you are extended forth forever, because you are made in the image of God, because you spring forth from the mind of God. You are holiness itself each time you set aside the temptation to dream a useless dream, and walk this earth as Christ. Beloved and holy friend, a friend is not one lesser than myself. A friend is one who walks in perfect equality with the grandest of masters, whoever you might conceive such a master to be. A friend is one who chooses to look upon another and see only the face of Christ therein. There is no one who shall receive these words who has not already looked upon me and seen the face of Christ within. And likewise I look upon you and call you friend. For when I look upon you, I see not the very momentary dreams that you seem to think are lasting so long. I see only the radiance of that which the Father has extended out of love. I see only that which is neither beginning nor ending. I see only that which knows neither birth nor death. I see only that which has no limitation. I see only that, the light of which is already extended throughout all dimensions and all universes. I see only my brother and sister. I see not a trace of inequality between us. Yet I do recognize that within your dreams it appears to you that I have gone ahead just a little bit. At times within your hearts there is a longing to follow me. If you would but heed that longing, if you would make that longing primary at all times, your own desire will bring you wholly to where I am. And you will laugh when you discover that you have not moved an inch, that where I am is where you are, and where you are is in eternity, not in time. That where you are is in the place of your birth, the mind of God. This is the only thing that is true, and it is true always. This is the only reality that you genuinely possess. Therefore indeed I call you friend. For well do I see that you are as I am. Therefore indeed greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. There is nothing else to be said, yet the mind races, does it not? It races away from the very reality that I have just described about you. The mind races from the source as a sunbeam from the sun, yet in reality it never leaves its source. The very power with which you seem to become distracted by a momentary thought of fear is the same power by which you will awaken to your own calm. If you would know love, know yourself. In truth, there is a place within you that already knows the day and the hour. You already know when you are going to decide to live the decision to be awake in God, to be only the presence of love. Love embraces all things, allows all things, trusts all things, and thereby transcends all things. Love is never possessive. Love is never fearful. Love is simply love. Love cannot shine with specialness upon anyone at any time. For specialness itself is a contraction, the attempt to take love and make it shine only on one object, only on one person, only on one being, and only within one universe. Therefore, whenever you recognize that you have singled someone or something out and said, you hold a greater value, you may rest assured that you are not in love at all. You are in fear. And if that one were to leave you, where would you be? But if you are in love as a fish within the sea, all beings can arise and pass away, and you will bless them in their journey. You will remember that you reside where God has placed you, in her heart. When you choose to be only the presence of love, even the dream of loss will dissolve from your consciousness as a forest mist before the rising sun. Indeed, beloved friends, love does wait upon your welcome. Yet you cannot welcome love by waiting for it to be brought to you by another, not even by me. You cannot welcome love by trying to scurry about to create the environment in which you believe your preferences are to be met. You cannot welcome love when that welcome is attached or linked to any phenomenal thing, anything that has been birthed in time. Love can only be welcomed where love truly resides, and love resides within you as the core and the source of your very being. Therefore, if you would know love, know yourself. Embrace the truth about it, and the truth will set you free. Then indeed love will flow through you. Like the great sunlight that comes to nurture this beloved earth, the love that flows through you will be unimpeded. It will not meet an obstacle. You will look upon whomever is in front of you, and you will know that you are sent unto you of the Father. The Holy Spirit has guided them to you because through you, love can be given in a way that begins to touch the place of their awakening. That is why you are but the servant of love. That is all that life is. When you choose to surrender, to give up the game, to give up the dream of trying to resist the truth that is true about you always, you will become a mere channel, a mere conduit. You will become no more a seeker, for you will have decided to have found. When you have surrendered the last vestige of the insane possibility of contracting away from the truth, when you have given that up, love will flow through you. But notice that if it flows through you, it must first flow to you. Therefore, seek always to receive in order to give. For what can you give another if you have not received it to yourself? How many of you have been taught to try to love, to try and do the right thing, the good thing? Yet how many times have you gone within your secret chamber and said, I am unworthy? Then you wonder why your attempts to join in love with others never seem to be quite fulfilling enough, never quite seem to fill the cup, never quite seem to elicit the joy that you believe could be there. Listen well. Your work, if you wish to call it that, is not to seek and find love. It is merely to turn within to discover every obstacle that you have created to its presence, and to offer that obstacle to the great dissolver of dreams, the grace of the Holy Spirit. I have said unto you many times that the greatest of gifts you can give is this, to come wholly to the recognition that every attempt you have made to resist being the presence of Christ has failed you miserably. No matter how many times you have tried to convince yourself that you are unworthy, yet does the universe find a way to love you. No matter how many times you have tried to lock yourself into the space and volume of a body, it has not succeeded. And at death you have remembered and been confronted with the radiance of your unlimitedness. Therefore the greatest of gifts you can give another is to be one who has rescinded the need to insist on the insanity of fear. The primary characteristic of mastery. Fearlessness is the primary characteristic of mastery. Mastery is not having great power to make things happen. It is only the recognition that what is true always, and there is no other choice. Free will does not mean that you have the right to believe that you can succeed at being other than what God created you to be. Having free will does not mean that you can elect not to take the only curriculum that life is offering to you in every moment. It means only that you do have the right to put it off yet another day, and each time you put it off, you slumber in your suffering. But when you elect to take the only curriculum that matters, when you elect to use the power of your free will to say, now from this moment on, I will no longer tolerate error in myself. No more games, no more dreams. I am committed to being only the presence of love, for that is the truth of who I am. It matters not the opinions of others who are yet resisting that decision. Then indeed all things under heaven and earth move to support you, to guide you to the right person, the right place, the right book, the right sunrise, the right meadow, in order to assist you in dropping the shackles of the obstacles to the presence of love that you have created as an idol and as a substitute for love. That is why when you truly pray from the depth of your soul, God bring me home, you may rest assured from that moment on it is fine to trust every little thing that unfolds. For though you see it not, what you call angels, friends that simply do not have bodies, are rushing about because you have given a command. Yes, I accept your presence in my life. I turn the whole thing over. Now each moment is dedicated to healing and awakening the illusory sense of separation from God that once I created in error. In how many ways have you sought love, Can you count the ways? Would you dare to try to count each little pebble of sand on the beach of your planet? Each and every soul has already tried to seek out love in that many ways, if not more. You have sought it in a million forms in which you already knew that you could not find it, all because you wanted to perpetuate the insane attempt to try and separate yourself from God, and that is as futile as a sunbeam trying to separate itself from the sun. Indeed, beloved friends, there is only one question you need answer. What am I choosing in this moment? What have I given mastery over life unto? What perception, what thought, what feeling? Feeling merely flows from the thought or the perception you have chosen. What behavior, what action am I choosing in this moment, and does it express the reality of my being? Am I busy extending love, or am I busying myself, fearfully trying to grasp at what I think can give me love, so I cannot lose it? Look well, then, upon your parents, your siblings, your mates, and your friends. Not one of them holds the power to bring love to you. So what are you trying to get from them? Why do you ever insist that another ought to be conformed to what you believe you need? It is futile, 100%, absolutely, positively futile, to seek love and relationship with anything or anyone. It is, however, quite appropriate to extend love in each relationship with everyone and everything. But the extension of that love requires that you have awakened to the truth that the only relationship that truly holds value is a relationship between you as the soul and God as your Creator. Imagine a light bulb in one of your fixtures that looks out from its little filament and said, "Well, I hope the person who just walked in the door is the right one. If I could just reach out and grab them, maybe my own light would come on." Is it not a lot easier to simply take the cord and plug it into the right socket? How many times are you going to insist on trying to plug your cord into the wrong socket? Well, that one didn't work. I'll try this body. I'll try this person. I'll try this career. Not getting much juice from that either. And then you get angry because it's not giving you enough juice. Or it gave you enough juice yesterday but not today. So it must be its fault. There is one little teeny socket into which you can plug your cord. It is the only one that it fits in. And it is the only socket wired to bring you the flowing and living waters of grace. That socket dwells only within your heart, not the physical heart, but that which is symbolized by the physical heart, the core of your very being. But how many times in each day do you check to see that the cord is still plugged in? How many times do you remember to ask yourself, is my commitment to love, or is my commitment to fear? Fear is the act of disconnecting your cord from the only socket that can truly satisfy you, and running about trying to plug it into somebody else's or something else's. I would ask you to consider this one question as you look upon the whole of your experience. Has it ever worked? Can it ever work? Imagine trying to hold flowing water in the palm of your hand by squeezing the fingers together. How much are you left with? Does it not run through the fingers no matter how hard you try? It finds the little holes and it flows away. You open your hand and there is not enough left there to wet the tongue. Yet each time you have looked upon another, whether parent or sibling or friend or mate or teacher, or whatever physical person or object, and tried to plug into that socket to get the juice you believe you need. That is just what you are doing, and you literally end up squeezing the life out of the relationship itself. When you seek first the kingdom and plug that cord into the socket within your heart, when you remember that you and your Father are one, that only love is real and nothing else matters, you will remember that the temptation to find love outside yourself is nothing more than the echo of an old habit, and that habit cannot live unless you feed it. Therefore, feed the only habit that matters, the habit of remembering that the truth is true always, regardless of what is passing before your physical eyes and before your mind. In all coming and going, in all birth and death, in all arising and passing away of universe after universe after universe, in the midst of a flat tire or a sudden rainstorm, nothing holds value except your relationship with your Creator. When you have experienced in relationship with anyone or anything a moment of bliss, a moment of a peace that forever passes all understanding, a moment of fulfillment so sweet and so sublime that no word could touch it, much less express it, what you have experienced is only the flow of the love of God through you. That person or thing did not cause it. It was caused because, for just a moment, you stepped out of your drama, you stepped out of your dream and allowed the truth to be lived. Then, of course, you tricked yourself into believing, God, that was so sweet. That was the best thing I ever tasted. It must have come from you. Get over here. I need you. If ever you believe you need anything or anyone, rest assured in that moment you are living in delusion. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love fulfills all things. Love embraces all things. Love heals all things. Love transforms all things. Therefore, remember well, you and only you can become the cause of your fulfillment, your peace, and your completion of time. This requires that you do nothing save remember to establish the connection with your Creator. Is it not true that what you desire most of all is love? Is it not true that you hope that each relationship, no matter how short, no matter what its form, that each journey, that each undertaking will allow you the experience of peace? Is it not true that you, who find yourselves in and as a body temporarily in time, is it not true that the grandest of experience you have known have been those that seem to flood the very cells of the body with love, with a sublime bliss and peace? Accept that truth, and what you desire beyond all things is the living experience of love. Then remember this: nothing you do can bring love to you. Nothing you do can keep love for yourself in a form of your choosing. Nothing you do can make love appear in the form of your insistence. Release the drama, release the dream, and choose to remember the truth that is true always. Return to the kingdom within, even prior to every breath. Remind yourself and say to your Creator, I want only that which is true always. Love is what I want. Love is what you are. Love is what I receive. Love is who I am. I and my Father are one. Here and here alone do you discover what you seek. Then you become free to walk this earth, to be in the world, but not of it all. And though your friends will look upon you and still see a man or woman who seems to act much like them, yet though you see it not, Christ dwells with them. Something in them keeps attracting them to you. They are not sure what it is. Is it the shape of your body or the radiance of your eyes? It is not these things. They feel the quality of love. Can you imagine walking upon this earth, and no matter where you are, feeling as though every wisp of cloud and every blade of grass and all good things under heaven and earth were already residing within you, within this sphere of your countenance? Can you imagine walking upon this earth and sensing that the light from the farthest of stars that shines during the night is already within you, that the whole of creation was held in the palm of your hand? Would there be room yet to convince yourself that there is something you lack, something you need, that the restlessness you feel must be valid? In truth, you are like one who has been given a perfect treasure, a priceless jewel. You have placed it in your pocket and forgotten that you possess it. So you run around trying to look in everyone else's pocket. You have tried to seduce certain ones to surrender so that you can own the clothing, and therefore try to possess the jewel that you hope is in their pocket. But the great truth is that you cannot possess love until you set it free. You cannot move into holy relationship with anyone or anything until you give up all trace of need to possess it. When your only desire is love, you will be willing to set anyone free, to support him or her in their own journey, no matter what it is or what it takes. Yet you will never feel your love waver. If a twinge of sadness arises because you recognize that two bodies in space are now going to go separate parts of the planet, as that twinge arises, you will recognize it as the effect of a mistaken perception. You will move within, to the place in which all minds are joined. You will remember that your fulfillment does not rest in gaining love from another, but in giving love to everyone. If indeed you would know the truth that sets you free, heed each and every word that is being shared. If you would taste the sweet nectar of freedom, be committed to replacing every erroneous perception that you have ever made, and every thought you have ever held of everyone and everything. Set these things aside and commit the fullness of your energy to the simple but vigilant practice of remembering the truth, even prior to every breath. I live, yet not I, but Christ dwells in me. Therefore I submit and surrender to the truth that is true always. My fulfillment comes only from allowing Christ to be given to the world. The truth is very simple. It is not complex at all. Get out of the way and let love live through you. And all of a sudden you will know that, indeed, you are given all good things eternally. You will know that grace is reality. You will know that effortlessness is the way of life in the kingdom. But effortlessness does not mean that you do not feel, for you are in a dimension of feeling. Effortlessness does not mean that you do not discover how to deepen your ability to be the living embodiment of love. It does not mean that you do not challenge yourself to learn to express love in a way that can be heard by another. Effortlessness means simply that you abandon the resistance to what love requires in each moment. Effortlessness is the way of the kingdom. In the world, effortlessness means that you let down the wall you have built between yourself and all of creation. You no longer resist the lived experience of relationship, whatever it is, relationship with a cloud, relationship with another person, relationship with a dog or cat, relationship with April 15th when you write your government a check. Why not wrap it with a Christmas paper and ribbons and send it with much love? When you have learned to release the barriers, the walls between yourself and whatever is in front of you, when you open the door to your chakras, the body's energy centers, and simply allow love to be lived through you, when you look upon another person or another situation or another thing and realize that nothing in this world has the power to hurt you, and nothing in this world has the power to take anything from you, you are free. If you remember to extend love, then you are free. You have transcended birth and death. The seeker is no more, and only Christ walks this earth. Feeling is the doorway to love and freedom. If your commitment is indeed to look within and discover each and every obstacle you have ever created to the presence of love, why do you resist feeling those things? For well has it been said to you, that on just the other side is the very love you seek. Deny not the role of feeling in this dimension, for feeling is everything. You cannot even know the presence of God unless you feel it. You cannot think about the presence of God. You cannot insist on a belief about the presence of God. That does not do it. That does not fill your cup. Feeling fills your cup. Feeling, unbridled, unblocked, unobstructed feeling, is the doorway to that love that sets you free. Therefore, when you say, I don't want to feel this, rest assured you are truly saying, yes, the doorway to the kingdom of heaven is right in front of me. But if you think I'm going to open it, you're crazy. It's not worth it anyway. What is worth it is protecting the substitute I have made. I have called this the ego, the false self. What I once described to you as a gnat shouting at space, that's what I'm committed to. And I'm going to protect this thing, give up heaven to protect this useless little thing. Oh yes, you better believe I'd be willing to make that sacrifice. What's heaven, anyway? A bunch of love stuff, a bunch of people running around in bliss, some of them without bodies, hanging on into unlimitless fearlessness and utter fulfillment. Who needs it? Oh, but this little gnat of mine, oh, I'm going to make it shine. How many times have you tried to make the little gnat shine? For instance, everybody notice it's shining. Please, notice how great I am. I'm making my gnat shine. Listen to my whining and my complaining and the lamenting, the great sadness. Oh, how grand my gnat is. Meanwhile, the love of God flows through a multitude of universe and creates forever, even now, new universes. And the love of God does not even notice the gnat at all. No one is paying any attention. Your friends around you do not want to pay attention, although sometimes you corner them and they have no choice. But those of us without bodies, do you really actually think we waste our precious eternity taking your attempt to make that gnat shine seriously? Indeed, because we love you, we give you the space and we honor your free will to be as little and as miserable as you wish. We will wait until you choose to come once again into the greatness in which you truly reside. We never withdraw our love from you. We simply look through your storyline because what we wish to love is the Christ that dwells within you. What day and hour will you decide to love yourself as God has first loved you? To truly, once and for all, make the decision to live. For until you decide to live with and for and forever from the mind of Christ, life has not yet begun. Right away the mind reacts, oh my God, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it? Look at all the experience I've had, Joshua. How can you tell me I haven't lived? Why, there was this drama, then there was that drama, then there was that drama over there. Don't you remember 17 lifetimes ago when I did this and then I did that? I struggled through that one, and I struggled through this one. I've lived. No, you have dreamed. Do you awaken in the morning and realize that you have had a whole night of dreams of receiving ribbons and trophies and what have you from that world? And then you say, well, that was very real. The trophies must be out sitting on my kitchen table, while you dreamt it felt real enough. And that is the quality I am speaking to you here. If you wish to take this as an affront, it is perfectly fine. It will not disturb my peace at all. Until you finally decide to come into life as the presence of Christ, as the presence of love, and to own each moment of your experience as wholly self-created, for no other reason than that you have chosen it from the perfect and infinite freedom of your unlimited being, life has not yet begun. When you look upon all things without judgment through the eyes of forgiveness, when you decide to embody only the reality of love no matter what anybody else is doing, that is when life begins. As of this date on your calendar, there have only been a handful of beings who have truly lived life upon this plane, a very small handful. There are many of us that would just absolutely be thrilled if you would join the club. I will let you in on a little secret. Until you do not get to graduate. You will never leave this plane filled with conflict and suffering, as it seems to be, until you have lived the experience of walking this earth wholly as the thought of love and form, with no other allegiance but to love. You will never leave this plane. You will never take up your cross and follow me. You will spin around again and again and again, only to be confronted with the same need to decide wholly for love. You will finally look heavenward and say, Father, let's get on with it. Enough time has been wasted. It's gone, it's fine, it doesn't matter. Now, I am committed to love. Bring on whatever I must experience to bring up from the depth the places where I've hidden it within me. Every obstacle that must yet be dissolved by the light of the grace of perfect love. And I will do whatever I can, from my side of the fence, to open up those places, to feel those places, to embrace those places and to love those places, to claim those places as wholly self-created. I will let my parents off the hook. I will let my siblings off the hook. I will let my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather off the hook. I will let Adam and Eve off the hook. I will let the government off the hook. And I will love myself enough to heal my separation from God. I will be humble enough to recognize that if I am having an experience because I know I have made the commitment to heal, then you have indeed, precious Father, brought me all good things. For this moment of experience can be seen through eyes that recognize that it is but a stepping stone to the perfect peace that I seek. My life is no longer mine, for I know not how to correct that one fundamental error, but I can surrender into feeling each moment fully while choosing love anyway, and love will dissolve the pain that I have carried, all because I insisted on trying to separate myself from the source of my being. This little gnat of mine is being put to rest, for the only thing that can shine is Christ. For Christ, the sons and daughters of God, the offspring of God, is God's only creation. The rest of it is attributed to you. Even space and time is yours. Your Creator's only creation is you, the truth of you. For you are love, and God creates only that which is like unto himself, and God is only love. Many of you believe you are on a spiritual path. You will know that if it is true by your willingness to feel and experience wholly exactly what is in front of you moment to moment. So if you have a conflict with another, and you sit in your chair and decide to pray or meditate in order to change the feeling state within yourself, and you arise later and say, There, I'm feeling much better now, but the issue has not been solved with another, nothing has changed. Go therefore to the other. Open your heart, share and resolve. If you have offended another, ask them for forgiveness. If you have judged another, admit it. Ask for their forgiveness. It is only in such a way that you can truly heal the place of conflict within. Beloved friends, the essence of this lesson is quite simple. Where are you now? Are you willing to allow yourself to see everything around you and within you as the doorway to the kingdom of heaven, waiting only for you to acknowledge its presence and to open it? Are you willing to truly be right where you are, wholly right where you are? And the mind says, well, of course, I'm on a spiritual path. Rest assured, if you look well into your feelings and find any trace of resistance, you have not yet made the necessary commitment that gives you the power to open the door. Only through feeling do you awaken. Feeling is the message of this lesson, for it is only through feeling that you truly awaken. Concepts and ideas can begin to direct the mind to believe that there is something out there that is attractive that might even be better than what you have been doing before. But concepts and ideas do not in themselves open a door. They are symbols, and that is all. A symbol cannot quench your thirst. It is only at the level of genuine feeling that you can once again know the presence of God who dwells within you, around you, and through you even now. Feel what you have created as a substitute for the truth. Own it, look upon it, and then let it go. Learn it regardless of what choice you have made in the past. Once you have embraced it, once you have felt it, you remain perfectly innocent and imbued with that power to choose again to feel, to learn once again to feel the glorious warmth that permeates the kingdom of heaven. Nothing you can do with time can match the importance of what we have shared in this lesson. Nothing you do in the field of time holds a candle to the incredible gift that is waiting for you. Therefore, use time constructively by deciding to love, that love may teach you of itself. Indeed, beloved and holy friends, when you have done this, you will find yourself translated into a form that could never possibly be contained by the space and volume of a physical body. You will look upon this entire dimension as a mere temporary learning device. You will set it aside, as a child sets aside a toy that has been outgrown. But you will do it with deep appreciation and love for the toy that you have played with for so long. You will carry with you a deep sense of gratitude for everything this physical dimension has brought to you. There will not be a molecule of beingness within you that will feel any resentment, any longing, any anger, or any remorse for anything. All of your experience will have become wholly acceptable to you, for it was by such experience that you were finally driven to want only the truth. From this day forward, you will never again be able to truly convince yourself that all of your attempts to stay distracted or conform to the world are really accomplishing a thing. You will find that your mind begins to penetrate the unconscious habits you have created in an attempt to hide from what must be felt. You will know perfectly well when you are simply deluding yourself. You will start to smile and say, "Oh yes, there I go again. Might as well set that aside, and plant my feet firmly on the ground and indeed live with passion from the truth of the kingdom of heaven." In the way of the heart we will speak ever more directly and even more forcefully to you, for the time comes quickly when this planet will not be willing to tolerate untidy house guests that are not willing to vibrate at the frequency of the being toward which the planet herself is preparing to move. Therefore, be not caught by coming home one day and discovering that the landlord has changed the locks, and you have not a place to rest your head. Rather, become the living embodiment of love and journey with your Holy Mother into an entirely new dimension of being. And never forget to sing, laugh, dance, and play along the way. Be you therefore at peace, beloved friends. Amen. Lesson 7. Birthing the Mind of Christ. Forever I am with you. Forever I am with you. For long before the stars were birthed, long before the planets arose, long before even a thought of physicality had emerged within the divine mind of the Son of God, we were already created together and equally. Yet that creation of what alone is real knows no point of birth. Therefore, because the Father is forever, so too have we abided together and been sustained together in love. Throughout all time and even unto eternity do we abide together in the reality of who we are. Therefore, think it not extraordinary when I say unto you, I am with you always, even unto the end of this age. What journey have you ever taken that is not familiar to me? What journeys have I ever taken that is in truth not familiar to you? For when you look upon me from some deep place of knowingness within, though the words may be different, you say within yourself, Behold, Christ appears before me. When you hold a thought of me in the mind and the body is flooded with emotion, soft and gentle and light, and you recognize that the Holy Son of God was birthed and perfected in your friend Jeshua ben Joseph, what is it within you that knows that this is the truth? What part of your mind, what capacity within your heart can look upon me and recognize the truth within me, so that you love me? For I say well unto you, it is the same as that part of my mind, that part of my heart that looks upon you and says, Behold, the holy child of God is before me, and I love this one. That which knows, that which comprehends immediately, is the mind of Christ. It recognizes itself in each and every one. The mind of Christ dwells within you in its fullness now. Therefore, as I have said unto you many times, never fail to remember that it takes one to know one. If you would look upon me and say, Beloved friend, thank you, look well upon yourself and say, Beloved friend, thank you. Allow the breath to flow. How many journeys have there been? How many moments of experience passed under the bridge of your beingness before you first began to reawaken to the truth that is true always? How many lifetimes, how many worlds, before a light began to dawn, so imperceptibly at first that it was not yet recognized, and a teeny voice whispered from a place that seemed so far removed from where you dwelt, Beloved son, you are with me now. You remain as I have created you to be. Therefore be at peace, you are loved. The voice seemed so far away, so faint, and surely it could not be your own. Surely it was just a moment's fantasy. In the midst of some journey you paused, and as a raindrop fell upon a leaf, and your eyes looked upon that experience, you felt and knew that you were one with that leaf and the raindrop, and that indeed you were those things. How many moments of experience passed before these kinds of qualities began to emerge in your consciousness as what seemed at first to be teeny mad ideas? Thoughts such as, "My God, I just felt myself to be one with all creation. Well, better not tell anyone about that," and off you went. But the moments began to come more often, still perhaps fleetingly, and yet now more familiar. A sense underneath all the drama, all the crying, all the lamenting, all the resenting, all of the fearing, all of the striving, and all of the seeking. The still, tiny voice would come and say, "Beloved son, you remain as I have created you to be. You are loved. You are wholly loving and wholly lovable forever." The teeny voice would still steal through the roar and the din that seemed to make a home within your mind. Rest assured, you would not be where you appear to be in this moment if you had not already begun to experience many moments that express the quality that I have just described to you, of truly hearing the still small voice of the Comforter within. Therefore, indeed, each of you knows that there is a longing within you that cannot and will not any longer be denied. You know from that Christ within you that Christ has stirred within you, and is rising to take up its rightful place as the master of your mind and your heart, your body and your breath, and your dreams and your passion. Each of you knows that it is absolutely futile to attempt to settle for anything less. It does not come because of anything I have ever done for you. It comes because it must come. It must arise within each created mind, regardless of its journey, regardless of its attempt to deny what is eternally true. That is called the illusion of the dream of separation. It must come, and it is inevitable because Christ will not be denied. Christ cannot be denied, because only Christ can express what is absolutely true. Only Christ can so inform the cellular structure of the body that even the simplest of gestures extends love unto another who beholds it. Only Christ knows how to breathe the breath that releases all trauma, all hurt. Only Christ understands the power of true forgiveness, which is always, by the way, forgiveness of oneself, since no one has wronged you at any time. Only Christ can bring a smile to the lips of a body, such that when another one looks upon you and sees that smile, their heart is filled. Only Christ can walk in this world, yet not be of the world. And only Christ can transcend every limited and fearful creation, transforming them into the beautiful flower that blossoms and gives its sweet fragrance to all creation. Is it not that which you long to feel moving through your being? Is not that called to awaken alive within you? O beloved friends, you know that it is. Love you therefore one another, and love you therefore the self that has been given unto you of the Father. Learn to hear only that voice. Learn to desire only that voice. Learn to follow only that voice that knows the truth is true always. I and my heavenly Father are one. This world is but a passing shimmer and a dream. It holds no value save that which Christ can bring to it. Only love is real. Anything else is the choice to momentarily believe in illusion. Rest assured, illusion within an illusory world can seem to hold great power, but only power has been given unto you. All power under heaven and earth is given unto the holiest child of God, and that power dwells within you as the life of your life, the breath of your breath, the truth of your truth, the being of your being, and the joy of your joy. There has never been an illusory creation that has ever, in truth, threatened it, nor can any illusion take reality from you. The only thing that can occur is that you use that power to believe in loss. All forms of loss that you perceive through the physical eye or through the worldly mind are nothing more than passing shades of your insistence on believing that loss is possible. All forms of the contraction known as fear are nothing more than temporary modifications of the very power given unto you, a power that you have sought to use to see if it were possible to convince yourself that something besides love is real. But the story is over. The dream of separation is ending. The whole of creation is now experiencing a growing power, a movement, and a momentum that must carry the mind from which creation springs to a new level. It is not so much an evolutionary level as a level of recognition, a level of remembrance, a level of returning. That wave of momentum is alive and has already arisen within your heart and mind. You know it. Stop denying it. Stop questioning it. Stop looking for signs from the world around you that it is all right to feel it. Accept it as a divine gift from your Creator, for the call has gone out. Though many listen, few hear, and few are still become wholly devoted to responding. Therefore, let your prayer be always, may Christ alone dwell within and as this creation that I once thought was myself. May Christ alone inform each thought and each breath and each choice. May love direct each step. May love transform this journey through time, that in time I might truly know the reality of eternity, the sanctity of peace, the holiness of intimacy, and the joy of the Father's love prior to every breath, and indeed even prior to every thought that arises within the mind. For when you know that you are holiness itself, how could you ever look upon your brother and sister and believe that they have wronged you? How could you ever want to do anything but to love them? That is, let the love of Christ flow through you so deeply and so profoundly that they get that you do not believe their illusion. When you give unto another that which alone is true, because all minds are joined, you have offered unto them the only gift that holds value. When you give another the truth, perhaps even without saying a word, because all minds are joined, they recognize what has been offered and say to themselves, the one before me knows the truth of me, and is looking right through every one of my attempts to be less than I am. Therefore I see that it is safe to choose again. That is when miracles occur. Do not strive to heal the world. Do not do anything to make a show of how much you love another. Give up the concept of being a busy bee. Simply be the presence of love, because you know that there is absolutely no value in being anything else, and that in truth you have never succeeded at being anything but the presence of love. Each sane moment that you have experienced, each moment of the unlimitedness, each moment of genuine intimacy, each moment of grace-filled joy that you have ever known, in whatever form it seems to appear, has come because you have allowed your mind to slip into the sea of peace. There you have merely abided, empty, wanting nothing, seeking nothing, being merely the presence of what you are. When that quality becomes cultivated so that it permeates your consciousness with each breath and with each moment, you will know that Christ has indeed arisen that day, and you will celebrate Easter with each breath. The shadow of fear. What then could ever possibly arise to obstruct the truth that is true always? There is an ancient forest on your planet, a forest so high in rugged mountain valleys and so rugged that no one has ever been there. Unknown to the minds of humanity, life goes on in the forest. Deep within the heart of this forest, this morning a teeny blade of grass seemed to be tossed by an unseen wind. As it was tossed for just a fragment of a moment, so subtle and so soft that this wind that the sunlight played against this blade of grass, it cast the smallest of conceivable shadows on a stone, just a little bit away from the blade of grass. No one noticed. The shadow had no effect. The rock did not even notice. No one on the planet noticed. No one in any of the heavens noticed except me. I needed something to build a story around. That teeny shadow, cast by a little blade of grass, momentarily wiggling in the wind in some remote forest, has virtually no effect on the turning of the planets, the creation of new suns, and certainly not one trace of effect on how deeply the Father loves you. That little shadow is what you have given power to. It seems to be able to obstruct the truth within you from being lived. For the moment, you gave that little teeny shadow power. In that very moment, fear was born. Fear is always a contraction away from love, and fear makes you smaller than the blade of grass that momentarily seems to cast a shadow, and therefore obstructs your recognition of the warmth of the sun that bathes you always. When you resist healing, when you struggle to learn to speak your truth, you may rest assured that something has occurred just prior to that. What is it? It is your decision to believe that the shadow is all perfect, and that if you heal, if you grow, if you change, if you let Christ live in you, that the little blade of grass and the little tiny shadow it creates for a very temporary moment will come and punish you and crush you. If you can truly take this story into your being and recognize the utter laughability of such a belief, you will never again fear fear. You will never again allow fear to master you and direct the course of your life. You will learn what it means to trust what is birthed in the heart, and you will arise and you will go forth without fear, with no story at all. You will accomplish whatever creativity wishes to express through you, and the whole while you will know that of yourself you do nothing, but the Father through you can do anything. Therefore, what forms of the shadows of the blade of grass are all allowing you to run and own and possess your soul? There are many forms of that shadow, are they not? There are peers and parents and siblings to please. There are governments to bow down before. There are mates and children that must come first. There are bills to pay. There are desires to check and keep in order. There are activities and statements and behaviors done by others that require at least 7 or 8 hours a day for you to analyze and judge them to death, and you think, my, this world is exhausting, but somebody has to do it. And you thought it was love that makes the world go round. Trust me, love does not spin and get nowhere. Love created you. Love birthed within you as an individual, at least within the dance of time and space, the power to choose, the power to feel, the power to channel light and love, the power to know that something exists within and as you. That is what love has done. Has fear ever created anything remotely like that? So what do you want? Creation or mimicry? Peace or the ability to simply drug yourself with triviality? Imagine all power under heaven and earth flowing through you with every breath, so that your consciousness witnesses, not what you do as the maker or doer, but that which the divine is doing through you in each moment. And you get to marvel at the creativity of love, the very same love that moves the sun and the moon and the stars. Now that is a delightful pastime. By the way, you have called the body your body, as if you have some right to possess it. Give the body to God. God knows how to use it, you do not. When your life is given to being only the presence of love, for no other reason that you want it to be, you will know, because you will be, the truth that sets all things free. The whole of creation is waiting to move through me, and I want to be aware of it. I want my experience, my lived consciousness, to be blissfully absorbed in observing the flow of love through me. And if there are any cobwebs in the way of that, you will sweep them out of the way. When you are in that quality of being, heaven and earth will move to become your servant, and not until then. After all, send a conflicted message and nobody shows up for the dance, so now you know what the shadow is. Perhaps sometimes you enjoy dancing with it, but here is the great question. Are you going to let the shadow lead, or are you going to lead? Birthing the Christ mind. When your life becomes liberated in that, I am not speaking of perfection as you would know it. When your life becomes that motivation, that attitude, that declaration, and that devotion, then perfection will be witnessed through you. For the true meaning of perfection is miracle-mindedness, where that which saves time occurs. When your life becomes that, when you no longer have any conflicted commitment in your beingness, you will know exactly what the result of my life was for me, because you will be that. Yes, I know that you are worrying. Does that mean that when I get really close, I'm going to have to go through my final initiation of crucifixion? And if I have to do it, will you promise that they at least sterilize the nails? Could I choose the day or the hour? I don't like to get up too early. You already know what crucifixion is all about. You have done it yourself 1,000,000 times, in ways far worse than a mere nail driven through the hand that creates a little twinge of pain. Hell is nothing more than a state of being rutted or stuck in the process of crucifying oneself, which is the attempt to murder and destroy what God has created out of love. Stop wasting your energy trying to love God. That will not do it for you. Stop wasting so much energy trying to learn how to love another. That will not do it for you. And for God's sake, please refrain from all attempts to get anyone to believe that you love them. Put the whole of your attention on giving up the pattern of belief from which you have attempted to crucify the self that God made and placed within you as your very awareness of your existence. Learn to love the self beyond all created things. Learn to nurture that self. Learn to cultivate within the self only that which speaks of joy and truth, so that your words and your actions and your very presence always uplift another, so that when another walks into the room in which you are sitting or standing or moving, they feel like a breath of fresh air just hit them, even if they have not lifted a finger. As long as there is a trace of energy within you in which you are striving to get from any perceived thing or object around you what you are sure you lack inside yourself, you cannot know the love of self, and you cannot experience freedom. Happiness is an inside job. Then what happens? You finally get it right and you decide, all right, what's the little shadow been doing? Well, let's take care of that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. How many blades of grass and how many shadows are there within this being that seem to be overlaid upon the self? Does it matter? You are busy birthing Christ. What happens when that really occurs? First, and listen well, nothing will be unacceptable to you. Yet the mind still resists. Well, but does that mean if somebody is not a vegetarian that they're still loved? Does that mean if somebody votes for someone I'm sure is the wrong guy that they're not insane, that I can love them? Does that mean that someone who seeks power and therefore creates a war and kills 5,000 women and children, that I can still look upon them and have my love be disturbed? Does it mean that whatever arises within this temporary world is really, truly, literally not a problem for me any longer, that nothing is unacceptable? Yes, it does not mean you condone it. It means it is no longer unacceptable. For what you cannot accept, you will judge, and every judgment is the attempt to murder what you have decided has no right to be. Judgment is the opposite of forgiveness. It lives on the side of the fence with fear. Forgiveness lives on the side of the fence with love, and only love can heal this world. Imagine, then, living in a state of being in which literally nothing was unacceptable to you, because you knew that the source of your true being was far beyond the limitation of anything created in space and time, that not even death, which has been created out of the contraction known as fear, is unacceptable. I say unto you, if you will choose to trust me, I will show you the way to peace. I will wait for your reply, as I can do nothing to take from you the freedom required to become wholly committed to allowing Christ to be birthed where once a useless illusion reigned. I will show you how to become the being out of which all creation is arising, so that you will know the truth that sets you free. Now this will raise up within you the most fundamental of fears possible. What is that? It is the last to be overcome, the fear of death. For when you are confronted by the truth, you know that everything you have sought to create as substitute for the truth must die. That is why it is said, the last to be overcome shall be death, fear of death. Death is allowed that Christ might live. Understand well, there is no one, and there shall not at any time be anyone who reads these words to whom I have not given this promise unto. I will show you the way to the truth, that is true always, and set you free. But only you can make the decision to bring the whole of your being to that journey. And all that it requires is what you call a smidgen of willingness. A smidgen of willingness is all that it takes. I know the way home because I have completed the journey, and I will show you the way. With every word that I utter, my one intent is to reveal to you the place within you that is the presence of love that you seek. What if you choose to actually commit yourself to considering what I am sharing and return to the innocence of a child, as you contemplated what it would mean in your life? Rest assured, when the journey to the kingdom is completed, the journey within it begins anew. The bliss, the wisdom, the creativity, the laughter, the friendship, the family, the joy, the serenity, and the peace that have been, for the most part, seen as an impossible dream will become your most ordinary state of being. Yet none of it can occur through any power that can move through me. I can guide you, I can show you the way, and I can walk beside you on the way that you have chosen. At times I can give you my strength until yours is as certain as mine by carrying you, but ultimately you must demand that I put you down, so that your feet touch the soil of the kingdom of heaven and you walk, under your strength, under your certainty beside me. You will indeed find in that day and hour that as often as you ask it of me, I will ask you, how do you think we could do this? What would you like to create with me? And then indeed we are as brother and brother, sister and brother, friends, dancing and playing in the kingdom prepared for us of our Father. One little shadow cast by a teeny blade of grass is all that seems to prevent you from coming wholly to where I am. If you tarry yet a little longer, it is all right. You cannot prevent me from knowing the truth about you and loving you. When you are in love, when you are so immersed in simply loving, is it not true that you have no sense of time at all? There is no sense of any effect disturbing your peace. You are just swaying to the music. You are loving, and your wholeness grows even more holy. Therefore, love one another as I have loved you. For the Father has first loved me, that I might show you the truth of what love is and the reality of your being. I will not cease in doing this, regardless of how long you choose to tarry. For love is indeed patient and kind. Love is not deluded, and love does not allow delusion. Love embraces all things, trusts all things, and allows all things. It knows perfectly well where it is going and never ceases in that journey until every blade of grass is released from casting shadows and the whole of creation is returned to the heart of God. Learn to love yourself and cry out to this world, I and my Father are one. This is the soil from which I move, live, and have my being. So be it. Always remember that the Father looked upon his only creation and said, Behold, it is very good. That goodness has a name, and it is yours. And behold, it is very good. The light deserves to shine. The doorway stands before you. Will you open it through the power of your choice? For what you experience will reveal to you what choice you have made this day. Beloved and holy friends, my peace be with you always. And may the truth that is true always shine within your hearts and mine throughout all ages. Remember, there's a perfectly good reason why I keep saying time and again, I am with you always. Amen. Lesson 8. Dropping pools into the pool of awareness. As always, I come forth as your equal to abide with you, to walk with you, to communicate with you, from that mind and that heart which we are eternally share as one, that mind which is alone the reality of our shared sonship, our shared existence. As always, I come forth in joy and also with humility, for I cannot join with anyone unless they provide the space within their consciousness and bid me enter therein. Therefore understand well that when I come to abide with you, I come with the humility born of the recognition of the great mystery that has given you your existence. That mystery I have called Abba, Father. Why? You have not come forth from some mechanical, unthinking force. You have come forth from pure intelligence. You have come forth from pure love. You have come forth from a source beyond all comprehension. You have come forth from the radiance of a light so bright that the world cannot see it or contain it. You have come forth from that which alone is eternally real. Because you have come forth from it, you are one with it, always. This means that you abide in a relationship, created to creator, offspring or child to parent, that is so intimate, a bond so deep, that it cannot be broken at any time. As a wave that arises from an ocean cannot be separated from the ocean itself, so too in each and every moment in your experience do you abide in a union so powerful, so mysterious, so intimate and immediate that the mind cannot comprehend it. This union connects you, as the created, with the mystery beyond comprehension that contains every drop of wisdom and intelligence necessary to create consciousness itself. Consciousness, the power to be aware, the power to choose, is what you truly are. If this source, this mystery, can birth this most fundamental aspect of creation, does it not deserve to be called Abba or Father, that which creates like unto itself? Can you then begin to feel, to know, not just as an intellectual idea, but as a lived reality, a knowingness, that if you are aware in this very moment, it is because you are one with the source of all creation and cannot be separated from it in any way or at any time? Fear, as we have said many times, is like a contraction. Again, if you were to imagine a wave arising from the ocean and then going into contraction because it thinks it is separated from its source, that contraction literally squeezes the life, the very flowing water, out of the wave. Could that wave possibly continue when its very life force has been squeezed from it? Does it not then become mere drops of water fading from view, only to dissolve back into the ocean itself, its radiance lost, never to be seen again? If it were possible for the wave of your consciousness to truly have its life force squeezed out of it, you too would fade away as droplets returning to the ocean, never to be remembered or seen again. Listen and listen well. That would be death. But in reality, you are alive always, even when you have identified yourself with the great constriction that fear is. Your fears have never been able to squeeze out of you the great life force, the great reality, and the great gift of awareness. You have, therefore, never ceased to be. There has never been a time that you have not existed, and there will never be a time when you will cease to be. You are, therefore, very much like the wave that has begun to arise out of the unseen ocean, and as it gains momentum, it moves across the surface of the planet. Like the wave, you are in continual movement. Moving where? Into a forever extension of your awareness itself, into a forever extension of whatever you choose to pick up along the way and make a part of yourself, into a forever extension that will carry you into the experience or the fruits of the very thought you have held onto as your very own. Therefore understand well, right now in this lived moment, wherever you are, whatever you are experiencing, all that you see, all that you feel, all that you know and all that you seek to avoid, and all the things you value and devalue. All things are contained within your awareness. For if they are not found there, they do not exist for you. Therefore, look upon that which resides within your awareness, within your consciousness. What are the things that you know that you know? What are the things that you would avoid? What are the feelings that you have not explored? What are the objects, the people, the place, the values that you strive for that seem to thrill even the cells of your body? What is the body itself, if not that which arises within your awareness? Look at the planet around you. Look at every object in your room. Look at every thought you choose to think. Look at the perception and idea that you defend so vociferously. Look at the thoughts and feelings of others that make you cringe or wish to withdraw from them. These things abide within you like the very power or life force of the wave that has arisen from the ocean. All these things you have picked up along the way, and the way has been very long and varied indeed. If you can imagine never ceasing to exist, it means that you have been as a wave of awareness passing through every time frame, every planetary system, and every dimension of creation. Along the way, one thing has remained constant. You have been in constant relationship with all of creation. Oh yes, you may select out a few people, a few objects, a planet, a dimension, and focus on all your attention there. Attention is nothing more than a decision of what you are going to use the power of your awareness to focus on. It seems that you have excluded everything else, but that is like an optical delusion of consciousness. While it is very true that you have selected out aspects of creation to focus your attention on, yet underneath, in the depth of the wave that is unseen by the physical eye, unseen by your conscious awareness or your day-to-day mind, you have remained in perfect communion with all of creation. You are therefore in relationship with all created things, and there is a communication that occurs without ceasing. Imagine being able to look into the air of your planet and literally see the radio waves, the television waves, and all the electrical waves that keep bouncing back and forth across your planet. That is what you swim in daily. Your consciousness pervades this field of vibrations. You only experience what you have chosen to create. You are the only one who selects out what you are going to be aware of, what you are calling into your lived experience. You select what is going to make an imprint upon you. Imagine then a pool of clear still water. Into it you drop a solitary pebble. From the pebble there radiate waves. This is what is occurring constantly in the field of your wave of awareness. As you have attracted to yourself certain persons, places, things, objects, and above all, thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions, you have dropped them like little pebbles into the still clear pool of your vast and eternal awareness. What you experience are the effects or the ripples of these pebbles. They literally join with the other ripples that you have created. As these ripples move out and touch one another and come back to you, this is the field of creation that makes up your physical, third-dimensional reality. You are therefore never experiencing anything except what you have chosen to create through your selection of the pebbles that you have dropped into the field of your awareness. You literally never experience a solitary thing. You do not experience objects. What you experience is the effect of a thought or a belief in objects. You never experience another person, for they also are made up of a whole web of vibrations. You could say that each person, each object, is really a field of relationships, unique and seemingly different from you, but a web of relationships nonetheless. For what child can be separated from their parents, from their cultural background, from the unique experience that they have had as they have interacted with the webs of relationships that have been around them since the moment of their conception? What kitten can be separated and singled out from the matrix of its mother and father? What leaf on a tree is separate from the temperature of the air, the quality of water and nutrients that come in it from the very soil of the earth? Everything is a web of relationship. All webs are in relationship with all other webs, and they become grander and grander and grander ad infinitum. You are a web of relationships out of which you have selected certain pebbles, whether they be thoughts or perceptions or experiences, and you have dropped them into the still clear pool of your awareness in order to create even more ripples. Then you have chosen which ones will have the greatest value for you. These you lock into your being, and they become your emotional field. The emotional field is the first level of crystallization of the body. From the emotional field, a further crystallization creates the appearance of a physical form. It is that which you push around the planet in your very temporary, third-dimensional form of attention, while all around you, and just beneath the level of your conscious daily awareness. You remain in communication with all webs of relationship throughout all dimensions of creation. It is for this reason that an inspiring thought can come suddenly to you and penetrate your daily awareness, and you wonder, where did that thought come from? Or suddenly a picture appears in your mind. It could be of anything. A man and a woman making love, a man and a man making love, a child playing in a park, a dolphin, or a picture of conflict or war. Where did it come from? Because you live in perfect communion, and you are like a grand field of energy in which all webs of relationships are reverberating constantly, you actually have access to the complete entirety of creation. And this entirety of creation is not limited to what is occurring now. As you understand time, you have available to yourself everything which you would call the past and the future. These things are available to you at all times. There is not one of you who has not experienced this for yourself. Perhaps you suddenly thought of a friend, and then the telephone rang, and you knew it was that friend. It makes no sense in your causal, third-dimensional plane. But because underneath, even though your conscious mind was busy making breakfast and wondering about which stocks to buy and sell, or which perfume to put on your body, you remain in perfect communion. It is why, when there is a deep resonance between friends separated by thousands of miles, all of a sudden you know they need you to call them. You feel a sense of concern. Maybe they just stubbed their toe, but you pick up the vibration. You all live this. You all know this. There is no secret about it. Why I would seek then to attract your attention to this one of the pebbles that has been dropped into the field of your awareness, which is generally true for virtually everyone involved in the third-dimensional experience called physicality. Imagine a sentence being dropped from a vast height, picking up speed until it strikes the still pool of your awareness and sends a ripple out, creating a vibration through you. The sentence is simply, "It is not possible for me to have the complete mastery over which pebbles are dropped into my awareness, for I am at the mercy of the vibrational field set up by the ripples of all the thoughts and webs of relationship in which I swim constantly." That perception is absolutely true, as long as you choose to believe it. That perception or belief is absolutely laughable and powerless as soon as you choose to acknowledge that this is so. What is the point of that? It is simply this. If you would choose to awaken wholly, if you would choose not just to be a wave that has mysteriously arisen from the ocean, if you would choose to be more than just another soul that has arisen from the mind of God and is somehow crashing about through all the universe, it is absolutely necessary to own, as your own, the pebble that drops into the still, clear pool of your awareness with the thought, "I am the one who chooses the effects I experience. I alone interpret all neutral relationships or experiences. I alone place the value upon objects, things, thoughts, and belief systems. I alone am the literal creator of my moment-to-moment experience." This, as you can see, changes everything. Never again can you allow yourself to feel as though you are merely a victim of unconscious forces. Never again can you look out beyond yourself and find fault with another. Never again can the energy of blame be projected from you to be dumped upon another. Never again can the energy of judgment hold sway in your holy mind. This thought, this one singular pebble dropped into the still pool of your awareness, is absolutely essential if you would decide to awaken wholly, and that is what this lesson is all about. You are not a victim of the world you see. Though you would hear the word, that which carries the vibration of truth many times, it can be denied as many times as it is heard. You can choose to allow it to settle deep into the pool of awareness so that it affects every drop of water that makes up the wave that you are. You can hold on to the hope that you are still a victim of the world that you see, that events hold some value in themselves that do not come from what you place upon them. And as long as you choose to deny the world, you cannot be set free. For the mind that chooses, in even a small part, to perceive itself as a victim of its world of experience remains powerless. It remains in a state that generates frustration, weakness, fear, self-doubt, unworthiness, suffering, pain, emotional pain of aloneness or separation from others and lack of fulfillment. Ultimately, it generates the echo of the belief that you have been squeezed so tightly by fear that you are literally separated from the ocean of the mind of God. Awareness is all that you have and all that you are. Out of your use of it comes all that you choose to experience, and out of that comes your decision of how you will experience what you have called to yourself. In truth, and please listen well, no experience you have ever had has defined you or identified you. No experience you have ever chosen to create, to call to yourself, and then to value as you valued it, has ever made you higher than or less than anyone else, not even me. Although there are many who still need to believe that I am far beyond them, no experience you have ever had has proven your unworthiness to be supported, to be loved by your Creator. Therefore, you remain as you are created to be, a wave filled with the very self-same power as the ocean itself, a wave, a soul, a web of relationship arising from the holy mind of God, with the momentum to flow on forever with the freedom to create by deciding which vibrations you will allow to settle in and become a part of you, which thoughts you will defend, which perceptions you will cleave unto. You are then eternally a creator, and this is the one thing that you have no free will about. You can never decide to be a non-participant in the very mystery of creation's extension. When you hold the thought, I refuse to participate in God's creation, you have literally created the perception, the experience of yourself as being outside or separate from creation itself. You have created the insane emotion of trying to separate the wave from the ocean itself. And you will create the perception of separation, even though nothing in reality has been affected. Why is this important? Because you see, the process of healing is not difficult. It requires only your willingness to accept that you are the effect of the Creator's desire to create like unto itself, just as the wave is the effect of the ocean's desire to express itself in a new way, a new form, and to bring a uniqueness to every wave that arises from its mysterious depth. Surrender, then, is the process in which you finally relent. You give up resisting the fact of your very existence. You stop whining about it. You stop lamenting it. You stop worrying about it. You make the decision to get on with being alive. And what is alive about you is going to be alive forever. There is no place to hide and nowhere to go. Creating is Christ. When you drop the pebble into the mind, I am not a victim of the world I see. I am a ceaseless creator made and of one substance with my Creator itself. Then indeed the questions begin to take a different shape. You begin to use the power of your awareness to deliberately and selectively choose which vibrations, which webs of relationships you are going to pull into your field of awareness, which ones you are going to resonate with and which ones you are going to let dissolve from your mind, from your awareness. If you have held on to a thought of smallness, a thought of lack, or a thought of powerlessness, now you begin to see that it is perfectly neutral. It is perfectly safe to look upon everything you have ever created and experienced and say, it is very good, and now I'm done with it. What's next? What pebbles can I drop into my holy mind in this very moment? Can I look upon the current experience I'm having and see it's nothing but the effect, the ripple, or a pebble or a thought that I dropped into my mind so long ago that I don't even remember it? Can I look upon these events that are unfolding around me? And if they are unfolding in your body, trust me, that is still around you, for you are much more than just a body. Can I begin now? Am I willing now to drop a different pebble into the still and infinite clarity of the pool of awareness that is what is alive about me always? Dare I think a different thought? Dare I drop such a pebble into my consciousness? So what pebbles could they be? I think I'll become a world savior, a Christ. What would that be like? What vibrations would I need to let go out of my life, and which ones would I need to open up? What would it feel like? What would I see as I look out through the field of my awareness at creation? I think I'll allow myself to be able to commune with any web of relationship, any soul, any being that exists on any plane of creation. Why, perhaps I'll even allow myself to know that I can be in communion with Jeshua. How wealthy can I become in this third-dimensional reality? How many golden coins could I possibly create in order to give them away to others? How many places on the planet could I take the body to be in the span of one short physical life? How many beings could I say I love you to? How big can I make my heart be? How deep can I experience peace? The realm of possibilities is as infinite as you are. The ones you select and choose are the ones that will create the web of relationships that will call you life, your experience, even right down to the quality of how you experience a transition mistakenly called death in your world. Would you call it a death when you leave one room and close the door behind you and step into another room? Of course not. You just say, I was there and now I'm here. That is all that truly occurs when the molecules you have called yourself are unglued because you release your values of them, and their constituents, their parts, dissolve back into the dust of the energy field of your planet. You merely leave one room and step into another. What I call you to in this lesson is this: to be willing to allow the pebble to be dropped into your field or pool of awareness that carries the energy of the thought. From this moment forward, I elect to birth a Christ, and thereby learn what Christ is. And your experience becomes the unfolding learning of what Christ is. When that learning completes itself, you discover that what you have learned is what you have created to be. You have returned full circle. The prodigal son or daughter journeying through the field of all possibilities has returned as the awakened Christ, and has taken up his or her rightful place at the right hand of the Creator. What does all that symbolism mean? It just means you finally think only with your right-mindedness. You think as God thinks, and God thinks lovingly. God thinks infinitely, timelessly, patiently, certainly, and above all, God thinks playfully, full of play. When you feel such love and such joy welling up within you that you can hardly contain it, do you not start dancing and moving the body about saying, "Oh my gosh, what am I going to do with all this energy?" And you call your friends and say, "Let's have a party. Let's go to a movie. Let's create a delicious feast. Who could I write a letter to, or who could I send flowers to?" Do you not become caught up in a desire to let some energy expand out of you, to touch all parts of your creation? Well, imagine being God, infinite, vast, without a top or bottom or a left or right, filled with nothing but pure, unconditional, radiant love. Can you imagine being able to contain yourself and say, "Oh, well, I think I will just sit here in this and not let anyone notice it"? No. God said, "Let there be light," and it was very good. God looked upon all of creation, which literally means not just this planet, but all of an infinite number of creations of dimensions upon dimension, and all little webs of relationships called soul that he brought into existence in one split second and said, "Lo, it is very good. This is my play. My joy and my love and my aliveness have poured forth and overflowed my grand being, and brought forth into manifest creation you. You, each and every one of you, are made of the very substance of that overwhelming love and playfulness that has the power to create infinitely, and thereby to extend creation itself. That is who you are. That is where you find yourself now and now forever, and you will never escape it. Creating mastery. Mastery comes when fear has been completely dissolved. Fear is dissolved not by fearing it, not by hating it, not by judging it, but by being looked upon with perfect innocence. Embrace it in the same way that a scientist would watch the ripples of a little pebble that has been dropped into the pool of water to see how they create other ripples and other temporary disturbances in the field of the surface of the water. As you look within and notice the things you have become afraid of, and how fear has constricted your creativity, your joy, your playfulness, and your unlimitedness, you merely look with innocent and wonder and say, "Oh, I see how that ripple has affected the creation that I call my life. Do I like it? Not anymore. Good. I think I'll be rid of that. What can I replace it with?" Mastery is a state in which you've embraced yourself as a ceaseless creator and assumed complete responsibility for everything that comes into the field of your awareness without judging it, so that you can simply decide whether it is going to stay or be dissolved in its effects. Mastery is fearlessness. That is, you no longer fear the infinite creative power of your perfect union with God. "I and my Father are one" is one expression of mastery. If I, who uttered those words so long ago in your experience of time, can demonstrate to anyone who will look that consciousness transcends the limited beliefs about the body, life and death that the world seems so determined to defend at all costs, if I can demonstrate that only love is real, if I can demonstrate the power to communicate with minds across creation, if I can bring forth creation by joining with other minds who may temporarily think they are just a body, such that written words fall upon a page and the page becomes part of a book that you are now reading, such that your heart is touched at just the right time, if I can do these things, so too can you. And indeed, greater things than these shall you do. Beloved friends, is it not time to assume complete responsibility for the grand freedom that has been imparted to you by Abba, Father, Creator, source of your being? Is it not time to begin spending time disengaging from your entangled view that holds you to believe that what you feel and what you think is the effect of all the energies and things that are coming at you from around you? Is it not time to begin to use time to decide which pebbles you will drop into the field of your awareness consistently, day by day, hour by hour, and even breath by breath? For these things create your tomorrows, and you cannot ever escape the reality that you are, and always will be, in the process of creating your tomorrow. Death will never separate you from it. Denial does not change it. You are free to decide what your tomorrows will be through the act of seeking first the kingdom. This means to rest in that inner silence in which you know that you are a wave having arisen with perfect momentum out of the depth of the ocean of God's holy mind, and that what you carry with you is the result of the thought and the belief and the perception, like pebbles, that you have dropped into the wave of your awareness. This very process is what created you, and this very process is how you have always created. If you have ever received an education, how did you end up with your body in a classroom? Did somebody kidnap you and sit you down and say, "Here, you must learn these things"? No, you first held a thought, a picture, and you placed a value upon it, and you attracted the means that carried you into the lived experience of receiving the education that you had decided upon. What relationship have you ever entered out of lack of awareness? None. You dropped the pebble into the mind and said, "I want relationship with another being, another body, another place upon the physical planet." You have always been doing it, and you have always experienced the fruit or the effect of the quality of vibration of the pebble that has created the ripples that have become your experience. In reality, your experience, that is your awareness, what is true about you, is no different than what is true about me. The only difference has been that I learned to train myself hour by hour to drop only unlimited pebbles that send out vibrations of unconditional acceptance and love, forgiveness, unconditional and unbridled vision and revelation, while you have selected to do that only a few times. Then you rush back and pick up the pebbles of unworthiness or limitation, lack, fear, smallness, and you drop 10 or 12 quick ones in. Then you go back to the other cupboard and say, here's the pebble that said, "I and my Father are one." Oh, had enough of that, and back you go again. While I stay on this side of the fence saying, "I and my Father are one. I and my Father are one. I am an unlimited being forever. How many universes can I be the Savior of today?" You, on the other hand, have said, "That sounds very good. I and my Father are one. Oh, here's the pebble that says my car needs to break down today." This is all there is. Which side of the fence are you going to sit on and drop the pebbles from? Which tree will you eat the fruit thereof? The tree of knowledge of good and evil? Use that symbolism well, for when you drop the pebble in the pond, it is like saying, "Well, I think I will take a bite of this piece of fruit. Oh, but it's so sweet, it's so good and so perfect. I'd better have a bite of a rotten one, too, to balance it out." The tree of good and evil, positive and negative, unlimitedness, limitation, forgiveness, judgment, love, fear, is like holding a beautiful flower and seeing the petals and saying, "Oh, it's so beautiful I can't quite take it, so I think I'll prick my finger on the thorn and bring myself back down." No one ever told you, and your Creator never insisted, that you eat of the tree of good and evil. For all good fruit has been given you freely, and you are always free to choose which fruit you will eat thereof. I and my Father are one. What a blessed creation! I have been having so much fun as this wave. Yes, I see what I have carried along with me. Well, it was fun. I gained a few things. Now what's next? Unlimitedness, kerplunk. Perfect love, kerplunk. Wealth, kerplunk. The ability to heal, kerplunk, kerplunk, kerplunk. Oh yes, I see the little pebble over there sitting on the shore that I have picked up 1,000,000 times before. Unworthiness, kerplunk. But no more. Be done with you. I and my Father are one. I and my Father are one. Father, create through me the good, the holy, and the beautiful, for this is the reason for my being. How big of a wave can I become? How powerful can I become? How radiant can I become? How much of you can I express through me? Kerplunk. Remember well, you are creating your tomorrows now, and what you experience never comes to you from outside yourself. If you worry over lack of golden coins, kerplunk, and you begin to attract the vibrational ripples that will seem to picture back to you, reflect back to you, the truth that you have chosen to believe. I live in lack and I can't get out, kerplunk. I can't possibly talk to Jeshua. I am not worthy, kerplunk. And the vibrational waves that come to you are the static that restricts your ability to transcend the third dimension and plug into others. So that even if I yell and shout, "Hey, I'm talking to you, listen," your mind said, "That's not possible because I've dropped a rock in kerplunk that says it's not possible, and therefore I do not hear a thing." Do you begin to get the picture? Do you begin to feel, in the core of your beingness, the essence of this lesson's message? You cannot escape being what you are created to be. In each and every moment you are literally using that ceaseless and unlimited power to create. and you remain perfectly free at any time to create anew. What you will experience in your tomorrows is only the fact of which pebbles you are choosing to drop into the field of your awareness as thoughts now. So the only question is this: am I, as a creative being made in the image of God, willing to deliberately, consciously, and actively choose being responsible for which thoughts, which pebbles, are dropped into my mind in each moment? If the answer is yes, ask, what do I want the new pebbles to be? What vibrational qualities will I call to myself and thereby create my tomorrow? Any time you react to what you believe is outside of yourself, you may be absolutely positive of this: you have elected to pick up the old pebble that says, I am a victim of the world I see. What I experience is caused by forces outside of me. The fault really is my mother, my brother, my father, my parent, my child. The fault really is in the government and the planet and the quality of air. The fault really is from a source outside of me, and I have no choice but to react to it, to which I can only say, would you rather be right or happy? Indeed, beloved friends, consider well the essence of this lesson's message, for upon this we will begin to build as we move toward the ending of the way of the heart. This is but a foundation for which those who are willing can spring forth into a grander dimension, a grander experience of living as a deliberate co-creator with God. But it all begins with a need to be responsible for owning the truth of the message of this lesson, for without it, there can be no change in your consciousness and therefore in what you will experience in your tomorrow. So if there is something in your present that makes you shudder, just think what is waiting for you if you once again deny choosing this responsibility and the power that comes with it. Beloved and holy friends, remember that I come not to bring peace to the world, but to shake it up so that those beings that make up the world can discover where true peace is truly hidden, within themselves, and where heaven abides, within themselves, and where Christ lives, within themselves. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen. Lesson 9. All events are neutral. I am your brother and your friend, who looks upon you and sees not but the face of Christ within you. Christ is the firstborn of the Father. That is, it is that which is begotten and not made. Christ is God's creation. Christ is the holy child of God. Christ is as a sunbeam to the sun, radiating forever from the holy mind of what I have called Abba. Therefore I come forth to abide with you in perfect joy, and in perfect freedom, and in perfect reality. I come forth to join with that party that abides always in perfect knowledge, perfect peace, perfect knowingness, and in perfect union with your Creator. I come not to speak of things that you do not know. I come not to use words that you do not already abide within you. I come not with the wisdom that you do not already contain. I come not with a love grander than that which already flows within the silent places of your own heart. I come not to place myself above you. I come only to walk as an equal beside you. I come because I love you. I come because I am your friend. Of all these things that I could possibly choose to do with the unlimited power of consciousness given equally unto me of my Father, as it was given unto you, of all the places and dimensions and worlds in which I could reside in this moment, I come to abide with you, to bridge the gap that seems to yet separate you from me. In reality, all dimensions of creation reside in a space far smaller than a tip of a pin. In reality, all dimensions of creation are so vast that you could never measure them. In reality, there is no gap between where you are and I am. This is why I can be no further from you than the width of a thought. But, O beloved friends, the power of a thought is the power to create universes, and within universes to create yet more universes, and within those universes to create world upon world upon world upon world upon world. Your lived experience is that momentarily your attention seems to be focused on your unique world, which shares some things in common with many other things. You have what is called in your world a consensus reality. We would say a consensus experience, born out of a universal reality. Beloved friends, even as you abide in your awareness in this moment, you are the creator of the world you experience, and you do this in so many ordinary ways. When you stand face to face with anyone, and for just a split second, you alter the position of the body through which you gaze upon them, you take up a new stance, a new perspective. In that very split second, you have created a new experience for yourself. When you look upon a friend and the mind moves from neutrality, which is where you begin every experience, into the thought, that is my friend Mary, that is my friend Saint Germain, that is my friend Peter, that is my friend Joanna, that is my friend Nathaniel. Whatever the name may be, when you hold that thought, already you begin to change the experience. You are a literal creator in that moment, for when you name anything, you define it according to the factors that you have built into the name that you use. When you look upon a field of energy arising from the mystery of the earth and you say the word tree, instantly you have brought forth into your manifest experience everything you have ever decided is associated with the field of energy that you have called tree. In this way, your experience is entirely unique. It has never been before. It will never be again. Nothing can repeat it. This is why creation is forever new. Yes, you can stand with your friend and look upon a tree and nod your head and say, "Of course, that is a tree. Yes, I see the branches, I see the leaves." But as soon as you have named it, you have brought forth all the associations you have called to yourself, your experience of that field of energy that you have called tree. Rest assured, those called environmentalists and those that have labeled loggers definitely see a different experience, though they both use the same word tree. Which is right, then, and which is wrong? This does not apply. In this lesson, we want to address another important pebbles that you must drop within this clear, still pool of your awareness. It is simply this. All webs of relationship, all energy fields, are absolutely neutral. What creates experience is how you decide you will view that web of relationship, that field of energy. The effect of that decision is also completely neutral. Well, how can that be? For when a logger sees a tree and sees only the profit to be made, forests disappear. And when the environmentalist looks at the tree remains, and the mighty owls and the birds have a place to make their home. Surely, are we not to perpetuate the same reality, the same experience that all human beings have ever had? Is there not loss when the forest disappears? Listen well and carefully. All events are neutral. You are the one that places the value upon it. Now, does that mean that one should become cold-hearted, unconscious, and blind to their actions? Of course not, for part of awakening means to realize one's interconnection with the web of all relationships. It means awakening a reverence for the mystery that is life, but it also means to release judgment of another who would view the tree differently. For you see, the body that you have crystallized out of a field of infinite energy has but one purpose. It is a communication device. Therefore, let your primary perception, your primary guiding light in your third-dimensional experience be this. What do I choose to communicate to the world? With every gesture, with every breath, with every word spoken, and with every decision made. For ceaselessly, while the body lasts, you are engaged in the process of communicating to the world, making manifest to the world what you have chosen to value, what you have called into your experience and imbued with value. This means that ceaselessly you are engaged in teaching the world what you believe holds the greatest truth, the greatest value. When an environmentalist looks upon a logger, becomes exasperated, and judges that logger or vice versa, the body is being used to communicate the value of judgment. That creates fear and contraction. The result of many, many minds choosing to value the right to judge is the effect you call your world, in which everything seems to be expressing conflict, struggle, butting of heads, and the Armageddon of opposite ideas running into each other. And just beneath it all events remain completely neutral. Even if the forest of your planet were completely taken away, that would be a neutral event. Why? Because if all the trees were gone, if the very physical planet you call Earth died, dissolved from view, life would continue. Life would merely create new worlds. It does it all the time. You do it all the time. The events, then, that you experience are always neutral. What you see occurring in the world around you remains neutral until you make the decision what it will be. For you. You will name it, and therefore you will define it. When you define it, you call all the associations of that to yourself. That is why once I taught it is very wise to forgive 70 times 7 times. It was for a very selfish reason. If one wrongs you and you spend your energy convincing them that they have wronged you, that you have a right to be angry and to be attacking in any way, you call to yourself, even into the cells of your body, the energy of conflict, judgment, war, death, disease, unhappiness, and separation instantly. But if you forgive 70 times 7, then in each of those moments of forgiveness, you call into your field of energy that which reminds you of unconditional love, perfect peace, a power that transcends anything that arises in the world. You call to yourself the reality of Christ, and all of it hinges on nothing more than the pebbles that you drop into your mind. Look with innocence on what you value. Where then have you drawn the line? Where have you said, I will allow neutrality to all events in this sphere, but not in that sphere? If my friends divorce or separate, well, okay. I'll see that as neutral. But if my spouse leaves me, that is not neutral. If my friend's father leaves $3 million to his children, well, that's fine. That's a neutral event. But if my father leaves his $3 million to charity and leaves me out of the picture, that is not a neutral event. If the streams in the country on the other side of the world from where I am become polluted because the consciousness of the community allowed a factory to be built without safeguards, well, it's on the other side of the world, a neutral event. But if they build it in my backyard, it is no longer neutral. It is always wise to look lovingly to see where you have drawn the line, to see what you will look upon as neutral and what you cling to as being filled with meaning and value that is unquestionable. For there you will find what requires forgiveness within you. We have shared with you that mastery is a state of fearlessness. When you place a value upon something and then become adamant that the value exists in the event or the object outside of you, you have secured your place in fear. And fearlessness is as far from you as the east is from the west. Look well, then, to see where you have placed a value, and insist that the value be unshakable. How many times of each of your days do you say, "Oh boy, if my dog ever died, I would not be able to take it. That would just be the end of me." Or if the banks collapse, "Oh my God, I wouldn't be able to take that." Be careful what you decree. Look to see where you are emotionally enmeshed with the value you have placed upon anything or anyone. Any relationship whatsoever, whether it be a relationship with your spouse, the relationship with your body, the relationship with your cat or dog, the relationship with your bank account, the relationship with your government, look at all of your relationships. For you have made them what they are. Where can freedom be experienced, save within a consciousness that has learned how to transcend the contraction of fear? And fear is the result of your attachment to the values you have placed upon the events you experience, which are made up of events, persons, places, and things. All of these are actually just events. Every web of relationship comes to you perfectly neutral. You decree it by naming it and defining it. When one comes to you in anger and you react, recognize that you first decided that they are angry, and you have brought forth with it all the associations you have ever decided to value concerning what anger means. Yet in that very moment, you hold the power to witness this field of energy circulating through the body and mind and the speech of another, and to see it as a dance of energy, a mystery arising from some unseen force and web of relationships. You could look upon it with curiosity and with wonder if you defined it differently. This is true for all things that arise. Even the great disease that seemed to threaten the life of the body can be looked at with complete neutrality. But if you define them in a specific way, you will call to yourself the fear of that event, which comes with all the associations you have learned from the world and from your own experience. The message of this lesson is simple, but it is very important. It builds on all that we have shared previously with you. You are a creator, and you cannot help but create. The question then is, what will you create in each moment? Far beyond the great thrill of the magic of creating events or objects in third-dimensional reality are the qualities that you create, such as peace, unlimitedness, forgiveness, compassion, and wisdom. These too are creations. Compassion does not exist floating about in the universe until you manifest it and cultivate it within your own consciousness. Christ consciousness cannot be said to truly exist for you until you create it within yourself. Your union with God does not even exist for you until you decide to open to the lived experience of it. Much as food you have never tasted might as well not exist for you until you journey to that country, purchase it and place it in your body, or in your day and age go to your grocery store and find the gourmet international section. Nothing can be said to exist for you until you have tasted the lived experience of it. So when you hear talk about enlightenment, when you hear talk about union with God, when you hear talk about unconditional love, stop nodding your head thinking you know what these things are and turn your attention within. Do you abide in a lived experience of these things? Immediately you will know the answer. If your answer is, no, I hear talk about enlightenment and I get little glimpses, but I don't really know what it is because I'm not feeling it completely in my lived experience, right away you will know that there must be something that you have valued other than enlightenment that you are insisting remains in place in your consciousness. What is it? Search it out, find it, and decide whether you still want it. We would perceive there are many in your world that like to walk around as if they are in a state of peace with smiles upon their faces. Perhaps they carry the Holy Bible in their hands or some other text. They wear some religious icon upon their body so as to create the appearance of one who is at peace. But inwardly they are not at peace. When they turn on their television, they watch how the logger has felled yet another tree. Inwardly, they respond by calling that one ignorant, stupid, or limited. In that moment, they have spoken to the universe the truth that they are choosing to live. I am not one who wants to know what peace is. I am not one interested in forgiveness. I am not one interested in wisdom. I am interested in judgment and the high that I feel in my body through the act of judging another as being less than myself. In short, it is time to give up that pretense. It is time to begin viewing yourself from the perspective of an absolute, ceaseless creator. Begin looking at exactly what you are creating in each moment of your experience. Bring the quality of childlike innocence to what you actually experience, not what you tell everyone else you are experiencing. It is time to become honest with the effects of the ripples of the rocks or the pebbles you have dropped into the field of your awareness as a great form of play. For a creator who understands their infinite power to create, and who understands that it is going on ceaselessly, that effects are being generated moment to moment to moment, that will indeed be making up their tomorrows, gladly gives up the energy of denial, and turns to look upon every moment of their experience, that they might discern what choice they must have made to bring about the effects they are currently experiencing. When a bill comes and your body shakes and you go into contraction and worry because there's not enough golden coins in the checkbook to pay for it, the Creator stops and looks upon all that is being experienced in the field of the body, in the emotional body, and at the thoughts being held in the mind. They begin to notice how they are viewing the objects around themselves, the world around them, in order to begin to wonder, what thought must have dropped into the pool of my mind to create the effect of lacking gold coins? And is that a thought I wish to drop into my mind so that I create similar effects in my tomorrow? Here is the doorway of wisdom. Do not create unconsciously and then just walk away, but learn ceaselessly from your creation. For in this way you begin the process of dissolving the creation of an unenlightened being, and you begin to build the creation of a Christ here and now in this moment. The power of your thoughts. Never ever believe that your thoughts are neutral. I said earlier that events are neutral, but your thoughts are not. For your thoughts literally are imbued with the power of creation. They do not create neutrally. That is, every thought reverberates a quality of vibration that spreads out from you, touches the shore of manifested reality, and comes back to you. That is what you experience as the positive and negative events of your life. Now it is very true, please listen carefully to this, that at any moment as you go along in your experience, as you experience the reverberation, the coming back of the ripples you have sent out, in that very moment you are not a victim of what you have created, because in each such moment you remain as perfectly free as you were when you first dropped the pebble into the pond that even created the ripple in the first place. You are free to choose how you will experience the effect of that ripple. And if you experience it with unconditional freedom, with unconditional acceptance and love, forgiveness, neutrality, and innocence, you literally diffuse the effects of that ripple upon the pool of your consciousness. And then in that moment, you become instantly free to begin creating, in a new way, the ripples that you will experience in the future. And this is why you are never a victim of anyone's creation, especially your own. It is not that life is so complex that you have created all these momentums and now you are stuck with them. In any moment that you get it, you can stop reacting as if you were a victim and look merely at the ripples that are coming back to you that you have sent out from yourself and say, "This has come into my field of experience as an awesome mystery. This means that I am an awesomely powerful being. Therefore, I will look lovingly upon this ripple. Yes, I know it needs to play itself out, but as it does so, I'm going to be wise enough to see the transparency of it, to see the lack of effect that it really has. It doesn't change who I am. It doesn't add anything to my life. It doesn't take anything from it. It merely is an experience called life passing through the field of my awareness. If I look lovingly upon it, if I embrace it, I can transmute it and therefore already be engaged in the process of creating a whole different kind of vibrational ripple that will create my tomorrows. That means that while the power of your thought is not neutral, the events called the effects of those thoughts can be either neutral or not neutral, depending on how you use the very primary power of awareness. We are seeking to share with you how infinitely free you are. There are many in your world that teach this illusory doctrine of what is called karma, that what you send out now you must experience sooner or later, and how you experience it is directly related to the quality of the ripple you send out. That is not true. That would make you a victim. If you are made in the image of God, and I assure you that you are not a victim of the world you see. You cannot in reality be victimized by anyone or anything at any time, because your reality is that you are made in the image of God. If you could truly be victimized, it would mean that God creates unlike herself. Does a salmon come from an oak tree? Does a nebula come out of the womb of a woman? Does a raspberry grow on a grocery store shelf? No. Like begets like. Therefore, why would you ever believe that God, who is but love and unlimited creativity and power, could ever beget something that is small, little, and powerless? It does not happen. God cannot be victimized. Therefore, God's creation remains victimless. All events remain neutral, and all that the environmentalist and the logger are doing is using the power of consciousness to momentarily create the belief that they are this and not that. They place a value on their own choosing upon an event of energy that they call a tree, and by what value they place upon it, they call the quality of experience they will have into their field of awareness. That is all that is happening. The energy that makes up the tree is eternal forever. It may change form, but life remains. Therefore, lament not the passing away of a species, but trust the grand intelligence that gave rise to it in the first place, for it is still busy creating even greater universes. This is why loss does not exist. How does all of this relate to your daily experience? As we move into the lessons that follow, it is going to become very crucial that you have a foundation upon which to build. 5 minutes a day, the foundation of mastery. If you are ready to completely assume responsibility for having been created in the image of God, and that, therefore, you are an eternal creator, begin now to utilize some time each day, without letting a day go by, in which you sit with yourself. Not with your mate, not with your parents, not with your television, not with your favorite sport team, not with your favorite actor or actress, and not with your favorite religion, not with your favorite God or Master or Savior, not even me. Sit with you. Start by acknowledging that you are one with God. Understand that the very body that seems to have a heart within it beating life for you is the effect of decisions and choices you have made, that the very chair that you are sitting on is the result of you attracting a web of relationships that is quite unique in your field of awareness called the physical universe. In this moment you are having an experience you have never had before. You are sitting in the chair now. The event is completely neutral, and nothing that you are experiencing in your consciousness exists or is sourced by anything outside of yourself. Give yourself 5 minutes to practice choosing how you will experience sitting in the chair. Will you do so with a mind full of worry or a mind full of peace, a mind thinking of all the things it could be doing, or a mind marveling at how the weight of the body feels pressed against the seat of the chair, a mind that creates tension in the way the breath flows through the body, or a mind that creates ease and comfort? 5 minutes of practice sitting in the chair as an infinite creator of exactly what you are experiencing in your emotional field, just that. You might even want to play with what it would feel like to sit in a chair as a Christ. What would that feel like? I will let you choose whether or not you would like to experience it. 5 minutes each day. Do it without fail. Be with yourself and decide how you will experience yourself now. For you see, the you that sits down in the chair with whatever is going on in your consciousness, whatever feelings you're having throughout the body, whatever is going on in your primary relationship, how the food is being digested in the body, all of it, the whole realm of your experience, is the effect of how you have been a million times when you have sat down to be with yourself in 1,000 different chairs. Utilize the very process of sitting down in a chair as a symbol of preparing the mind for the dropping of a pebble into it, out of which will reverberate the vibrations or ripples that will come back to you. It is much easier to send out ripples and experience them when they come back in a blissful way, a way that brings you peace, joy, fun, laughter, play, and unlimitedness, instead of having to constantly butt your head against something that you would rather transmute or run away from. But it begins with 5 minutes, in which you acknowledge that you can create whatever experience you want, as a feeling that floods through your awareness, as a quality of thought that you allow to keep repeating in your mind. You can sit in a chair as an awakened Christ now. I and my Father are one. It is a beautiful day. I've manifested a physical form sitting in a chair, in a corner of one little teeny dimension of creation. How amazing this moment is. I think I'll just sit here and feel the heart beating in the body and the breath flowing through it. Ah, there's a sound of a bird. I'm glad I call that to myself. What beautiful thoughts can I think right now? Who can I send love to without lifting a finger? I am unlimited forever. I am free. I am free. I am free. Do you think you would like to have that experience for 5 minutes? Why not begin today? So many of you upon your physical plane keep searching for some form of magic that will bring the kingdom of heaven to you. You cannot bring it to you. You can only become aware of how you are using it to create the ripples that you send out from yourself. Do you know the saying in your world, wherever you go, there you are? You are God's creation. You are in heaven now. Heaven is not a place. It is a state of unlimited and infinite creative power because it is the reflection of God's holy mind. Why not be one who practices being the presence of heaven? If that seems too awesome or too far beyond you, then just play with it for 5 minutes a day. Trust me, I will love you no less if for the other 23 hours and 45 minutes you decide to play at pretending and feeling that you are little, unworthy, unloved, unloving, unlovable, that you are the scourge of the earth and that life is constantly victimizing you. Go right ahead. I would never interfere with your free choice. I may not come and knock at your door except for those 5 minutes, but you remain free to utilize time any way you wish. For just 5 minutes, experience yourself as Christ, crystallizing a body as a temporary teaching and learning communication device, sitting in a chair in a totally neutral corner of creation because you want to have the experience of sitting blissfully at peace in your perfect knowledge of your union with God in this moment. You might even find yourself daring to have thoughts such as this. Well, since I am an infinite creator, what would I like to create for my tomorrow? If during that 5 minutes there is a knock upon the door, and it is a bill collector who cares, that is that soul's experience of thinking they're all bill collectors and you are some bad person they must corral. Let them have their experience. Sit calmly. Hear the knocking on the door and allow yourself to be entertained by the beautiful worlds you are creating by your tomorrows. Here is the straight and narrow path that leads unto life. Here is the eye of the needle through which you must pass. For it is not enough to just embrace the idea that I am the creator of all that I experience. You must then choose to actively put it into practice. It begins with the practice of 5 minutes a day, that's all. When you feel that you can fulfill that for 5 minutes, then you can make it 10, and then 12, and then 15, and then 20. You may respond, you mean for 20 minutes hang out as though I am Christ incarnate, totally in union with God, totally free to begin creating different ripples than I ever experienced before, knowing that they will come back to me and become my manifested experience. With no doubt about it, but 20 minutes. Even if I could achieve that, that's such a small fraction of the time of a day. Beloved friends, if you have faith as a teeny little seed, you would know that from that teeny little faith, you will create the mighty oak tree whose branches will shelter you from the blistering sun and give comfort unto many. 20 minutes is an eternity when it comes to creating your tomorrow. If you believe that the other 23 hours must be taken up by experiencing the effects of what you created a long time ago, or the ripples that are coming back, so be it. Play with it. Let yourself transmute those moments. For example, here I am answering the door. Yes, bill collector. Hi, come on in. Have a glass of water. You know, you're absolutely right. I didn't pay that bill. Do you want to know why? Silly me. I've actually decided to create the experience of life that I'm someone who can only create lack. That's why I have no money in my checkbook. I'm just the darndest thing, isn't it? Oh, very good. You're going to turn my name over to the authorities, and I will have no credit with anyone on the planet. Well, go ahead if it makes your day. I have other things to do. I am busy creating a new tomorrow. And I know that everything all around me is going to be taken from me anyway, since everything birthed in time ends in time. My house will be gone. My car will be gone. My clothes will be gone, and my friends will be gone. Everything I've experienced in time is changing anyway, so go ahead. Take it from me now. It'll just speed up the process. I do not speak of this tongue-in-cheek. I speak from the perspective of one who is an awakened Christ, who already knows how to birth universes to create that which is holy, good, and beautiful. I know that this is the way. It is the only way. Release the value you have attached to your experience, even the bill collector, and spend your time instead deciding which pebbles you are going to drop into the field of your mind. For you will create as the result of what you choose to think today. And what you value today will show itself to you tomorrow. I learned to value unlimitedness. I learned to value love. I learned to value fearlessness. Yes, my method for doing that was rather unique, and I would not recommend that you follow in my footsteps. Unless, of course, you like the drama of being nailed to a cross and then stood up in front of all your friends in order to learn to transcend fear in your mind. I learned to value unbroken communication with every soul in every dimension of creation. I learned to value only my loving thoughts, and I birthed or grew a Christ out of the very seed of awareness that exists equally with each one of us. Therefore, in this moment, look around where you are. Look at the objects that you see. Look at the people that you see around you, if there are any. Notice whatever sounds may be coming into your field of awareness. Notice whatever pictures or ideas you may hold, or what you are, or what the world is. These are all fleeting and temporary illusions. They will pass away and begin passing away the moment they were created. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, look at all that is around you, and decide what value it holds for you. Will you see it as something that you must have in your experience, or will you choose to see it as something you have playfully drawn for yourself? You appreciate it and can be gone tomorrow, and your peace will not be disturbed. Which way will you view the world? 5 minutes, one for each finger and a thumb on a hand, in which you choose to sit as Christ in the midst of your kingdom, your creation. And you decide which thoughts you will hold, and therefore determine how you see all that is in the field of your awareness, and which thoughts you will allow to begin to generate the ripples that you will send out, that will, there is no way to escape it, return to you. Planting the seed that produces the desired result. Once indeed there was a farmer who went out to plant the seed in his ground. But before he went to plant the seed, he selected the seed very carefully. The other farmers rushed out because they thought, oh look, it is time for the planting to begin. Everything is perfect, the conditions are just right. We must make haste and plant. And they bought whatever seeds they could get and went out and spread them across the ground and began their busy work of doing what they had to do. Rest assured they would have their harvest. But the wise farmer waited, and while he was laughed at by his colleagues, he carefully selected every seed. He waited until he could hold it in his hand and say, oh, I like the vibration of this seed. This feels very good. Oh yes, I can just see the beautiful plant that is going to arise from this. The fruit of it will be the sweetest in the valley. And he gathered his seeds. He paid no attention to the passing of the dates on the calendar. He paid no attention to the changing weather conditions. He knew that when the time was right, the seed would be planted, and from it would burst forth the flower of those seeds. He knew it. He gave no thought to the opinions of his colleagues. He enjoyed the process of loving the seeds that he was making his own. Then the farmer went out and he cast the seed upon the soil of his farm, which is likened unto the soil of your own awareness. He planted the seeds, and he tamped them down, and he nurtured them, and he watered them, and he cultivated them with a smile upon his face. And yes, the neighbor's seeds seemed to be already sprouting upon the ground. He could not have cared less, for he knew that these seeds would bring him an eternal harvest, that they would not just burst forth once from the soil, then throw out some mediocre fruit and then die. For he had selected seeds that would constantly bring forth in each season the best of fruit. He loved them, and he nurtured them, and he cultivated them. Long after the other farmers had grown weary and tired and had experienced drought, and seeds had brought forth fruit where insects would come and destroy them, that would not be purchased by the people in the marketplace, this one farmer became the greatest of farmers in the entire valley. People would come from all over the world to buy it, to take a little nibble out of the fruit that came from his garden. Yes, the farmer merely delighted in continually loving and nurturing these seeds, and cultivating the soil in which they were planted daily. He never took his consciousness away from the perfect union with those seeds. He never once forgot that he was the one that created his farm as a direct result of his careful selection of which seeds he would plant in his soil. And while others marveled at his good fortune, and while others were jealous of his good luck, the farmer always knew that no magic was involved. He merely followed in the footsteps of the wisdom given to him by God. Take my fruit and plant it in your consciousness. Know that you are one with me, and that fruit you experience is the result of the seeds you plant in your own consciousness. Know that you cannot help but experience a result, the fruit of the seeds that you plant. Nothing bursts forth of the vine of your experience by accident. Therefore, create with me, my child. Create like unto myself by knowing that you are a creator, a farmer, a planter, and you will indeed harvest the quality of the seeds that you plant. Just as you, beloved child, are the harvest of the seed I once planted, when first I held the thought of you in my holy mind, and in that moment you arose as a sunbeam from the sun, made in my image. I held you as the thought of love and form, and I bestowed you with all good things. Therefore, see yourself as I see you. Embrace yourself as I embrace you, Accept yourself as you are, a creator, creating without ceasing. And just as I sat upon my throne, which means sitting in the center of all that is, and beheld you as a loving thought, so too choose only to allow loving thoughts to enter into your consciousness. Choose to only allow loving thoughts to be expressed with your words. Choose only to allow loving thoughts to be translated into your gestures, your choice, and your actions. And thereby create as I created you, that which extends joy forever, that which extends the holy, the beautiful, and the good forever. For that is what you are. That is how I thought of you when I created you, and that is what you remain eternally. Therefore join with me, by extending your creation as I have extended you. Since you have manifested a physical body, accept my Son's teaching and let the body be placed in a chair, that you might think like the mind of Christ for 5 minutes. And you will beget an eternity that reflects the radiance of heaven, just as you reflect my radiance when I look upon the unlimited soul that you are. Indeed, in the entire valley there was but one farmer that was wise. Will you elect to join the union comprised of all the hasty farmers, or will you choose to take up residence as the one farmer, who knows how to create wisely and in faith, rests on perfect certainty, and merely sits back to wait for the ripples of heaven to come and replace the ripples of hell that once you created unwittingly? Everyone is a minister. You cannot help but minister the world in each moment. Therefore, begin your ministry of enlightened conscience now, and I promise you this absolutely, irrevocably. You will experience all that I have known and more. You will experience complete victory over death. You will experience complete unlimitedness and abundance. You will experience perfect peace, perfect miracle-mindedness, and perfect unbroken communion and bliss with all of creation. Once when I was a man, I was taught to sit at the base of a tree for 5 minutes a day, and to imagine myself to be the creator of all that I could think, all that I could see, and all that I could feel. 5 minutes taken out of the hours of play of a child. You are a child at play in your own kingdom. Will you give yourself 5 minutes to learn to be a Christ that creates an unlimited perfection in alignment with the mind of God, whose experience is always radiantly blissful and free of limitation and fear? You will experience your creation. What that creation is and how you experience it is entirely up to you. The message of this lesson, built upon the last, begins to translate the truth into an action. Very simple, very practical. So simple and so practical that you will be hard-pressed to find a reason, an excuse against it. For those of you so busy trying to take care of dealing with all the things life throws at you, even you know that you can find 5 minutes. And those 5 minutes can be the beginning of birthing of a whole new universe for yourself. And with that, peace be unto you always, by making the decision to choose to receive peace as a Christ. Herein lies a secret of much of what will be shared in your upcoming lessons. For what I specifically seek to do in the way of mastery, and this specific work you know and call as Shanti Christo, is the birthing of a multitude of Christs that dwell upon your earth at the same time. It has never been done before. Imagine a world with 10 million awakened children of God fully awake, not just as a belief or an idea, but who have mastered fear, who no longer live in doubt whatsoever, and who are busy creating universes that mirror perfectly the kingdom of heaven. Imagine it if you dare. It begins now. Practice well for the next 30 days. If not, you will find yourself having to go back and start anyway, before you can receive the next phase of what will be shared. The choice is yours. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen. Lesson 10. The way is easy and without effort. Beloved and holy children of light and love divine, as always, I come forth to abide with you from the place which we share eternally, as the one and only begotten Son of God. I am therefore that mind which whispers to you in each moment of your inspiration. I am indeed that mind that sneaks into your mind in the space between two fearful thoughts, and reminds you of the truth that sets you free. Once I was a man, that is, just like you. I once turned my attention and became identified with a unique being that was birthed in time and faded away from time. And I walked upon your plane as all men and women do. But as I walked upon your planet, I began to ponder the meaning of creation, the purpose of my very existence. And while others seemed to be gleefully caught up in, or at least surrendered to the ways of the world, seeking out their momentary distractions, their attempts to gain and control as much wealth as they could, and all of the rest, I would often wander off alone. I would sit beneath the trees beside a flowing stream to try to unlock the mystery that shows forth itself as the beauty of a flower, to try and see the power that revealed itself as the wind that would dance across the grass, and to count the sparkling diamonds shimmering across the surface of a lake as the morning sun arose to shine its light upon them. I began to learn to ask of that source, that mystery, Father, one that has birthed me, why am I? Where am I? Who am I? My desire increasingly became to know the truth that could set all mankind free. I discovered that unless that freedom became fully manifest in me, it made no sense to talk about it with others. So I sought out the greatest of minds, the best of teachers, and yes, I was blessed by a family structure already dedicated to understanding the mysteries of what they knew as God. They led me to many such teachers. As my own wisdom began to evolve, the teachers would look at me and say to one another, "Something interesting is occurring here, in this son of Joseph." But there were already those who knew more about me than I knew yet about myself. Prophets, seers, astrologers, and the wise one of many cultures knew already that into the framework of the consensus mind of mankind, which you call collective consciousness, there was to be dropped a pebble into that still, clear pool that would create ripples that would begin to change how the consciousness of humankind perceived itself. I did not yet know then these things for myself, for my very birth into this world was veiled in mystery for me, just as your birth was veiled in mystery for you as you took on being human. As I grew, I began to have revealed to me in the depth of my silent prayer, and in the depth of my very silent meditation, glimmers, insights, recognitions, and remembrance of other dimensions. I began to develop the ability to be in communication with masters of my lineage who had long since left the planet. I began to understand that one consciousness is not limited to the space and volume of a body at all. As I watched the people in their busy work, I began to see the vast majority of beings totally confuse themselves with the body. They lived as if they dwelt within the body and therefore were imprisoned in some strange way. They lived as if what occurred to the body occurred to them. They lived as if they did not know that they could transcend the body at any moment, and that they could taste the vast expanse of consciousness, that they could journey to other times and places with little more than a surrendering of attention to the world they had made. At first I did not understand these things, and I perceived myself to be quite odd. Within me there were conflicts as the fears in my consciousness arose, the fears that are part of the human consensus reality. Shall I remain like everyone else? Perhaps I should return to my father's carpentry shop and simply accept that I am destined to just be a carpenter. But there were other voices that spoke to me and called me, that would come often in a night. As I developed my ability to discern these other realities, these other dimensions, by shifting my attention from the world of the body to the world of inner vision, often they would come in the night and stand beside my bed. I came to know who they were. I came to recognize the masters and teachers of very ancient lineage of which I was a part. They would come and whisper to me, "Forget not the purpose for which you are sent forth from the mind of God. For through you there shall be birthed the beginning of an ancient remembrance, and your life shall become that which demonstrates to many the truth that only love is real." The point of all of this is simple. I want to convey to you yet again that the life I lived as a man was not unlike your very own. I began veiled in mystery, a child among children, a human being struggling to make sense of the world. Yes, there was within me something calling, a longing to know something that the world did not seem to teach. But is it not true that many of you have felt the same call, the same longing to touch what is invisible, to see what cannot be seen, to hear what ears have never heard, to embrace what arms cannot reach, to abide in perfect peace and perfect trust? Beloved friends, understand well, I say to you yet again, I come only as your brother and your friend, one who has walked as you walk, one who has breathed as you breathe, one who has cried as you cry, one who has laughed as you laugh. I am as you are. If there be anything that I can give unto you, it is simply this. As you look upon your life and every event that unfolds within you, every time you feel that you have failed, every time that you have been conflicted, every time you are sure that you will never be able to transcend all of these ups and downs and emotional waves that seem to come with living in your world, remember, I have overcome the world, and because I have done it, it is done for you already. Why? Because we share the same infinite field of mind that far transcends all levels and dimensions of manifestation. You can tap into what was already occurred. You need only look upon me as your brother and friend, and acknowledge that the world has been overcome, and then accept the freedom which is the effect of its overcoming as your own, so that you learn to sit in your chair after your 5 minutes of abiding as Christ, in which you say to yourself, "Here I am free. Heaven is now. The past has passed away, and I choose anew. This day I commit myself to teaching only love by sharing only loving thoughts. This one day I will look upon each one that comes into my experience, and I will first breathe deeply the presence of the Holy Spirit. And I will look out through eyes transformed by the simple acknowledgement of the truth. All minds are joined, and I see not a stranger before me, but one who walks as I walk, who feels as I feel, who knows as I long, who is humbled as I am humbled, who prays for peace as I have prayed. Therefore I will give them what they seek, and in that giving I receive it." Acknowledge the truth that sets you free. The way is so simple and so easy that the mind of the world overlooks it, thinking that it simply cannot be. But that which is simple seems impossible to that which insists on complexity, and a mind that insists on conflict simply cannot accept that there is another way. Yet what waits before you is simply this. In the end of all of your struggles, in the end of all your doubt, and in the end of all the moment of your unconscious conformity to the mind of the world, there remains a simple choice to be made. The choice to acknowledge the truth that has already set you free. I and my Father are one. It has been that way forever. It was accomplished in the being of Jeshua ben Joseph, who revealed to me the truth of myself because he loved me. And if he can do it, I can do it. Even in this moment I accept my destiny to walk this earth awake and at peace, in mastery, not in fear, and I begin my ministry now. For who can you seek that can heal you? Who can you discover that can bring some form of magic to you that can overcome your resistance to the truth? Look high and low, and you will not find them. Seek forever, and you will remain a seeker forever. For the truth is set within your heart, and all power under heaven and earth is given unto you. It is that power that changes the momentum of the mind and heals every wounded perception. In the end of all seeking, you must look into the mirror and decide to be the one who heals yourself. You are the one who decides, from infinite freedom, how to use the power of your mind in each moment. Therefore, the only question that a seeker of truth really truly needs to ask himself is this: would I know conflict or peace? Would I be right or happy? Would I see the complete neutrality of all events in this world as wisps of a dream being birthed and passing away? Would I see myself whole and complete? For as I look upon the world, I have judged myself, and as I look upon myself, I judge the world. This was a simple secret that I once discovered when I walked upon your planet. It was not about achieving some grand mystical state of consciousness. It was not about acquiring great power that could attract the attention of thousands. It was not even about being able to manifest, although these powers may indeed often express themselves through the mind as it awakens. It is about accepting the truth that is true always, and being determined to allow that truth to be the foundation from which you enjoy each and every moment of your experience. I am awake. I am safe. I am at peace. What do I truly want this moment to be for? For as I decree it, so shall it be. Beloved friends, the way is easy and without effort. You exist to extend your treasure, and your treasure is that which is laid up in heaven through the decision to remember only your loving thoughts, to extend only loving thoughts, and to allow your action to express or to manifest in the field of time the good, the beautiful, and the holy. Never is your freedom taken from you. Never in any circumstance do you lose the innocent freedom to teach only love, to be the presence of peace, to recognize that the world can give you nothing, just as the world can take nothing from you. When a child goes through a shift of awareness, they come to a point in their maturation process not by struggle, not by design, not by much processing, and not by any manner of strategy. The child merely, in an instant, looks at the toys that he has been playing with and simply transcends them. The parents come home and the child has taken the toy truck and put it away in the closet. The doll is put on the windowsill and a book is picked up instead. Who makes the change? Not anything outside the child. When you put aside any negative habit as you would perceive it to be, when you have given up placing value in something that no longer serves you, you merely transcend it, and it is done with. No big deal. No one does it for you, you simply decide. You pull back the value you placed on it, and the objects that were the symbol of what you were valuing merely drop out of your life. In just this way, unenlightenment can be put away as though it were a toy that you've outgrown, by merely looking at all the effects of unenlightenment, and then asking the question, is this what I wish to have continue as my experience? Or am I willing to put the doll on the windowsill and pick up a book instead? A book that speaks of life, a book that is filled with wisdom, a book that teaches you how to step lightly in the world, to be in the world but not of it. That book is the depth of your consciousness in which all things are already written, and the depth finds its source in your heart. You enter it through forgiveness, through the process of relinquishing the world, not hating the world, not despising the world, but simply relinquishing it. You allow your time to serve you in the process of relinquishing what does not serve you any longer, and what only disturbs your peace. Commit to awakening to the peace already within you. As you cultivate that practice, you will find that the peace that is already within you, that you have touched 1,000 times in 1,000,000 different ways, begins to grow more constant, like the rays of the sun beginning to filter through the fog that has settled into the mountain valley, obscuring the clarity of all things. Your peace descends gently like a dove, descending, as some would say, through the crown of the head, down through the brain mind, and down even to the heart, the abdomen, and throughout the cells of the body while the body lasts. Gently relinquishing the world rests on your decision to choose to teach only love, because you have realized that when you do not, the fact that you know immediately is painful, conflicted, unfulfilling, and that is what you no longer want. Here you have begun to transcend the world that you have made and to reclaim the world made for you, a world that rests in perfect union, in the union of Father and Son, God and offspring, Creator and created. The way is easy and without effort. What value have you ever placed upon the world that has restored to you the peace that you seek? You have mistakenly thought, oh, this automobile will do it, this relationship will do it, this new career will do it. If only I can take a trip to the far corners of the world, then I will be at peace. And so peace never quite comes. A Creator, abiding in enlightenment, knows that all events are neutral, so neutral that they have no effect, except for those who choose to be caught up in illusions. The Creator awakened merely creates out of devotion to the mystery of that which is created him or her. The mind of an enlightened Creator does not arise in the morning and say, how can I survive yet another day in this world? In the morning, when an enlightened Creator arises, the question is, how this day might I extend the treasures of the good, the holy, and the beautiful? How can I, right where I am, experience these treasures even within the space and volume of this body? How can I look lovingly upon what my physical eyes show me, so that I discern or extract the good, the holy, and the beautiful, and therefore give them to myself? The mind of an enlightened Creator knows that of themselves they do nothing, but in each moment of decision they can allow the great power and mystery of love to direct their course. They can utilize time to refine their ability to hear only the voice for love, moment by moment, breath by breath, day by day, until time is translated into eternity, and the mind rests, reclines in its perfect union with God. Events still occur, the world is still what the world would choose to be, unaware that there walks in its midst one who is awake, who needs to make no show. They merely are the presence of wakefulness, knowing that at each moment they will be informed by the guidance of the Comforter, the guidance of right-mindedness, the guidance of enlightenment, so that they are no longer attached to fearing, what should I say, what should I do, how will this person take it, how will that person take it? The world is no longer a concern. They experience their very life as an ongoing, flowing mystery, as though something else were living through them. This is the meaning of my friend's words. Let that mind be in you which was in our Lord Christ Jesus. As you would read in the Bible, that mind is the mind of perfect freedom. It does not belong to anyone, but it can be cultivated to flow through you. But only if every fiber of your beingness is wholly committed to holiness. You cannot leave a finger outside and get to heaven. All of your mind, all of your energy, all of your gifts, all of your very awareness must become committed to being the presence of peace. This is what no one can do for you. Sitting at the feet of enlightened teachers will not do it for you. The wisest of students are those that hear the word and put it into practice, diligently for themselves, not for their mother, not for their father, not for their spouse, not for their brother, not for their sister, not for the sake of the planet, not for the sake of the universe, not for the sake of the new dawn that is coming, not for the sake of anything but themselves. For their self is what God created, and that self calls out to you to honor it, by separating yourself from the illusion that you have allowed to make a home in your mind and becoming wholly committed to teaching only love. There is no other way. Yes, you can learn to sit in meditation and allow the mind and body to float free to relax. Yes, you can learn rituals that help to focus your attention, so that you remember that you are committed to, and the distractions of the world do not seem to quite catch you or hook you as much. There are many strategies that you can enjoy and experience, but in the end, it is only this: a quiet choice within that no one recognizes, that no one sees, that no one hears. This is why I once shouted at the Pharisees, "Oh yes, you indeed get your reward standing on the street corners, letting everyone know that you are fasting and praying when you should get into your closet to pray. That is, to be in your own privacy, making not a show, but simply using each moment to reaffirm your commitment to learning all that love is, by teaching it. By the word teach, I mean simply that you choose to express only love in each moment. Forgiveness is an act through which you learn what love is. That carries you into the transcendence of the world. Sharing only loving thoughts, supportive thoughts, as you look gently upon the Christ in another, is a way that takes you into the transcendence of the world. Looking upon all things of this world and seeing their perfect harmlessness, their lack of ability to constrain you or imprison you, is the way that takes you beyond this world. And yet all of these things rest on the practice of seeking first the kingdom, which means not to believe in me, not to have some theological notion about what God is, not to adhere to a certain religion or a certain church doctrine. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It is the very power of choice. Which pebble will you drop into the pool of your consciousness? Imagine reaching a point where, just prior to every action that you engage, without ritual, without difficulty, without the grand shows and displays, the burning of incense and the lighting of 40 million candles, and all the Gregorian chants of the rock and roll or whatever you choose, without any of it, in the silent temple of your heart you make a simple choice. In this moment, I am going to discover what it means to teach only love. It might be a simple smile. It might be to let your eyes gaze at the beauty of a flower and say, "Ah, it is very good." It might be to eat your breakfast and actually be there while you are eating it, instead of letting your mind run off to the office. Here, beloved friends, is the way to the truth that sets you free. You must absolutely become wholly committed to being awake for no other reason than that you have realized you have no other choice. You have already made them all, and they have only led to pain. Recognizing the presence of Christ within. Yourself is calling out to be recognized for what it is, an awakened master, the presence of Christ in you that would inform every step, inform every decision, inform the quality of your perception, inform the very nature of your forever expanding transparent consciousness. For it is your consciousness alone that can reach out and embrace all created things, until you literally realize that all things have arisen from within you. That is how big you are. That is how grand you are. Why? Because that is all you are. You are the ocean from which waves and waves of dimensions and worlds have arisen. That mind is what you are required to let be in you, even as once it was within me, as I walked upon your earth. Do not make it difficult. Whenever you hear of a teacher teaching this or a teacher teaching that, ask yourself this: do they offer me simplicity or complexity? Do they offer an ordinary peace, or I must have several trappings around me? Do they give me complex meditations and prayers and things to do? Or do they simply remind me of the truth and ask me to rest in it? Will they tell me that I need to go on 1,000 pilgrimage? Or do they remind me that when I make my cup of tea in the morning, heaven is present, if I will remember who is making the tea? Christ is. Be therefore not distracted, for in the end of this age there is coming forth a whole smorgasbord of those who profess to be teachers of enlightenment, who will guide you into all knowledge. Look carefully. Do they demand of you that you follow them? Do they demand of you that they give up your own discernment? Or do they ask you to look deeper within? Do they ask you, what are you feeling? What do you think? What do you want? Are you willing to accept responsibility for the effect? What do you believe? What do you want? You are free. I am equal to you. I am just in the role of a temporary guide for you, and some day you will be far beyond me. How do they speak? What do they teach? Is their fear filtering into their words? Do they believe that they must teach you to control the force of nature, the force of the mind? Do they teach you to protect yourself against evil? There are many who profess to be teachers of enlightenment, and there will be many more. When you hear these things coming from them, turn and flee from their presence, for you do not need them. You are already beyond them. Ask only, how can I extend my treasure this day? and lay up treasures where moth and dust cannot corrupt, that is, where time, materiality, the body, and the world cannot hook you. Rather lay up treasures that are in heaven, forgiveness, peace, unlimitedness, recognition of your unlimited power, that which brings you joy and puts a smile upon your countenance. Lay up for yourself these treasures, and all things shall be added unto you. For there is a way of being in the world that requires no planning or striving, though to enter it does require the relinquishing of fear. To enter it requires a commitment to teaching only love until the mind is again whole and undivided. There is a way of being in the world that is not here at all. The body still abides. Yes, you still act like everybody thinks you act. That is, they know your name, they know where you live. You know which car you're supposed to drive, you know whom you go home to at night. But through it all, there is pervaded in your consciousness a transparency as you look upon things. Whatever feelings arise come and go. But somehow you begin to recognize that you are much larger than the things that come and go, that you are watching a dance of shadows, a dream, gently passing by, that is gone in a cosmic split second. This does not become a way in which you deny your experience. Rather, it gives you the freedom to embrace it and live it totally, with passion, with purpose, with power, and in perfect freedom. No anxiety, no pressure, just the willingness to dance in the world of dreams while remaining awake. If indeed you have been putting your 5 minutes into practice, you are already carrying yourself closer and closer, or perhaps more and more deeply, into the transparency I am describing for you. And that transparency grows to a point, you might think of it as a critical mass, when suddenly you as a beingness can no longer even hold the thought of yourself as a body in space and time. Then the body simply dissolves away, and your consciousness will never experience a limitation of the body again. But you will bring the joy the bodily experience taught with you, for they are imprinted in your consciousness forever. This earth is a beautiful place, but it is only a pale reflection of the radiant, transcendent beauty of the good and holy that pervades my Father's creation. Love it, embrace it, thank it, but do not cling to it. Learn, then, to teach only love. A simple practice. Now, build on what you have been doing. We would simply ask you to add this very simple practice. When you sit in a chair for 5 minutes abiding as Christ, remembering the truth that has set you free, begin to ask yourself the simple question, this day, how can I extend my treasure? How can I add to that which I am storing up in heaven of my consciousness? Immediately you will begin to get pictures, an old friend who needs a phone call, someone to write a letter to. It could be something as simple as picking up your cat, placing it on your lap, and seeing all of infinity in that living being, and feeling the joy that comes to you as you run your hand along its fur. It could be something as grand as going to Washington, D.C. in order to send a blessing to the President. It does not matter what it is, because that voice of love will be guiding your action. It may be as simple as turning to your spouse and saying, "You know, I appreciate you." Whatever it is, let the day not fade away until that action is accomplished, or at least set into motion. So the great question is, am I willing to trust the flow from my Father's mind through my own as that which empowers me to extend my treasure? Yes, it does mean living unlike the way the world lives. Yes, it does mean going against the grain. You may seem to need to apply more energy to do it at first, as you get the momentum of your mind to turn in another direction, to shake loose all of the sludge it has settled into your consciousness. But I can promise you, if you will take up such a path, simply, joyfully, gently, patiently, the end of your journey is certain. If you choose a path filled with magic and many complex strategies, the end is not so certain. The way is easy and without effort. I am already that which I seek. I need only allow it to guide me. While this body lasts, I will allow it to be a communication device that extends the treasure of perfect love, perfect safety, and perfect peace to all who enter my house. And your house is your field of energy, the expanse of your presence. Toward the end of your 5 minutes, look on yourself from within your mind's eye, as though from the day you began this course until now you have journeyed around a circle. You have journeyed through many influences of energy. You have engaged yourself in relationships with countless brothers and sisters. You have had thousands of visions and dreams and revelations come to your consciousness. You have had umpteen million opportunities to be disturbed and lose your peace. You have been like a sojourner, the prodigal son or daughter who has gone out from the realm of human consciousness, and now you see yourself completing the circle. Celebrate your rebirth as Christ. Count the days from this day until the 25th of December, and if you are reading these words at another time of the year, simply choose a date, approximately 7 weeks in the future, signifying for you your day of rebirth. Let each day be seen as a step, a pilgrimage, a completion of a very ancient circle. Let each day be one in which you reaffirm your commitment to releasing everything unlike love in yourself, so that as you come to December 25th or your appointed day, you will dedicate yourself to be being prepared for it. On December 24th, or the eve of your chosen day, go to bed early enough, and in quiet and in prayer, so that you can awaken before the first rays of the new day come to caress the earth. Take yourself outdoors, even if you must bundle up the body. Make haste to a place of vision, a place where you can look out over wherever you live. Let that represent your ability to look out over all creation. There, turn to face the direction of the rising sun. Go into a simple prayer. Close your eyes. Realize that you see nothing through the physical eyes anyway. Stand with the arms at the side and the palms open. Breathe deeply into the body. Relax the mind. Begin simply to say within yourself, "Death has occurred, and now the birth of Christ is at hand. Father, I accept fully your will for me. Your will is only that I be happy and use time to extend my treasure. Now I receive the warmth of your light and of your love." Then merely stand and wait, and receive the warmth of the light. For rest assured, even if the skies are cloudy, as the sun arises, there is a change in the energy of the air. If you are quiet, you can feel how it begins to affect the energy sphere of your awareness and of your body. Drink that solar energy in through every cell of your body. Drink it in until you feel your very spinal column warmed. And when the whole body, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes and down through each finger, is filled with light, then gently open the eyes of Christ and let yourself see a new world, a new creation, a new beginning. Now the journey to the kingdom is over, and the journey within it can begin. Graduate school is just around the corner. When you journey back to your home on that December 25th morning or the morning of your chosen day, do something that celebrates your birthday, not mine, yours. I can handle taking care of my own celebration. Be joyous and celebrate in whatever way you wish. And know that the new age, the new day has dawned. Never again will you ever be able to convince yourself that there is an excuse for believing in anything that is less than an enlightened Christ consciousness. Regardless of when you may be reading these words, the same truth applies. Choose a date, approximately 7 weeks in the future, to signify your day of rebirth, and surrender to this process I have described each day until that day arrives. Your instruction is given. Reflect well on what has been given, for we have been stepping into some very simple but very powerful initiations that were once given to me, as I too awaken to the reality that only Christ dwells within me. Beloved friends, reflect well on all that has been shared. Do not take it lightly, although it is only filled with light. Consider well each phrase, each sentence, and even the spaces between the words. For in these spaces, revelations can come. It is time to birth fully the presence of the peaceful Christ within you. Peace be unto you always, and always am I with you. Amen. Lesson 11. A meditation into the heart of Christ. Join with me in this moment. Join with me in the place where alone two minds can join, for the body cannot bring you to where I am. Join with me in the silent place of the heart in which all wisdom already abides. Join with me then in this moment in the place prepared for us of our Creator before time was. Join with me by choosing now to allow your attention to relax from the things of the world. Allow the eyes to gently close for just a moment, as a symbol of your willingness to set aside your involvement with and your attachment to the things of this created world. Join with me by allowing the body to be set free. This requires only that you make no demands upon it. Indeed, let it settle in, as though it were becoming again the dust of the ground from which it came. Join with me as you let your attention recede from the world around you. Begin to notice the thoughts that seem to stream through the mind. Join with me by moving ever yet deeper, as though you were allowing your attention to settle down into the heart. And as the thoughts stream through the mind, can you tell from whence they have come? Can you tell where they have gone? They arise in a moment and fade away in a moment, while you continue to relinquish your attachment to all things of the world. Verily I say unto you, even the thoughts that arise and stream through the mind ceaselessly are of the world. Settle down then, abiding in the gentle quiet of the heart. You do not cause the physical heart to beat and send the blood through the body. It simply knows, and it does. You do not cause the breath to flow through the body. It arises and passes away. It does not require your attention. And in this moment, is it you that keeps the stars in the sky above you? Is it you that keeps your beautiful earth spinning, hurling through space, around and around your central sun, never deviating very much at all from the same orbit it has been since its creation? Must you attend to the quiet, unseen ways in which the flowers outside your windows are growing? Can you hear the sound of the grass as it grows? Somewhere, in this very moment, a child has been birthed. Are you aware of it? Indeed, all of creation continues to go on, an eternal dance, mystery giving birth to mystery, and returning to mystery without ceasing. Yet you simply abide in the quiet place within the sanctuary of the heart. Join with me now in perfect peace. Join with me where alone we can remember that we are together. Give up all hope of directing yourself to me by taking thought. Join with me in the simple understanding that of yourself you can do nothing. Join with me by surrendering into the truth of a union beyond all comprehension. Settle deeply into the quiet sanctuary of the heart we share. That heart is the depth and the essence of the Creator's only creation. That creation is pure mind, pure being, pure intelligence, the fulfillment of all the wisdom, the depth of all compassion, the certainty of every purpose under heaven. Rest with me, and acknowledge that our minds are joined. As you rest, again you might notice the thoughts seem to arise and pass away. But do you not sense them, now as though they were coming from a place where you are not, as though you had sunk more deeply to a place of quiet beneath the surface upon which thoughts flow back and forth without ceasing? Are you then the thoughts? No, you are not. Are you even the thinker of the thoughts? No, you are not. You are merely that quiet and that presence that observes all of creation flowing through a field of awareness that is the mind of Christ. Unlimited forever are you. Unchanging forever are you. Perfectly changeless are you. We are of one substance, one light, and one truth. Here alone does reality reside. Here alone is reality remembered. Here alone love reigns supreme. Here alone is where you are. In this place that is everywhere at once, and in this eternity that embraces every moment of time, what do we discover? What is it that we share? It is not a body, for bodies are limited, being temporary expressions of the coalescence of thought. It is not the body that we can share. Look yet more deeply. Is it the thoughts that still dance upon the surface far above you? No. What is it then that binds us one to another, as one another? Is it not the silence and the awareness of the one who observes the arising and passing away of all created things? I share with you the depth of a perfect silence. I share with you wisdom supreme. I abide as you are, the thought of love and form. To be in form does not mean to be a body. It means only that the Christ mind, which is the reality of love's existence, truly abides within each of us equally. If this were not so, you could not recognize me. When you read a word or a sentence or a paragraph that resonates with you as being the truth, you could not know it was so, if that truth did not already live within you as the reality of your very existence. Remain with me now. Heed not the call of what part of the mind that would distract you and lead you back to the illusions that comprise your world. Here there are no mates, no careers, no loss, no gain, no pain, no suffering. Here alone the truth remains shimmering within you. Here is where I am, and this heart that we share is not contained within your body. Rather, the body has emerged from within the power that resides in this holy place. It has provided for you only a temporary learning experience. It will be there when you return, should you desire it. But for now, give yourself permission to rest in the heart of all creation, the still and silent place of perfect peace. What is it that we share, if not awareness itself? For here, if anyone were to look, they would see there is no difference between you and myself. You are a shimmering field of awareness, and that same shimmering field comprises the essence of all that I am. Here is the place of certainty, power, and fulfillment. Within this awareness lies the answer to every question you might choose to ask. Within this shimmering awareness is the reassurance that the end of the journey is certain. Within this shimmering awareness do you abide at one with all minds in every aspect of creation. Join with me here often in remembrance of me, for this is the secret of communion, to relinquish the perception of the world in favor of the acknowledgement of reality. Mind reaches out forever, but it reaches only to itself. Therefore, every word that I share with you is already present within you. Here alone does love abide. There is no space for anything unlike love. This is why every loving thought is true. For it not arises from the superficial or the surface level of the mind that generates thoughts merely in reaction to other thoughts. But love emerges from the depth of the heart that transcends what you know to be your body and your mind, your feedback mechanism. When you think a loving thought, you have been caressed by the touch of God. When you hear not loving thoughts within yourself, this can mean only that you have returned to the surface and have denied the depth within you. If you would hear only loving thoughts, simply observe where your attention is, and allow it to settle deeply into this place beyond time, beyond the body, beyond the dream of the world. For this place, the kingdom of heaven within you, is vast beyond comprehension. The world you know when you take your attention to the surface of the mind is contained and embraced within this heart, like a dewdrop begins to be consumed by the ocean that receives it. Here, beloved friends, is the place of all certainty. Here is the place of perfect power to fulfill the loving thoughts with which your Creator has caressed you. Here is the way to fulfill each loving vision. Here is the source of all wisdom upon which you can draw to recreate yourself to be the presence of Christ incarnate. Here, then, is the straight and narrow path that leads unto life. For life is beyond every concept you have ever heard, even those that I've used to communicate with you. They have been like so many fingers pointing at the moon that shines its light gently upon you. That light lives in the depth of a silent heart. Therefore silence is a doorway to wisdom divine. Remain with me here. Do not think of what you read, but allow it to pour through you, knowing that the vibrations of wisdom that these words carry will leave their trace upon you, without the least bit of effort on your part. You need only be as a lover to the mind of God, opening, allowing, receiving, taking in that which your Creator would bestow upon you. Remain with me in the depth of this perfect silence. Notice how you begin to feel a gentle spaciousness, a peace descending upon you, like a gentle dove, and yet you have done nothing. And again, should you feel your attention being pulled back to the surface of your awareness, merely choose again, and return to the quiet of the heart. I am loved. I am loving. I am lovable forever. Let this phrase be the stairway that descends from the world of your making to the depth of perfect peace. You need repeat it only when you notice that you have become temporarily distracted by the sights and sounds and images of the world around the body, as well as the thoughts that seem to stream and dance along the surface of the brain center. I am loved. I am loving. I am lovable forever. As you come to feel grounded, rooted in that deep and silent place, ask whatever you will, and its answer shall not be hidden from you. Ask to witness my lifetime as I walked upon your earth, and it will be shown to you. Ask to be shown the vibrational field in which you were conceived in this life. It will not be hidden from you. Ask whatever you would about a friend who perhaps has seemed troubled of late, and the source of what is occurring within them will be gently revealed to you. For remember that in this place you are awareness itself, merely becoming aware of itself. That awareness, that consciousness, lives equally as the essence of each and every one whom you know and love. Your love of them is what binds you to them in the depth of a quiet awareness. As you descend the stairway to the quiet place of the heart, there are a few things to leave behind you. Leave behind the need to be right, the need to be supported in your illusions, the fear of rejection, abandonment, denial, and death. Leave behind every thought of what the world is and what it is for. Leave behind every thought you have ever held of everyone and everywhere. Surrender. Relinquish the world of your perception and come quietly to kneel before your Creator. There in the silent place of the heart, unattached to whatever is given you or shown you, nothing will be kept secret. Would you know the foundation of the world? The answer is here. Would you know how to best direct love to a loved one? The answer is here. A voice will speak to you, like one crying from the wilderness. Pictures will be shown to you, feelings enlivened within you, and you will know the way to extend your treasure. Remain with me here, for here do I abide. The only difference between us is that occasionally you believe that you abide somewhere else. When you journey up those stairs, to begin to be distracted by the thoughts of the surface of your mind and by the sensory feedback of the energy field that comprises your physical creation, I remain in our shared heart, patiently waiting for your return. Remain with me here. I am loved. I am loving, and I am lovable forever. This is the truth that sets me free. I am that I am. My awareness knows no limitation, and all worlds arise within me. I am that mind, present in all being when they descend the stairway, and embrace the truth that alone is true always. Here is perfect peace. Here is the recognition that nothing is lacking. Here is the embrace of the fulfillment of the love I have sought in all the wrong places. Here alone do I abide. Here alone do I remain. I am that one, existing before all worlds. This alone is the truth about me. These words are not mine, they are ours, and we share in them equally. I am loved, I am loving, I am lovable forever. I am that I am. Out of the depth of that perfect silence and a remembrance of that perfect knowledge, there comes the impulse of a loving thought. Take me into form. Take me into space and time. Reveal me to the world. Your life can become, whenever you choose it to be so, merely the process of Christ's incarnation. Relinquish the world even as you walk through it. Surrender it with every breath. Learn to cultivate the depth of this knowing in the midst of all activities in which the body is used as a temporary learning and teaching device. Beloved friends, abide with me in this union. Regardless of what the eyes of the body show you, regardless of what the ears of the body hear, regardless of the harmless thoughts that seem to dance across the surface of the brain-mind, you abide where I am, informed by the love from which there has been birthed the sun, the moon, and all the stars of heaven, the planets in their orbits, and all dimensions within our Father's creation. You can realize the incarnation of Christ by coming to dwell in the heart of Christ, until every step, every word, and every gesture flows from this deep, silent, and perfect place, until its voice is the only one upon which you act. Even as the thoughts of the world stream through your brain-mind, even as the sensory data are received through the cellular structure of the nervous system of the body, you can relinquish these things and act only from that depth of perfect wisdom, perfect safety, and perfect peace. Let this be a time of thanksgiving. Will it to be the time in which you truly give thanks for the grace that sets you free? Will you honor that grace by descending the stairway to the quiet place of the heart in each of your days? I am loved, I am loving, and I am lovable forever. I am that I am, infinite awareness, birthless, deathless, that which embraces the dream of space and time, and looks lovingly upon all harmless and neutral events. Even the body is no longer mine. It merely arises and passes away, while I, the Creator of all creation, inform it with the awareness of perfect forgiveness, perfect peace, and the fulfillment of love. Yea, though I walk through the valley of space and time, fear arises not within me. For all good things are in my safe keeping, stored where moth and dust cannot corrupt, where thieves cannot break in to steal. Here alone is a treasure that I seek no longer because I have found. Abide here with me until the hour comes when you know that you will go out no more from our Father's holy place. That place in this depth of peace that abides wherever you are is the very heart and essence of your reality. I am loved, I am loving, and I am lovable forever. This I give you as a divine meditation and a way of prayer. Perfect it, live it, drink it in, embrace it, devour it, become it. For in this becoming you will merely remember what has always been true since before the arising of all worlds. As a bird returns to rest in its nest, as the melting snow becomes a river that flows into the depth of a silent ocean, so too be you wise as serpents and dissolve into the depth of the truth as your being often, until you abide here and everywhere and every when. And when the body steps upon the earth, the touch of the foot upon the earth will remind you of Christ's blessing. And when the vocal cords are used to form words, the words that shape themselves will teach only love. Here then, beloved friend, is the essence of all that I would extend to you in this lesson. Now practice gently descending and ascending upon the ladder of awareness. Give yourself permission to ascend, to notice the thoughts that stream through the mind, hear the sounds around you, feel the weight of the body in the chair where you sit, and then descend again. Abide a little while. Then again choose to ascend. Listen to the sounds around you, the beating of the physical heart. Shift the weight of the body. Notice the thought that streamed through the surface of the mind. Relinquish these things and descend again, gently ascending and descending. For as you do so, you will join both poles together, and you will cultivate within yourself the awareness and the spiritual power necessary to be in the world, but not of the world. Can there be a greater accomplishment than this? Can there be anything that can offer to you a greater fulfillment than to be a conduit through which infinite awareness and power flows with every breath, every gesture, every spoken word, to reveal Christ to the world through you? What could you ever value greater than this? Enjoy, then, your practice. Know that when you descend to that place of the silent heart within you, I will greet you, and I will sit with you in the depth of that silence. And our minds and our hearts and our souls shall merge as one. When you ascend, you take me with you, and when you descend, you drink me into yourself until finally there is no difference between us. When the world looks upon you, they will say, Behold, I am in the presence of something mysterious, something attractive, something vast, peaceful, and filled with power. Surely, this is the child of God. From that mind that we share as one, I say again unto you, My peace walk with you. My blessings I give unto you, not as the world gives, give I the voice for Christ that longs to be your voice. For the world gives and takes away, but my love is with you forever. Let this love become your very own. Claim it, own it, taste it, drink it, breathe it, walk it, talk it, incarnate it. Though I go now to recede into silence, yet do I walk with you on the way that you will choose, that it might become a way that extends the treasure of your perfect knowledge that you are loved, that you are loving, that you are lovable forever, that you are indeed that which you are, and you cannot be anything else. Gently touch each moment with that which you bring from what you discover in the depth of your journey into the heart of Christ. Peace be with you always, and light your way while yet you abide within the world. You are indeed sent forth as Christ, who holds all power to extend the treasure of truth. Be you therefore that which you are, and you are the stars that light the heavens and bring radiance to the things of time. Go you therefore into the world, and bless it with the radiance of the Christ within you. If ever you need to know where you should be, descend to that depth, and when you ascend, open the eyes and bless the place where you are. In this is your purpose fulfilled. Peace be unto you always. Amen. Lesson 12. Receive the pearls of grace. Once again we come forth to abide with you and to celebrate with you. Once again we come to abide with the holy mind that is the sonship. We come to abide with our brothers and sisters, and we come as brothers and sisters. Indeed, we come forth to abide in that process whereby the sonship is remembering itself as the Son. Indeed, beloved friends, I come forth to share that with you that already resides within you. I come forth, we come forth, to join with you who have chosen to answer a certain call, to bring forth a creative expression that can signify to the world the truth that alone can set this world free. Free of what? Free of fear and of all the children that fear begets: guilt, dishonesty, unworthiness, limitation, need for suffering, judgment, and the list goes on and on. Ultimately, when the gardener seeks to improve the quality of the soil from which he would want his flowers to bloom forth, the gardener seeks not to look upon the effects of a weed, or that which is above the surface, but rather he makes haste and goes for the root. When the root has been pulled up, the effects of that weed can no more be seen. Therefore, in truth, we come not to improve that which you would be thinking of as the surface of the garden, the surface of the soil, but to strike at the root that resides deep within the mind, in the depth that I have called the heart of the soul. All that we endeavor to do, then, is designed to uproot the weed of fear that has been made a home in the depth of your being. The way of the heart has been designed to bypass the cognitive or thinking mind, and to strike at the roots of fear that abide in the depth of the mind in a place that is, by and large, unconscious. All that we do seeks to dissolve that root from the depth of your being. These first 12 lessons have required you to truly participate with the devotion necessary to extract the wisdom that has been offered to you. We cannot do this to you. We can only do it with you. For never can anything be forced upon the mind of the Son of God. The Holy Spirit makes no effort to usurp or take from you your freedom, for in your freedom all power under heaven and earth resides. Discover the obstacles to love. Grace does not descend until your Father knows that you are willing to prepare a place for to receive it. This is why, in the process of healing and awakening, it is not necessary to seek for love. It is only necessary to prepare the place, the soil, by choosing to discover the obstacles to love, which all come down to fear, and to be willing to loosen that root, that it might be removed from the garden of your consciousness. Then the rain of grace that purifies, transforms, awakens, and brings Christ's consciousness to the mind can descend gently. For when the rain falls upon hard ground, it strikes the soil and runs off, and the garden remains barren. But the wise gardener, who has softened the soil, reached in and began to pull up the roots, sifted the soil and made it soft, open and porous with the intent of bringing forth a beautiful garden, will indeed be assisted. Then the rain of grace will fall gently, without it being earned. It is given freely. Drops of grace have been offered to you in each and every lesson. Some you have received, some you have not noticed. Some are waiting to penetrate the deeper levels of your consciousness as you continue in your willingness to release fear. Suddenly a pearl of grace that has not been received will sink deep. Then the recognition will come. The awakening will come. Suddenly you will find yourself saying, wait a minute. This insight, this vision, this realization I just had sounds like something that was in the first lesson. I think I'll go back and have another look. Yes, there it is. I wonder why I didn't notice it the first time. It is simply the natural process in which the drops of rain of grace have not yet a place to be received. Understand then, and this is the great importance as we move into the next part of the way of mastery, that all that transpires from this point rests on how well the gardener has cultivated the soil with the tools that have been given. If they had not been utilized, the soil remains hard, and the drops of rain run off and pool on the side of the garden, waiting for the soil to be properly prepared. Of all that has been given that can continue and will continue, to serve you the greatest will be the simple 5-minute practice of abiding as Christ, and observing all that you see, all that you feel, all that you think as though a perfectly awakened Christ was the only one sitting in the chair. I know that this sounds simplistic for you, but the way is easy and without effort. Complexity is born of the world and not from the mind of God. Therefore continue well in the practice, and allow it to be the foundation from which the soil is prepared. The roots of fear are loosened, even in ways that you cannot comprehend with the thinking mind. For the roots of fear are not merely ideas. They are the effects of ideas. They have been allowed to penetrate deep into the unconscious. That is why the next 12 lessons, called the Way of Transformation, require not striving, but allowing, not thinking, but letting go into feeling, not doing, but trusting. These roots of fear must be dissolved at the level that is deeper than the conscious thinking mind can reach. The mind was never designed to be your master, but to become aligned as a servant of the awakened heart, just like the flower blooms and sends forth its scent for all to see from the depth of the soil that is unseen, but has been well prepared. So that the only roots that gather nourishment from the soil are the roots of that which speaks of life and beauty, not that which speaks of fear and unworthiness. Seek you then to seek no more, for the place is prepared for you, and you need only go to it. Therefore, we will be cultivating more deeply the art of surrendering, resting ever more deeply into the place of silence, which is the threshold to perfect wisdom divine. The way of the heart is the preparation of the soil that allows the way of transformation to truly occur. Transformation is not complete unless it envelops, encompasses, and is expressed through the very life you know, right here on the speck of dust, whirling about one sun in a small part of one universe. Expressed on your earth and in your time frame, your relationship, your experience, and in your life as you know it, as you live it, as you breathe it, as you feel it. So let the breath flow and realize that you have the freedom to go back over the previous lessons and see if there is anything that you have missed. As you do that, do it from a place of Christedness. I am the one choosing to enter the way of transformation whereby human consciousness, the human lived experience, becomes the living expression, the fruit which is sprung forth from the soil in which the roots of grace, love, and healing have been well planted. Do this not from the perspective that you are doing something amiss, but out of the desire to be the master gardener who brings forth the fruit which extends beauty and the scent of joy for all to receive, for all to see, for all to marvel. Yet the beauty that springs forth from the gardener's beautiful garden does not build up the ego of the master gardener, for the master gardener knows that he or she has only been the keeper of the soil. But the magic that brings forth the flower is not his or her possession. It is merely that which they have been given stewardship over, consciousness. Consciousness is the gift of life, streaming forth from the mind of God. Your mind, then, is the soil of the garden. All awakening and all transformation occurs nowhere save in the garden. Some of you are still seeking to understand the mind by seeing it as something that is locked outside the shape of your skull, and is somehow cohabitating with that which you call the gray matter of your brain. Rest assured, your mind is unlimited forever. The body that sits in the chair in your 5-minute exercise is as a drop of foam being expressed at the slightest tip of one wave in an infinite ocean. That ocean is itself within the unlimited expanse of your mind. You are consciousness as such, pure spirit. The only question then is this: are you willing to allow that drop of foam to be transformed into that which fully and always expresses only the love of God, even though that expression is still temporary because the body has arisen in the field of time and disappears in the field of time? Are you willing to say, what the heck, and allow that love to be as fully embodied as it is possible for it to be, for the split second the body is in this world? Expressing mastery is the effect of the way of transformation in this world, in this time, in this little teeny moment. Rest assured, to the degree that you turn your attention to expressing mastery, to the degree that you use time wisely to be the embodied Christ, when the body drops away and it veils from you no longer the magnificence of the light you are, the light will not be blinding to you. You will not contract in fear. You will merely let this world go gently and as easily as a child has put away the toy that he has outgrown, because its usefulness is complete. All that you see, the body, your relationship, your devices and your stars, your wind and your water, will eventually be put aside by you. Not out of denial, but simply out of recognizing that their usefulness is over. Indeed, beloved friends, as we come then to the completion of the first 12 lessons, look well to see that no drops of grace have been ignored. Open the heart ever more deeply. Allow these pearls, those drops of grace, to penetrate ever more deeply, not just as ideas in the thinking mode, but as feelings in the cells of the body. Let it create for you a sweetness in the flow of breath, a sensitivity in the way your foot rests upon the soil of the earth with each step. Let it begin to transform the way in which you rest your hand upon the shoulder of your brother or sister. Allow that sweetness to permeate your gaze as you look upon another, seeing the Christ within them that is growing into a beautiful flower, whose scent and beauty will be as a blessing to many. There is no one among you who is not the evolving Christ. Remember always that what you see is what you get, in the same way as what you teach you learn. A meditation of release. Look well then and ask yourself this: who do I know in my existence who I have judged and locked into a certain box, and I have decided that it is all they are? There you will find a fruitful meditation for reflection. I would suggest that you use the next 30 days to take time and use it wisely to allow the names, the images, and faces of those that you have judged to come back to you and say, you know, mother, father, ex-mate, whoever it is, I get it. I have placed you in a box and thrown away the key. You are stuck, so I have said, and now I release you, that I might be released. Contemplate their image. Allow the memories of the experience you have shared with them to come back. If there are feelings, by all means let yourself feel them. Gaze upon them in your mind until you feel the sweetness that dissolves the imprisonment into which you have placed them. For as that imprisonment begins to melt, you will sense and know that your freedom is blossoming. You cannot take fear into love. You cannot take judgment into forgiveness. You cannot take limitation into unlimitedness. These things must be released at the level on which they were first created. Therefore, make note that this practice should not be overlooked. Give yourself 30 days with the goal to truly go back and, shall we say, mop up any forgiveness or releasing that you need yet to do. Do not let the mind say, I don't know if I did that well enough. For understand, it is the Comforter that releases you and the other through your willingness to allow it to occur. Now there are some effects. This will mean that when you have truly done that, never again do you have any justification or excuse for attaching any experience you have had or any feelings you have ever felt to the hook on the side of their imprisonment that you have placed them in. Often the human mind, the egoic mind, wants to hang the coat of its judgment on the hook just outside the bars in which you have locked someone. For instance, that which I have experienced is the result of my father's alcoholism. That which I have experienced in life is a result of my mother having 40,000 affairs a week. That which I have experienced is a result of my business partner who has stolen my golden coins. That which has caused my suffering is the result of the position of the stars in the sky when I chose incarnation. If only they would have gotten it right, I would be fine. As we conclude the way of the heart, I say unto you, do not enter the way of transformation until you have truly and fully satisfied your awareness, that you are not clinging to even the subtlest iota of perception, that in any way you are a victim of the world you see. Nothing has been caused by your relationships. All of them have merely shown you what you have already decided will be true. The world, then, is not the cause of anything. You merely see what you have used the freedom of your consciousness to concoct about yourself. For example, lack is not caused by taxation. Taxation is caused by the decision to need to believe that there is a power outside of yourself that needs all of your energy. Government does not cause you to be subservient. Your sense of being subservient, guilt-ridden, weak, and limited is what birthed the idea of government. Then some of you, as loving brothers and sisters, say, well, I'll play that part. They become your politicians that create the disgruntled feelings that you have. The world is uncaused by anything, save the choices you have made as a free consciousness. You have concocted the thought and then immersed yourself into that which reflects back to you what you have already decided to believe. This means that the way of transformation is the way in which one becomes empowered in every moment to become fully responsible for clearly deciding what they will see and what they will not settle for anything else. The better you get at this, the quicker it happens, until one reaches the point where miracles occur. Yet they are only miraculous to those that do not understand how consciousness works. You can achieve the place in which you hold out the palm of your hand and desire the sweetest tasting apple that has ever been created, and it will literally appear in the palm of your hand. Of course, at that point, you will be well beyond any need whatsoever to even hold the thought of requiring physical form. You will begin then to get a sense of mastery by being able to look at the world you see and observe clearly what has been changing in it. You will observe how quickly and effortlessly that which the heart truly desires, because it is in alignment with the mind of God, becomes manifested effortlessly. When the gap between the pure desire and the manifested reflection of it smaller, and smaller, you will literally sense in the feeling body that mastery is growing. You will know that you are merely a child of God playing without ceasing in the sandbox of all possibilities called the mind, and that there is literally nothing out there that is solid, nothing out there that is unrelated to you. So that is where we are going if you wish to come along on the journey. If you are willing to truly become committed to uprooting every root of fear that has taken hold within the depth of the mind, that has been rendered unconscious because of your hatred of yourself, it is called the separation from God, and therefore, because it has become unconscious, it has ruled you. Time to release the unrulable, by allowing that alone which can uproot the root of fear to come and take up its rightful place within you, Christ-mindedness. You have your homework before you then. Go within and ask, have I taken the time to fully focus on each lesson? You may realize, when I read the third lesson, I was trying to watch the football game on television. I wonder if I missed something. When I read the seventh lesson, I was thinking about going out to dinner. Did I really sit with it and extract all the pearls that were offered? Perhaps I will go back and really set aside some quiet time in which I deliberately put the world aside and hang on every word. Yet do so with a relaxed body and a soft breath and a non-grasping mind. Be ye therefore like a sponge that allows the raindrops to be absorbed into the self, and that is all. Knowledge is not a cognitive struggle. It is not the arranging of ideas in some order that satisfies the thinking mind. Knowledge is the receiving of a vibration that begins to soften the soil of the heart and dissolve the root of fear from your being. Knowledge is the result of the transformation of the garden that you have been given and entrusted with, the field of mind that is you. That mind pervades the body. It pervades the space around you and melds and dances with other infinite webs of relationship called other minds, energy dancing into energy, unlimited forever, out of which all things of time are birthed and passed away. So you see, where I abide is everywhere at once, and so do you. You simply do not know it yet. I abide with an infinite array of friends who have realized the truth and have been set free. They are infinitely creating, without ceasing, that which extends their treasure, which is the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Many have given you images of choirs of angels singing the praise of God. It is the same thing. For when extension of joy becomes free to express only the good, the holy, and the beautiful, it is like a vibration of many notes, a choir of creative consciousness, sparks of divinity, who abide in perfect unlimitedness and know it, and ceaselessly extend their deepest bliss by allowing the good, the holy, and the beautiful to flow through them from the infinite, mysterious, ungraspable, uncontainable mind that is God. Just as the sunlight of the sun creates and streams through many sunbeams that extend out to the far reaches of your universe's light, out of which planets are birthed and animals and water and trees and birds and man. Imagine, then, that is your destiny, to take up your rightful place beside me, to join your brothers and sisters in infinite and perfect creativity, like a harp player who ceaselessly runs the fingers across the strings, creating the most beautiful notes. The combinations never cease. In every moment you experience the fruit of the flower springing forth from the garden that you have well prepared to receive the rain of grace. The good, the holy, and the beautiful flow through your unobstructed mind that rests in perfect marriage or union with that which is your Creator, your source, evermore, evermore, evermore. Not a bad way to spend eternity. But if you look ahead and feel that there is distance between where you are and where the reality is, you will miss the opportunities required, right where you are, to practice where you are going, by being it now. You have heard it said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and the beginning is every bit as important as the end. For in the beginning, the end is already present. The way of transformation asks you to truly become present where you are, to deliberately and consciously cultivate, with every thought and every breath, the willingness necessary that allows the root of fear to be dissolved, so that the good and the holy and the beautiful are all that emanate from you, like a beacon being sent out to creation around you. Do not delay. Do not waste time. Time can indeed be wasted. But listen well, for time can also waste. You have a saying we would perceive in many of your silly movies where someone gets wasted. How many times have you been the one who has said to yourself, "Well, I think I'll just waste myself"? How many ways have you gone unconscious? How many ways have you numbered your feelings? How many ways have you judged your brothers or sisters? How many ways have you decided to hold on to thoughts such as, "I could never do that. What's the point? It's a waste." Oh yes, you just put a gun on your head and pull the trigger. You have wasted yourself by wasting time. Every moment is a doorway through which the good, the holy, and the beautiful can be expressed as the cultivation of the consciousness through which the power to do so grows. Oh, beloved friends, these moments of your time are very precious. Do not look out upon the world thinking that it is just the same old world. Remember then, as you begin to come to the completion of the study of the way of the heart, that where you see outside of you is only the reflection of what you have allowed to live within you, and simply ask, is it what I wish to continue? What do I truly want? What is this, my very consciousness, for? What do I commit myself to? What do I say I believe? Where do I freely choose to place the power of valuation? For what you value, you experience immediately. The world will bow down and say, "Very well, you have let us know what you value. We will mirror it back to you, because we love you, because we are part of you, and heaven forbid that we would take away your free will." So if you value hopelessness, the world will be a hopeless place. If you value lack of golden coins, you will continue to see lack of golden coins, which means lack of flow of energy. If you value loneliness, you will continue to be alone. If you value the right to be in judgment of others, you will experience the fruit of separation. If you value sweetness, sweetness will come. If you value receiving love, listen to this carefully. If you value receiving love, the world will begin to show up at your doorstep in completely different embodiments. Different vibrations, different thought patterns will be mirrored back to you that let you receive love. For nothing can be received until the place is prepared for it to enter. For if you can only give what you have been willing to receive, if you receive a drop of water into your glass, that is all you can give to another. But he that receives all gives all, and he that gives all receives tenfold more. Call for assistance to dissolve fears. The way of the heart is a good beginning. We have called out to you across space and time, and if you have heard the call, the connection of the relationship with us is already established. There is then no bridge to cross, only the willingness to receive what is true. Jeshua is available for me always. Mary is available for me always. The one you would call as my friend, Saint Germain, is available for you always. The entire family, lineage of masters have sought through time to create a frequency and a vibration that can dissolve the effects of the negative thinking that you have extended out of your mind, that creates a smoke in the veil around you. To dissolve that, all of us are available to you, and our numbers are legion. Rest assured, you are not alone. In any moment you need only call upon me, and I am with you. And I do not come alone. For some of you then, we would highly suggest that in those moments when you feel like you need a little help, when fear seems to be coming up, but you know you must go ahead, whatever it is, whatever you think you are fearing, simply say, legions of angels and masters and friends, whose number is infinite beyond comprehension. You who are sent directly of God to assist me over the ditch, come now, because I declare it and I receive it, and therefore it is. Now take that step that is necessary to take. It will not be your imagination. We will be with you, and the perfect end is certain. Fear is nothing more than the illusion you have chosen to value in order to experience what it is like to feel separate from love. That is all. You merely waved your cosmic magic wand and said, "Let there be fear so I can experience it." We love you. Beyond your present comprehension, we love you. Behind all comprehension, even of what you might perceive to be our level of functioning, is the presence of God's love, which we seek to merely pour forth to you. That by giving, we continually receive. The laws of consciousness work for us just like they work for you. We are just more aware of them. That love which God is incomprehensible forever. The sunbeam can never comprehend the sun. I am a sunbeam to that sun. You are a sunbeam to that sun. We are therefore made of one substance, and that substance alone sustains us through that eternity. The greatest of joys is to surrender fully into allowing the light to light your way without ceasing. She that releases the world embraces the Creator, and he that releases fear remembers love. She that embodies forgiveness lives at peace, and he that relinquishes control knows perfect trust. The awakened Christ that has surrendered the knot of fear called I rests in unlimited forever, in forever communion with all of creation, and that union never ceases. It merely expands and extends as life comes forth. Creations come forth, extending the good, the holy, and the beautiful. A flower that blooms in the spring for a day is the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The rays of sunlight that dance upon the oceans of this world creatively sing forth the good, the holy, and the beautiful. The bird that alights upon the fence and sings its morning song has come forth from the infinite perfect sun, and its notes extend the joy of the child of God. So, too, the smile upon one of your brothers and sisters who has received a pearl of grace through you is creation itself, the presence of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Every loving thought you allow to be cultivated in the garden of your own mind extends the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Therefore, sing that song without ceasing. Be willing, as we close the way of the heart, to celebrate your willingness to embrace with perfect deliberateness your creativity and the power you have, the dominion over that which is planted in the soil of your mind. Prepare that soil well as you complete the first part of this course, that the pearls of grace might bring you into the way of transformation. Celebrate your birth as those sunbeams that are expressed through the stories of the birth of Christ into the world. For me, it occurred 2,000 years ago. Is it not time now for you to let that same birthing be fully completed in you? Know that it has been our honor and our joy to abide with you. There is a whole host of beings encircling you every moment you remember that you have chosen to answer a call that can be traced to the very mind of God, who has reached out to call his creation, you, back to himself, so that you can deliberately extend love without ceasing. We give you love. We hold you with perfect patience, knowing the truth that is true alone about you, and we will never leave you. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen.